And then we'll get the meeting started shortly. Thank you. So first of all, I want to thank you all for attending our COG Policy Board meeting. This is the Fresno Council of Governments Policy Board meeting, and my name is Michelle Roman. I'm a council member from the city of Kingsburg and Fresno COG's chairwoman. We anticipate a large gathering tonight, both in person and in our Zoom call. With that in mind, allow me to go through a few points before we begin to ensure this meeting moves along so that everyone's voice is heard and our business may be completed successfully, whatever the outcome this evening. We have interpretation services available both in the room and on Zoom for Spanish. We have 27 working headset receivers in the room. For those attending this meeting remotely and who require Spanish language interpretation, and this part is very important, you will need to select the Spanish language channel, or as we call it, a room, using the interpretation button on your screen. We are also collecting speaker cards, which are available near the entrance for those who wish to address the Measure C renewal plan. And they look like this in the back, if you haven't done so. Please fill one out and turn them in to the clerk in the front of the room, and you will be called in order. For our Zoom listeners, please raise your hand or let your interpreter know that you would like to ask a question or make a comment. I will call on speakers in the room first, and then in order listed on Zoom. We do ask that you keep your comments brief, to the point, and not be repetitive. If your point has already been made by another speaker, please simply tell us your name, city or town, the organization you represent, and whether you support or oppose the action tonight. If the conversation becomes unduly repetitive, we may ask that you refrain from restating the earlier points and simply indicate your support or opposition to the measure. Finally, we'll be allowing some additional time for those who may be having trouble logging in before we formally open this meeting. Our interpretation channel is open, and we will provide time for everyone on Zoom to select the language of your choice. Again, if you need Spanish language interpretation, please select the Spanish channel under the interpretation button on your screen. For many, it will be at the bottom, although that may not be true for all devices and browsers. Again, thank you for your time, your patience, and understanding. And we will open this meeting shortly. And Amelia, are you ready to translate?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you so much.
Buenas tardes y gracias por asistir. Esta es la reunión de la Junta Normativa del Consejo de Gobiernos de Fresno. Se acaba de introducir Michelle Roman. Es concejal de la ciudad de Kingsburg y presidenta del Consejo de Gobiernos de Fresno. Anticipamos una gran reunión esta noche, tanto en persona como a través de la conferencia por Zoom. Con eso en mente, permítame repasar algunos puntos antes de comenzar para asegurarnos de que esta reunión avance para que se pueda escuchar la voz de todos y nuestro negocio pueda completarse con éxito, sea cual sea el resultado. Tenemos servicios de interpretación disponible tanto en la sala como a través de Zoom en español. Tenemos 27 recibidores para interpretación en funcionamiento en la sala. Para aquellos que asistan a esta reunión de forma remota y que requieran interpretación en español, ya que esto es muy importante, deberán seleccionar el canal o sala en español. Seleccione el icono de interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione español y ponga el audio original en silencio. Están recolectando tarjetas de comentarios, las cuales están disponibles cerca de la entrada para aquellos que desean comentar sobre el plan de renovación de la medida C. Complete uno y entrégueselo al secretario aquí al frente de la sala del consejo y serán llamados en orden. Para nuestros participantes por Zoom, levante la mano o dígale a su intérprete que le gustaría hacer una pregunta o un comentario. Llamarán a los comentaristas en la sala primero y luego en el orden indicado en Zoom. Le pedimos que mantenga sus comentarios breves, directos y que no sean repetitivos. Si su punto ya ha sido expresado por otro miembro, simplemente díganos su nombre, comunidad, organización y se apoya o se opone. La acción de esta noche. Si la conversación se vuelve indebidamente repetitiva, podemos pedirle que se abstenga de reafirmar los puntos anteriores y que simplemente indique su apoyo u oposición a la medida. Finalmente, permitiremos un tiempo adicional para aquellos que puedan tener problemas para iniciar sesión antes de que abramos formalmente la reunión. Nuestra sala de interpretación está abierta y proporcionaremos tiempo para que todos en Zoom seleccionen el idioma de su elección. Nuevamente, si necesita interpretación en español, seleccione el canal en español debajo del botón de interpretación en su pantalla. Para muchos estará en la parte inferior, aunque puede que no sea así para todos los dispositivos y navegadores. Nuevamente, gracias por su tiempo, paciencia y comprensión. En breve abriremos la reunión. Gracias.
Okay, we do have a quorum. So we have some board members on Zoom, and we have some here in person. Okay. This is the Fresno COG Policy Board special meeting for Thursday, July 7th, 2022, at the Fresno City Hall Council Chambers. If you wish to address the committee during the public comment portion of the agenda, click on the reactions at the bottom center of your PC or Mac screen, select the hand icon, click the icon to raise hand, and your digital hand will now be raised. When on the phone, if you wish to address the committee during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand and we'll select you from the meeting queue. Those addressing the board will be asked to state their first and last name and who they represent for the record. To facilitate electronic access, no person shall speak until recognized by the chair. In the interest of ensuring that all members of the public have a fair opportunity to address the policy board, public comment may be limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Madam, can we have a roll call, please?
City of Clovis,
Here.
City of Coalinga,
Here.
City of Fireball,
He's walking in. He's behind you.
okay. City of Fowler, I believe he's on.
Here on the phone, be there soon.
Thank you. City of Fresno,
Here.
City of Huron. Is he not?
And those on the phone may have to unmute themselves.
City of Kerman,
Here.
City of Kingsburg,
Here.
City of Mendota,
Present.
City of Orange Cove. No, I think he's on the phone. City of Parlier,
Present.
City of Reedley.
Here.
City of Sanger,
Sanger here.
City of San Joaquin,
Here.
City of Selma,
Here.
County of Fresno. Here. Okay. Okay, gives us a quorum, 14, 98.33%.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
14 at 98.33%.
Great. Thank you very much.
Can we get clarification if Fresno County is just having technical difficulties or is not in attendance?
Hello? 13 at 81.77%.
But is he in attendance? Not yet? Not yet. Okay. So no. Oh, you have to turn on your mic. The green button, right on the mic. There you go.
City of Fireball's here.
Thank you. Okay, next up is our transportation consent items. And we have on our agenda items A through, is it K? Yeah, A through K. Would anybody like to make a motion, or would anybody like to pull
So
any of
moved,
these
Madam
items?
Chair.
Who was that?
So moved.
Okay, Sanger?
I'll second if nobody has any questions.
Okay. We have City Sanger second. And anybody from the public have any questions on these items? Okay, hearing none, I have a motion and a second. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
City of Clovis,
Aye.
City of Coalinga,
Aye.
City of Fireball,
Yes.
City of Fowler,
Yes.
City of Fresno,
Yes.
City of Huron, City of Kerman,
Yes.
City of Kingsburg,
Yes.
City of Mendota,
Yes.
City of Orange Cove, City of Parlier,
Parlier, yes.
City of Reedley,
Reedley, yes.
City of Sanger,
Sanger, yes.
City of San Joaquin,
Yes.
City of Selma,
Yes.
County of Fresno. 13 members at 81.77%. Passes.
Great, thank you. Next up is item number 2, transportation action discussion items. Letter A is consideration of Measure C renewal expenditure plan. Tony Bourne is going to present on this.
Executive Director, Fresno Council of Government. So I have a presentation here I'm going to give everyone. Give me about 20 minutes, but I'm going to cover a lot of material in a short amount of time, so just hang in there, and then we'll get to a question and answer kind of thing. So let's go ahead and roll it. Okay, so next slide. do it here. Okay. All right, so tonight we're here to talk about the Measure C renewal. We refer to it as MC3. So we're going to tell you a little about the history of Measure C and talk about the renewal. Here we are. Okay. Great. I'll just holler next, okay? Okay, there we go. Okay, so these first couple slides are going to speak to the history of Measure C, right? So originally passed in 1986, it was a 20-year measure, and it raised about $700 million. That money was split basically 75% urban and our rural state highways and freeways, and 25% on local improvements. You can see there the different freeway and highway construction projects that were funded through this first measure. There were also local street and roads improvements, as well as bicycle and pedestrian facilities, airport improvements, et cetera. So this was the first measure, $700 million. Next slide, please. So in 2007, building on the success of the first measure, we took it out for renewal and were able to get it passed. And this was, again, was a 20-year measure, and this measure raised about $1.5 billion. And you'll notice the funding split is a little different here. So we had 30% now goes to the urban and rural state highway system and freeways, and 70% goes to local improvements and services. Some of the programs that were addressed in there include major roads, highways of regional significance, local street and road improvements, public transit services, bike and pedestrian, airport improvements, environmental enhancements, and high priority grade separation. So these are all parts of the second measure, which is a little bit different. It's much more multimodal than the first measure, which focused on streets and roads. Next, please. So this here is going to be a chart, a pie chart that shows how that $1.5 billion was split in terms of the percentages. While that calls up, you can see there that the measure was approved with a 78% yes vote. Again, we need 2/3 to get this past the voters, to have the voters approve it. And that measure, as I mentioned, generated $1.5 billion in Measure C funding, but also it generated over $922 million in matching funds. Right? So again, it's important to understand that with Measure C, we not only get the Measure C revenues, but the power that comes with leverage, being able to leverage those dollars and bring in additional matching funds. So we'll wait here just a second and see how long it takes that chart to come up. There we go. There we go. All right, so there you can see via the colors what the different pieces were. Locals in green, orange there is regional, et cetera. So again, take a look at that, and that was the current measure that we're currently operating under. Next, please. So now we're going to talk about the Measure C renewal process that's been underway for the last 18 months. So again, COG and the FCTA started this effort in 2020, and again, as we're all aware, COVID came into play, and that basically delayed the start of it for about 12 months. But during that COVID time, there was much outreach with our member agencies, and we did what we could. But again, COVID had an impact in that regard. Next slide. So there were two committees formed to help guide the development of Measure C renewal, and also there were consultants retained by the Fresno County Transportation Authority, Valley Research and Planning Associates, and Jeffrey Scott and Associates. Next slide, please. So this slide here maybe is the most important slide of the bunch because it speaks to the regional setting. Again, we're talking about developing a regional plan here, right? So when we talk about regional, we need to understand that Fresno County we need to look at it as a region, right? So now we are over 1 million people now currently in Fresno County. Again, 6,000 square miles, 6,600 road miles, right? But it's important to understand that the plan that we put together has to work for all of these different individual segments of our region, right? So again, we have 15 incorporated cities, 2 large that basically make up the Fresno-Clovis metropolitan area, Fresno, which is about 53.26%, and Clovis, which is about 11.87%. So that's our FCMA, we refer to it as our metropolitan urban area. Then we also have 13 small rural incorporated cities, right? You can see they range in size from 4,145, which is San Joaquin, our smallest city, to 23,000, which is sort of covers Sanger, Selma, Reedley. Then, if you take those small cities and break them down east side, west side, you can see that about 12% of the population lives in the east side communities and about 6.3 in the west side communities. Okay, so now we're looking at just the Fresno County unincorporated territory. So the population there is 170,000, about 16.56% of the overall population of the county, right? But then within Fresno County, there are unincorporated communities within, right? So there are some unincorporated communities within incorporated cities, right? So these are the Fig Gardens, the Sunnysides, Mayfair, Tarpey, et cetera. Those are unincorporated communities that the county is responsible for, but they are located within an incorporated city. And beyond that, there are 34 disadvantaged unincorporated communities throughout Fresno County, east side and the west side. You can see the different examples there: Delray, Caldwell, Malaga on the east side. On the west side, Easton, Carruthers, Ragin City. Again, and the intent of the slide is to kind of explain that in order for us to get a plan that everybody can support, we have to figure out a way to balance all of these different interest groups, right? Because everybody kind of has a different interest as it relates to transportation. So again, we think that the plan that we're going to bring forward meets that test. Next slide, please.
Chairwoman, I would ask to make sure that translation is catching up because that part was important for our listening audience.
I think you said about the translation catching up. Okay, we'll make sure that happens. I'm sorry, I'm like in a cone here, and I couldn't hear you all the way, so I apologize for that. If for translation purposes, if we are behind, if you want to give me a wave, and I'll make sure that, there's Amelia, there she is. Hi. Okay. Okay, but if at any point you're having any issues, just give me a wave and we will absolutely stop the speaker and make sure you can catch up, okay? So we want to make sure everybody hears exactly what's being said. So thank you. And thank you for that too.
Okay, in an earlier slide, I mentioned that there were two committees that were formed to kind of guide the process. So this first slide covers the executive committee. They held 17 meetings over the course of about 18 months. And you can see the executive committee consists of, up there in the blue, that's basically our elected officials and different public administrators. The second grouping there in green are our different business leaders and different, representing different sectors of the community. The last piece there in the orange are the different community-based organizations that were part. And then the last piece there in yellow are the members of the education community that participated. So the intent of the executive committee was that they would review the work put together by the technical working group and look at the recommendations coming forward from the technical staff, right, and sort of apply their sort of private sector lens, if you will, if the case applies. But basically look at what the technical work had done and see how it matches up with what the polling says and what their sense of what the community needs were. So next slide, please. So this is the technical working group. This is basically all of the transportation professionals that work for all of our member agencies, as well as stakeholders from all the various sectors that you can see there, right? We had the air districts involved. We have our different transit providers. We have the agriculture, environment, the CBOs, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But the bottom line is this group looks at the measure purely through a technical lens, right? They're not bringing in politics or that kind of thing. It's just sort of a technical judgment based on their experience and their history. So that they developed a plan that was moved forward to the executive committee for their review and concurrence. Next slide, please. So this slide, real quick, is this basically identifies kind of what some of the responsibilities were there for the executive committee. Again, you can see that I'm not going to cover them all. Understand, review, provide, assist. Again, their job is to look at the technical work through a different sort of community lens, if you will. Next slide. Again, this was the technical working group, and again, their idea was basically identify the funding needs, how the funding availability, where the shortfalls are, develop preliminary recommendations for review by the executive committee, and then forward these draft products to the executive committee for review and feedback. Next slide, please. These next few slides will cover our public engagement and polling process that was used. So in terms of our public engagement strategies, We had a very robust public engagement process over those 18 months, and it consisted of 14 workshops and community meetings, door-to-door soliciting input. We had over 1,070 Spanish responses, solicited direct input from those communities identified there, those unincorporated rural communities. We wanted to make sure that they had input into the plan. We had a series of community events, a number of virtual meetings. We had online and in-person surveys. In total, over 2,800 surveys were collected with over 2,000 comments. And then lastly, maybe the most important piece of this is there are 2 public opinion polls that were conducted, scientifically valid opinion polls by experts that basically drew just short of 5,500 responses. So that was one of the, kind of the overview of our public engagement process. Thank you. Next slide. So these slides are going to just sort of speak to the polling itself. Again, this slide basically says that we polled our voters to see how they felt about a 20-year versus a 30-year versus until ended by voters. And you can see there the numbers. They supported them all. But the plan that we have forward tonight is the 30-year plan, and we'll talk about why that's the case. But again, we wanted to make sure that you understood that there was support for all of those different alternatives. So next slide, please. Again, the polling showed that there was strong support across the Fresno-Clovis metropolitan area, right? A high of 83% voting yes in the city of Fresno and a low of 70% in the unincorporated area just outside of Clovis. Next slide, please. So again, this slide is to represent the polling showed us that there was really no meaningful difference in the level of support based on income. You can see that in all of them, the lowest was 78%, and that's for people making between 70 and 100K. And the highest is 85. I see there between 50 and 70. So even the folks that were making less than 20K a year still had 83% support. So there was strong support for the measure, regardless of the household income. Next slide. So these slides basically highlight what the polling told us. When you see that R into the left margin, that R, that means it's kind of a road-focused metric, shall we say. So again, you can see there, the polling showed that 81% of the people polled felt like keeping our local roads in good condition was the highest priority. Repairing potholes was right there as well. Repairing potholes in every neighborhood in the county, including rural and historical, disadvantaged, 77%, and then keeping local roads in good condition in every neighborhood, again, 76%. So the polling tells us that the voters really want to see their roads taken care of and maintained. Next slide. So again, the effort basically represents finance. So again, the idea that the voters want to see that the measure will create jobs here locally, and again, at 73%. And then the T represents transit, right? So we had 73% of the people polled said that they thought keeping public transit fares low for students, seniors, and the disabled was important. Again, then we get back to the roads, right? And upgrading our bridges and overpasses. And again, keeping the local transportation infrastructure in good condition, improving highway and freeway safety, and then adding lanes to the freeways to reduce bottlenecks when appropriate. So you can see all of those hold very well, all above the 2/3 threshold. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, so in terms of how that process plays out, so the way that it works is that we use a needs assessment. We use our 2022 Regional Transportation Plan, Sustainable Communities document strategy. So we basically solicit input from all of our member agencies, asking them to tell us what transportation projects they want to see in the plan in the next 24 years or whatever the plan covers. We also use the countywide pavement condition survey. We recognize that with all of the emphasis on getting the roads fixed, we need to have some sort of ability to measure the quality of the road. So we brought on a consultant with statewide experience to produce that document. We also look at other funding sources that were out there. Again, keep in mind that Measure C is one of many different funding sources that fund our transportation projects. I think our RTP has over 30 different funding sources, right? Some state, some federal, and then we have our local Measure C. So again, making sure it's important that everybody understands that Measure C is a piece of the overall funding, transportation funding mix. Next slide. So this is the plan that eventually, after a series of different iterations, right, we produced a staff report that basically then was vetted through the working group, and it basically was massaged, and another iteration came out. But in the end, This is the Measure C allocation plan that is before you tonight. And you can see that. I'm not sure if you can see that. 51% there is focused on local and neighborhood street repair. 18% is on local control. Then you see our major roads and highways. We used to call this a regional program. That's 15%. And then our safe bikes and pedestrians, 1%. Urban and rural public transit, 12%. 1.25 for administration, in environmental sustainability at 2%. So this is the plan that is before you tonight, and as a result of the regional transportation planning process that played out over these past 18 months. Next slide. So this is the slide that shows the plan that's been, that has moving forward tonight for consideration. You can see the amount of money that will be raised per each program. And then the column to the far right, this is the percent of the total need met by all funding. So when we look at all of our additional transportation funding sources in combination with Measure C, right, that we were proposing, how much of the need is met, right? So we see that when we apply that, 64% of the street repair needs are met. The local control is now at 89% of those needs are met. The safe routes and pedestrians, which we also call active, 95% of that need is met. The urban and rural public transit, 96% of their need is met. The regional program, 70% of their need, and then environmental sustainability, and there wasn't nothing to apply that to. So next slide. So some of the allocation principles that went into the development of the plan, again, a focus on local choice and local control, making sure that there was flexibility, fix it first, again, the emphasis, reflecting what the voters said they were looking for, fix these roads. Again, no neighborhood left behind, a recognition that all neighborhoods throughout Fresno County need attention, so that was built into this. Focus on improving safety, recognizing the importance of equity as we put the transportation expenditure plan together. Next slide, please. So some of the things that are built into the plan to make sure that there is no neighborhood left behind is that right now we have no less than 30% of each agency's community streets program must be spent in disadvantaged areas. And those restrictions basically remain in effect until those areas have a minimum pavement condition index of 60. Those investments must continue till all areas reach 70 PCI. We've got performance measures to be implemented to monitor and ensure their success. And then the idea that the Transportation Authority is open to bonding and borrowing to accelerate the repairs, to get this money out on the streets as soon as possible. And then lastly, maybe most importantly, the recognition that the quicker that we can deliver these projects, the lower the cost will be, and the sooner the user will be able to benefit that. And I would suggest that's probably even more important today than when we did the slide, because inflation is like at 8%. So again, important that we get these improvements on the street as soon as possible. Next slide. So the question, these slides will deal with why 30 years and why 22, why we need to go this year. Next slide. So in terms of the revenue projection, so we looked at a 20-year projection, which would have raised $4 billion, and a 30-year at $6.8 billion. Well, next slide, please. The bottom line is that it would take all of a 20-year measure to reach the PCI index that we were targeting, right? So that would left no money for anything else. So that was a very big part of the discussion. Again, I mentioned that achieving the county PCI of 70 would take almost all of that 20-year measure. And with a 30-year measure, we're going to take about 50% of the proceeds to take care of the rehab needs. So that frees up, give or take, 50% for other things, right? A 30-year measure allows sufficient revenues to achieve a good PCI, again, target of 70, along with substantial funding for the other important modes of transportation, including public transit and active transportation. Next slide, please. So again, why 30 years? Again, there's I think we've calculated we have over $6 billion in existing investment in our existing street and road system. So we've got to protect that, right? So we've got to take care of it. And again, we know that if we can fix those roads, it will help lower the cost of owning and maintaining a vehicle, because potholes and roads that are beat up basically create hardships for autos and that the driver ends up having to fix. So again, when you're in a lower income situation, that's particularly hurtful. So again, another reason why it's important that we get these repairs out there and addressed as soon as possible. Again, the sooner you can address the problem, the cheaper the fix will be, and it will help lower the cost of maintaining the system for future generations, right? Well-maintained road system benefits public transit and active transportation because all modes use the roads to one degree or another. A well-maintained road system results in lower emissions of PM10 and PM2.5, right? That's basically dust. Maintaining streets in good condition and is less resource intensive than rebuilding streets, resulting in a more sustainable road system. Again, the idea, if you can get through the repair early, right, you can save yourself the cost of having to completely rebuild the street later. I mentioned earlier that the polling indicates that all durations of the measure, 20, 30, or until ended by voters, enjoy widespread support at 80%. The plan tonight is a 30-year plan. Next slide, please. So why 2022, you ask? And there's several reasons. One is right now the polling is incredibly high. Our pollsters tell us that they have never seen support this high for a road measure, right? A transportation sales tax focused on transportation. I like to think that reflects the good work that the previous measures have done, and the voters recognize that, and they want to move that forward. Again, 80% countywide, even when presented with negative arguments, right, about the measure, support still remains well into the 70s, okay? Again, kind of the benchmark is usually you'll hear that, you can count on 20% people are going to vote no matter what, right? But we find in this, it's 10% weigh in with that. So again, we'd like to believe that this is somewhat a result of the good things that Measure C has done. So that helps us in terms of getting this thing passed. There's no guarantee that support will be the same in 2024. Who knows what may take place in these next 2 years, either at a political level or at a federal level, state level. We really don't quite know, but it's clear that right now there is high public support for it with the voters, and so it seems to make a lot of sense. Approval in 2022 would allow the FCTA and our local agencies to bond and borrow and get those revenues, put them to work as soon as possible. Again, we want our users to realize the benefits as soon as possible. And then, as I mentioned, it lowers the cost of repairs. And then lastly, whenever you have a presidential elections, they tend to be divisive, shall we say, and it affects the turnout. So next slide, please. Okay, so this next slide, basically, it's clear that the voters have told us fix our road. That's the top priority. And in that regard, we believe that the plan is well thought out with substantial public input. It's targeted towards the highest needs, but has significant local control. It is flexible, adaptable, and accountable. The idea was to put the money in the hands of our member agencies and let them have the ability to make those decisions at the local level. We believe that's where those decisions are best made, as the locals understand their communities better than we certainly do at a regional level or altitude, shall we say. The plan is cost-effective, delivers projects faster, means lower cost. Better roads benefits all the modes of transportation. And we do believe that the goal of those opposed to 22 basically is to take the decision-making authority away from our elected officials. That seems to be a kind of a constant theme that we hear, is that they are unhappy with our process, and we're concerned about what that may entail. A 2024 plan would attempt to remove local control and decision-making. This plan gives maximum local control to those elected officials who represent the people. All right. And in addition, there are a number of bills being considered in Sacramento that would remove or reduce local control of the sales tax measures, right? So we believe it's critical to renew before all of those kick in. So next slide, please. What the Measure C renewal provide to the entire county. Okay, so this is a breakdown of all of what the member agencies would receive from the Measure C renewal program, the money that would be passed through to their local agencies. So you can see what that would mean for the different agencies. In total, there's about 5.67. Take a good look at those numbers, because that's what each of your cities would receive over the 30 years under the plan before you tonight. Next slide. So on the major road and highways program, the former regional program, so again, we have almost $1 billion of Measure C funds in there. But as I mentioned earlier, one of the strengths of our measure is that we are able to leverage it with the other state and federal funding sources. So the plan, basically, using kind of historical statistics and figures through we get money from the State Transportation Improvement Program, known as STIP. That's kind of our regional allowance. That's factored in there, 30 years of that. State Highway Operations and Preservation Program, that's known as the SHOP. That's the Caltrans program that provides maintenance and repair funding for their state highway system that they're the owner-operator of. There is also a program statewide, state local partnership program that we've been successful in getting funding for. We also pursue all of the, a number of different federal aid grants that come forward. Again, depending on the period of time, those change over time, but they're out there and we continue to pursue those. And then also, we factored in the Regional Transportation Mitigation Fee Program, which we have in place in this program as well. So all of those total up to about $2.5 billion, and those are split on a 75-25 formula, right? And right now it's currently 50-50 in the current measure, so that's a little bit of a difference. Next slide. So this is the regional program. I don't know if you can see those. These are urban Tier 1 projects. These are all the projects that basically will be focused in the Fresno, Clovis metropolitan area. I don't know if you can read those, but there's a lot of, we've heard a lot of comments about well, you're just, you're building more freeways. You're just, facilitating sprawl. And that's not the case. You're going to find that most of those projects, with the exception of a couple interchanges, are focused on our existing freeway corridors and how we can better manage and operate those, right, and maximize the capacity. We're not talking about expanding freeways. That's just not in the mix. We haven't heard that from our member agencies, that's what they're looking for, and that's certainly not what the state of California is looking for. So let's go with that next slide. And these are those projects mapped. Right, so you can see there the interchange improvements there along 41. That blue line basically identifies the different corridor improvements on 41 that are in the mix, as well as 180 and 168. So it's a combination of actual interchange projects, auxiliary lanes, and then some corridor management strategies and operational strategies that would be put into play. Next slide. This is the rural Tier 1 program, right? Same concept here. We have about $300 million worth of projects. These are focused on all of our, on the rural area, right? And so, again, when we look at our rural areas, we tend to look east side, west side. That kind of helps keep things straight. So you're going to see a number of projects there that are on both the east side and the west side. This next slide is, again, they're mapped. I'll speak to those. Next slide, please. Thank you. Again, there are improvements there. There are passing lanes on 180 West between Kerman and Mendota. There's a passing lane on 33 between Mendota and Firebaugh. There's money to continue with the connection of 180 to I-5. On the southwest part of the county, we have some improvements at the 5 Points interchange there. You can see on 269 and 145. We have improvements. There's a roundabout at 269 and 145 and 198. Right, just north of Huron. There's a passing lane there on 198 between the Moore Naval Air Station and I-5. And then lastly, out in Coalinga's neck of the woods, there's some improvements on Jane Avenue between Glen and I-5. So those are all the rural projects mapped. So there's about $300 million of those projects as well. So next slide. So in terms of the next steps in the process, basically we're here tonight to seek a recommendation from our COG board on the plan before them. And depending on the outcome, then the next step in the process is, although it's not reflected in this slide, the next step is it will go to the Board of Supervisors for their consideration of the plan, right? And then it would go to the Transportation Authority for their approval of the plan, and then it would go back to the Board of Supes in August for them to vote to approve it, to put it on the ballot. So, but the board has two different presentations. The first one is focused on them reviewing the plan, seeing if it works for them, and the second one is sort of ministerial in the sense that that's where they would be voting to place it on the ballot in November. Next slide. So the conclusion, next slide, please. So the proposed plan and its programs, in summary, have wide support with the two renewal committees and the public at large. They address the identified needs while providing significant local control over the spending decisions. It allows for early delivery of critical improvements through bonding or borrowing. Again, delivers projects faster, which equals lower cost and quicker community benefits. allows flexibility, right, now and in the future. It provides performance metrics that hold our member agencies accountable. Again, we believe that Measure C has been successful because we've delivered what we promised, right? Promises made, promises kept, and we've done that. And I think that's one of the reasons why we poll as well as we have. So we have measures built into the plan to ensure that oversight and accountability is still included, and then provides for the equitable distribution of projects and services throughout our region. And then lastly, it does not increase taxes. This is a continuation of our existing half-cent sales tax. So I think that's it. Now, I'm going to hold up right there. Let's just stop right there. So in terms of the staff recommendation, the staff is recommending tonight that our policy board recommend approval and sending it forward to the FCTA of the TWG EC plan that is before you. That same plan was supported by the technical working group, Measure C technical working group, the Measure C executive committee, the Fresno COG Transportation Technical Committee, which is basically all of our members, agencies, public works directors, and planning officials, and our Fresno COG Policy Advisory Committee, which is all of the city managers of our member agencies. So all of those groups think that the plan under consideration tonight is a solid plan and worthy of your support. So I'm going to stop right there and then open it up, turn it over to yeah, I'm done, yeah. So are there any questions or comments at this point?
Point of order?
Yes, go ahead.
I do have a question, Tony. I know we spoke earlier today, and in the last version that was coming up prior to this meeting, City of Fowler got 32 million. I see 29, and earlier we talked that I was gonna, my city was gonna wind up with more than we were getting originally with this measure. So can you tell me where that is coming in at, or how?
Well, I would need to see kind of,
I'm looking at this one. It says 29 million some on this one right here.
I think you need to look at the Fresno proposal, and
Yeah.
it is that first financial amount that you mentioned.
right.
Yeah.
Are you going to do your presentation? Okay, so
Okay.
I'm done with my.
I'm looking at the form. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I'm done. Mayor, do you want to step in here?
Point of order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, I was just going to announce that you were on, so please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sal Quintero, Board of Supervisors. I've been listening, but I've been having trouble getting through and unmuted and answering the roll call. So my apologies, but I've finally been able to get through. So I was there from the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We did see your phone number, but I know you were having trouble getting through. So for the record, he has been here the entire time. And I also know that Mayor Victor Lopez from the city of Orange Cove is also with us as well, for the record.
And
Okay.
Chair, if I may interrupt, we also
Yes.
have a hand raised by Mayor Hernandez. I believe she wants to speak.
Yes, please. Mayor Hernandez, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Tony, for that presentation. You actually answered a couple of my questions. One of them was specific around what was the urgency in getting approval to be able to put this on the November ballot, so thank you for that. I do have a question, though, regarding the executive committee members. I just see the list that was sent out to us, and it was also the one that you presented on the slide. Was there any opposition from some of the community members, or, I'm sorry, from the executive committee members when during this process?
Right, so the original staff recommendation for the exec committee, I believe, was what, 19 members, I think, Mike? Something like that. So, but anyway, we got feedback from the community saying, look, we need more community-based organizations to be involved. And so we basically ended up, I think we were at 8 or 9 by the time it was done. I think that final number was 32. So we did respond to the concern that we heard from the CBOs, and they were added to the process and participated in the process until we got to the tail end, and then they withdrew and stepped aside. So that was sort of how all that played out.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is because during the last few meetings, we've spoke about Measure C. Some of the community-based organizations that are on the executive committee have been part of some of the opposition comments. That's why I was asking if there was any opposition during the planning stages of this. Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, and Mayor Dyer?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I want to first off say thank you to Tony Bourne. He does an incredible job being able to balance all the demands and needs of the various entities, jurisdictions that are on the COG, as well as Mike Leonardo balancing all the needs of those that are represented on the FCTA. So thank you to both of you, and I want to say thank you to all the COG members for not just being here tonight, but throughout and the work that you've done. We've done a lot of analysis. My staff and I have, particular Scott Mosier from our Public Works. He is our director and quite frankly, a brilliant individual and a guru at numbers. And since this proposal was originally made and voted upon, I might add, by the committee, we've looked at some of the impacts that would have on various jurisdictions to include Fresno. And specifically with Fresno, the impact that it has on transit, that it being reduced from 19.66% down to 12%. And although we are appreciative of the additional flexible dollars that have been placed here for local control, when we look at how those dollars are weighted between the two pots, in order for us to keep our transit whole in Fresno, it would cause us to have to use a significant portion of those local control dollars, which would ultimately take away from some of the other dollars that, or other needs that we have that were reduced, such as environmental sustainability, our active transportation, trails, some of those things. So we've taken a hard look at this, and as many of you know, we've had a series of meetings with Tony and Mike to try to come up with what we think to be a better alternative that would be more beneficial. So I'd like to present that tonight. But before we do and provide those benefits, I just wanted to talk about what some of those benefits are in general. Number one, this alternative that we're going to be providing to you shortly provides more funding, overall funding, to every single city in Fresno County. It also provides more flexibility to how those dollars are used under the rehabilitation so that we can do complete streets. In our city jurisdictions, we do sidewalks, curbs, and gutters, as well as paving in our neighborhoods. That's very, very important, especially when you consider our kids walking to and from school, the importance of keeping them out of the street and walking on sidewalks. And so this alternative will do that. It also increases the overall flexibility of the dollars that are under the local control, so that we can address some of the specific needs within each of our jurisdictions. One thing I've learned in this process, how unique we all are. The smaller cities, the larger cities, the county versus the cities. And so some of those needs need to be addressed, such as bike lanes, trails, transit, sidewalks, street lights, environmental sustainability. So we have put together a program that allows for more flexibility in addressing those individual needs within our jurisdictions. 4, restores an annual baseline of $100,000 annually for each and every jurisdiction. Our current measure has a $100,000 baseline in there. That's important to our smaller cities, because sometimes the money that is allocated to our smaller cities on an annual basis isn't enough to get to complete a street. And so this, a guaranteed $100,000 to each jurisdiction, is something that we have put back into this program. 5, it provides for local hiring. Both of the measures do, actually. 6 is it addresses our most disadvantaged neighborhoods with a minimum of 30% funding for those neighborhoods that are oftentimes left behind as a result of much of the urban sprawl that we've seen in our city and other cities. And 7, it does not change the previously agreed upon funding by percentage in each of the categories. I think that's important because we did vote on that. And so we are going to present something that is consistent with that. Number 8, it does change the allocation overall, though, based between the cities and the county. Currently, the measure says 75% population and 25% road miles. We're going to be making a recommendation to change in 2 categories. On the street rehabilitation, it would go to an 80% population and 20% road miles. And then on the local control piece that we can utilize for sidewalks and trails and street lights, since it's not really geared towards street maintenance, we think that should be 100% population based. And that, again, helps all of the smaller jurisdictions. I will say, quite frankly, and I'm going to put this slide up, it does reduce overall funding to Fresno County, and I've had a conversation with them. And however, we believe, based on our current tax sharing agreements that we have in place, anytime we annex property into one of our cities from the county, the cities get 38% of the property tax from that annexation and increased property value. The county gets 62%. And as many of us know, when we annex, whether it's industrial or residential, we end up having to put in a lot of all of the infrastructure, the water, the sewer, the street paving, the sidewalks, the street lights, and the 38%, quite frankly, doesn't cover that, especially when you include police and fire services to that. So we are confident that that will offset it. And I want to pause there for a second to just say thank you to the county, to their leadership, to Sal Quintero, to Buddy Mendez, to Steve Brandow, to Nathan Magsig, to Brian Pacheco. I've had conversations with them about the need to look at this differently, and I want them to know publicly we're committed, should this measure pass, of working with them on our tax sharing agreement, to working with them on future annexation projects, working with them on our housing numbers for affordable housing. We're committed to doing that with the county of Fresno. And there is a minor modification in our Tier 1 projects under regional, but I say minor, and it's done for the purpose of really ensuring that we do impact traffic congestion without allowing for urban sprawl. We've had a lot of urban sprawl, and it has impacted us locally, but it's only $45 million change out of about $800 million in our Tier 1 projects. And it does not alter any other regional projects for any of the jurisdictions, whether the county or the other cities, and it still remains at a 15% allocation. So before I introduce Scott, I want to put up the one slide, the first slide, and the second one. How's that? And these are the increases that you will see that go to each of the jurisdictions under this plan. You can see Clovis, an extra $20.9 million over 30 years. Coalinga, $7.4 million. Fireball, $4.3 million. And Fireball would be a big winner. That's a 12.6% increase under current allocations. Fowler, $1.5 million increase. Fresno, 86.9. That's a 3.8% increase. The same with Huron, another big winner, 18.4% increase. Kerman, 12.3%. Kingsburg, 9%, an additional 4.7 million. Mendota, 13.9% increase. Orange Cove, 14.3%. Parlier, 11.5%. Reedley, 7.6%. San Joaquin, 17.2% increase. Sanger, 9.9% with an additional 10.3 million over 30 years. And Selma with $8.4 million increase, and that's at 8.4% increase. And you can see down below there is a decreased revenue as we looked at this. It's $185 million for Fresno County. Again, we believe that will be offset with some of the things we're working with them on. And I do understand that maybe these dollar figures may have to be adjusted because they were based on perhaps 2020 populations. So we may have to, but the dollar amount would stay the same in order to make that happen, and be more than happy to work with your staff, Tony and Mike, to make sure we finalize this. So with that, I'd like to bring up my Public Works Director, Scott Mosier, who is going to go into more detail on this plan. Scott?
All right, and good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Scott Mosier, City of Fresno Public Works Director. So it's a pleasure to be with you tonight, and just want to say thanks in advance for the time and consideration. As Mayor Dyer had shared, we did work long and hard on this just to go through and try to find a plan that would be the best for our region. So I want to elaborate on Mayor's initial comments. All right, let me step forward. All right, I want to elaborate a little bit on Mayor Dyer's comments. So we did find as City of Fresno a lot of positive aspects of the COG plan. One is an emphasis on existing neighborhoods, 51% of the total program for neighborhoods and street repair rather than building new roads and sprawl and such. Also, as Tony Boren touched upon, there is a disadvantaged neighborhood component that we strongly support at 30% minimum requirement. We believe that's very appropriate. And also, again, as Tony had touched on, the county is very different than we were in the 1980s. And so the need for that regional program way up at 30% is not there. And so we concur that's appropriate, dropping that down to 15% as presented. All right, and again, as Mayor Dyer had shared, in the alternative, we've shown on the table side by side, the City of Fresno, we're not recommending any changes in those allocation percentages by each program, where the proposal from staff before you has transit at 12%. City of Fresno is concurring and recommending 12%, and that can work with the other changes that we're recommending. Again, we included in our presentation tonight a side-by-side of the current Measure C by percentage, the 2007 to 27 program, just so we can be clear on some reasons why these are important. Again, a big positive with increasing the local street repair up to 51%. But as you go down to the third line, public transit today is 19.66%. And we cannot say that we have met all the transit needs. And in fact, that 96% statistic about needs being met, we don't believe that's actually true. Our transportation department, Fresno Area Express, receives numerous requests for additional routes. There are people who cannot get from their home to their place of employment. There are needs for additional services, and I know even on the rural side, the same is often true. As noted, there is no provision in the new plan for a set-aside on senior ADA taxi script. On the van pools, that's proposed actually to roll into transit and leave each agency with that decision to keep it, modify it, or eliminate it, which is very difficult. So in fact, that cut to transit is in fact a little bit greater on that note. So that's a comparison on those. So why are we here? There are some shortcomings that we've seen in the plan. One is, as Mayor Dyer mentioned, a small change just in our urban Tier 1 project list. We believe there are a couple in the plan we'll show you on a slide that really are too far oriented towards new growth, and we need to address more existing issues for our population, for our community. We believe some clarity is needed on local hire requirements, also on the transit-oriented development program, just some clarification. Third point that has been mentioned in the media, there's been some discussion about the revenue, Measure C revenue, growing so much that in fact transit would be able to withstand a 39% reduction in what share of the overall pot, the program that it receives. And we've taken a hard look at that. We went back, we looked at 10 years of revenue, and yes, indeed, Measure C revenue has grown, but we cannot say that that has grown and outpaced inflation. Think real world issues, just like wages, cost of electricity, cost of fuel, health and welfare expenses, construction costs, materials, everything. And in fact, often as we looked at a 10 years to the past, oftentimes those real world cost increases are outpacing the problem. If that were not true, none of the agencies would have any problems with general fund, public safety, parks, you name it. We would not have those issues. So we don't see that going forward. We see if we were flipping the switch right now from the old plan to the new plan, right, new fiscal year going from June to July, transit absolutely would be facing a 39% cut under the initial plan before you. So with that, let me go to the next slide as to some shortcomings. One that has not been talked about often in the meetings, in the workshops, is just the formula. The current Measure C has, I suspect this is little known, but each agency, right off the top, the first $1.6 million that comes in is actually distributed 16 ways evenly, whether you're the city of Fresno, the county, or our smallest agencies, whether it's San Joaquin or Huron. They all receive the first 100,000 evenly. After that, the rest of the revenue today is distributed by these formulas. The initial proposal before you this evening as a board actually would have eliminated that. So although lots of revenue coming in for each agency, for small cities, large cities, for repair, that actually would have lowered the percentage that small cities would have received as compared to today. So City of Fresno, this specific change is actually not revenue beneficial to City of Fresno, but we believe it's the right thing to do. So in the numbers you'll see, but that would be restored on street maintenance, that $100,000 baseline for each agency. Also, the inability for agencies to choose to repair curbs and sidewalks when undertaking neighborhood or street projects. We believe that's an important part of local choice for each jurisdiction. And no requirement to do that. If an agency wants to spend 100% on asphalt, there'd be freedom to do that. So here's just a solution. So what are the specific components? And Mayor touched on these briefly. I just want to reiterate some of these points. One is the baseline. And that is beneficial, keeps that same equity, that same ratio that we have today in the plan. Also, as noted, the current formula, what was before you, would distribute money like street repair and flexible dollars based upon 75% weighted to the population, 25% to the road miles. We believe a more equitable distribution is 80% population and 20% road miles. Also, again, allowing agencies that freedom to both repair curbs, gutters, and sidewalks as part of their street repair allocation, and when repaving, to be able to address complete streets. Next slide. Also the plan, we believe the local control, that funding allocation that could provide money for transit, that's absolutely the right way to go. As City of Fresno, we found we simply just could not make that work. We'd be faced with very difficult choices of either cutting significantly public works, street type services, or we'd be cutting transit services. So the way to address that, rather than shuffling the numbers on the total program, would be simply adjusting that formula. How do the local choice flexible dollars get allocated? And we believe, as Mayor Dyer mentioned, since it's not related to road miles, since it's not primarily related to street repairs, that really is most appropriate based upon where the population is, 100% related to that. So to recap, these are, once again, this is a slide we went over earlier, benefits to each of the cities overall. On transit, so just wanted to recap again, going from 19.66% allocation down to 12, that is truly a 39% cut. And although we wish revenue could simply grow enough to take care of any issue and receive a lower portion, that just simply is not fiscal reality. So that's why we brought that solution forward. A little bit about facts for those unfamiliar, but rather some interesting statistics. Right pre-COVID, we were at 10.5 million passenger trips. 25% of that ridership is on the bus rapid transit lines, which incidentally was a $56 million project leveraging $16 million in local funding. So thanks to Measure C and the ability to make that happen, the city in this case, and the region benefits all the riders who use BRT. We are able to bring in $40 million in outside funding to deliver that. Our high frequency routes are at 21% of the ridership. We have 18 total routes in the city, and again, we have numerous requests throughout different parts of the community for additional routes. Wanted to highlight also, as COG Board, you regularly review things like the regional transportation plan, sustainable community strategies. Those bank on those air quality improvements upon taking vehicles off the road, upon transit. And so we do, as an agency, we do partner. And for example, with the project below, that was an infill project, now open, now occupied near Blackstone and McKinley, near a transit station built with a lot of state housing dollars. So we are seeking to partner with more and more to emphasize true transit-oriented development. An interesting statistic also is, as far as the passengers in surveys, 70% indicate they have no access to a car or other vehicle. So a big concern would be what happens with those 70% if we're forced to cut transit services and they do not have an alternative. All right, wrapping up here. So on the Tier 1 urban program, again, the City of Fresno is not recommending any changes in dollars to the program, funding levels. We're not recommending any changes which would impact either our fellow city of Clovis urban projects or any project on the rural list whatsoever. We just, in careful consideration, we're seeking to remove 2 projects. One is Grantland Avenue, which would extend essentially the Veterans Boulevard improvements all the way down to 180. We believe that's fully growth related and not appropriate in the measure plan. We're seeking to reduce funding on the Temperance Corridor by $20 million and instead address some really key issues for the community. West of 99, our east-west corridors, Shaw, Ashland, Clinton, and McKinley, just to address bottlenecks, lack of sidewalks, lack of school connectivity. There's a group that has named themselves Forgotten Fresno. Regular community meetings west of 99. Number one issue is always about bottlenecks and difficulty of getting from point A to B, road safety, and especially lack of connectivity with sidewalks and schools. So that is the reason asking for that, not to help build out the area for new subdivisions or anything like that. We have a very healthy development impact fee program. We in fact just increased our fees on new development as an agency. And lastly, there was public testimony comment earlier, not this evening, but through the committee processes about the Blackstone corridor and smart mobility improvements, which is essentially complementing bus rapid transit and infill development, converting that, adding protected bike lanes, adding additional pedestrian crossings. So we're seeking to incorporate $5 million into that Tier 1 program. Again, I'll be brief wrapping up with the TOD program. I'll simply touch on this slide, transit-oriented development. City of Fresno just simply believes that in the program, we should really be emphasizing and memorializing the guidelines for true TOD, which deal with density and proximity to transit corridor. We're not seeking to keep all of that development in Fresno. We're always very keen on applying for funds and making projects like Blackstone, McKinley happen. But really, City of Fresno, we're here to support everyone in implementing TOD. We really believe in that. With local hire, there's been some recent discussions on that, and I think our goal recommendation to the board would simply be that the expenditure plan provide for the ability to establish local hiring goals. We're not looking to be prescriptive with that, but we simply want to promote a plan that does not preclude that opportunity, that creates the opportunity for that decision to be made to allow a local hiring goal. So in summary, just lastly in closing, the key features, why are we here recommending these changes? One, again, no changes to the program funding levels, no impacts to the urban or rural regional projects and programs. We seek to restore that equity for the smaller cities, our partner agencies that we see in the plan today. We're seeking to provide flexibility for each agency. Again, as people in surveys, testimony, people want their neighborhoods fixed, want things addressed, and that usually means don't just pave my street, but if there are broken, just crumbling infrastructure, curbs and gutters and such, the expectation is, as an agency, we should be providing that as well. We believe this plan provides what's needed to address pavement conditions. There are increased funding levels for every city. And I do want to note the county road repair funding in the plan with Fresno's recommended changes does remain at over $1 billion over the 30-year period. And that's a 79% greater share, not dollar-wise, because that would be inflation and that's not apples to apples, but it's a 79% greater share than county road maintenance has in the current Measure C, so which we strongly support, increasing that. And again, protecting transit and avoiding those severe cutbacks. So again, we touched on no changes in the funding, and I will leave the board with this slide, which just shows the benefits to our fellow member agencies. Thank you for the time, and the staff were available for any questions.
Thank you, Scott. If I might add just one piece, I do want folks to know the City of Fresno's commitment to public transportation. We fully recognize that there are people who depend 100% on our public transportation to get to the doctor, to get to school, to get to stores, to do a number of things. And so we are committed under the current plan. We would have had to use about 11% of our local control dollars of the 18 just to make our transit whole. Under this new measure that we're proposing, our alternative, we would still have to use about $340 million of that, I believe, over 30 years to keep our transit whole. And we would still have funding there to take care of environmental sustainability, our bike lanes, our trails, as well as some other flexible dollars in there. So we believe this is a good plan, and we'd love the support of our COG this evening after public comment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. Are there any questions from board members?
Madam Chair, Clovis. I did hear an alternative funding source for the Grantland Avenue Tier 1 project, but I didn't hear one for the Temperance Tier 1, that one you want removed. What would that be? Or is it just to concentrate on the Blackstone BRT corridor?
Yes, in regards to the Temperance Corridor, the current proposal has about $30 million in the plan for Temperance Avenue. And as the city, we believe that really two-thirds, the $20 million we're proposing to remove, really should be borne by new development. And so we saw that the Measure C component, again, that is a county island today, the section that's in the plan from 180 up to Clinton Avenue. It's not in the city. It's a county island and it has a lot of traffic funneling through it from Clovis development, Southeast Fresno development, all in that area. So there's some need for public funding to address bottlenecks and gaps, but we believe new development should shoulder the majority of that.
So the solution, the alternative funding is just like Grantland. You will rely on development
Yes.
as the city grows into that county island.
Absolutely, and that area actually is included in our development impact fee program. So as dollars are collected, those developer fees can be used to widen that road and build out what's needed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
City of Kerman?
Yeah, I had a question on the alternative of adding the 100,000 per agency. Can you define what an agency is?
Absolutely. And if COG or FCTA staff feel a need to add anything, they're very familiar with the regular workings of that. So an agency is all 15 cities plus Fresno County. And today, that's the way the dollars are distributed. For example, today, I think in the street maintenance category of Measure C, I believe the countywide comes in about 13, maybe about 13 million in the street maintenance line item. I know City of Fresno picks up about 6. So I believe it's about 13 million. So out of those funds today, the first 1.6 come in and are distributed 100,000 per agency. Then what's left, so in that example, 13 minus 1.6, then that's distributed by formula. And that was proposed to go away. So so by that going away initially, actually, the larger agencies would have benefited from a straight up formula, population, road mile. But we believe that equity was important and it should be in the plan. Smaller agencies should continue to receive similar numbers percentage-wise.
Well, I
to what's
believe the
there
reason
today.
why it was deleted was no city of the 15 incorporated cities were under that $100,000 threshold, so there's no use for it.
And just
so what I would say is, if Fresno County only gets 100,000, what happens to Delray, Tombstone, Calwa, Cantua, Creek, Lennar? They get left in the cold because they have to split $100,000 between 11 communities that aren't incorporated, whereas all the incorporated cities qualify for over the 100,000. So the qualification was basically useless because everybody qualified. I think that's why it was left off. And not to say that, oh, we want to take care of everybody, because everybody was taken care of because the commission split went equally to everybody.
Understood. And just to clarify, the way that program works today, it's not a minimum distribution to each agency. That would be saying, let's take it all by formula, and then if anyone is below the line, let's bring them up to that minimum level. That's actually not how that functions. Okay. It actually functions as basically there's a 100,000 per agency that's just split 16 ways today. So in effect, the smaller agencies receive today a higher percentage of the total pot than the straight up road mile population. The larger agencies wind up being a little bit of a donor in that. But without that, we just, as City of Fresno, we didn't feel that that was the most equitable.
Yeah, and the other thing was on your proposal, the local control and flexibility of 100% based on population. One of the issues that Measure C was good about was in 86 and 2006, it was based on population and road miles in the county. So while Fresno, according to Fresno, got the short end of the stick, based on the roads in Fresno County, all the smaller communities got a fair share based on distribution. Your population's 53%, you got 47%. But it took into account that people drove into Fresno, and we had to take care of the roads. When you do 100% control based on your for the transit, it doesn't take into account our roads for transit also. So I would say that it was brokered at 75-25. Why cut it to 100% for transit? Because it basically artificially inflates Fresno's portion.
And if I might add, Brianna, City Clerk, if we might pull the last slide back, or Amanda, back up. So actually, almost every agency has a greater share of the countywide population than the road miles. So by percentage, with this change, I do want to highlight by percentage, even though sure the dollar amount to Fresno is greater by percentage. And yes, that was actually, thank you. We're almost there, back on the percentages. So if I might highlight that, with these changes, City of Fresno would gain 3.8% on the revenue, and that's actually the smallest number of the adjustments. Again, for example, Coalinga at plus 10.6%, Firebaugh 12.6%, going on down the line, Kerman 12.3% increase in that, and that's really that equity provision. The going to 100% population based on the local control dollars, it actually does also work to the benefit. And I'm sure Mr. Leonardo Oborn can verify that from all the tables
But
and
anytime you
data.
push on a balloon, one end gets a short end, the other end gets expanded. So while we're pushing $187 million left and right, somebody's getting the short end of the balloon, somebody's getting the big end of the balloon. So I just want to make sure that when we agree to this or disagree to this, everybody knows what's going on this balloon.
And yet, very excellent point. As Mayor Dyer had mentioned, full disclosure, the note on the slide, the county, Fresno County revenues would decrease under that proposal.
So they get the short balloon then.
I have a question. So I know that it also affects our communities because we have county areas that also will be neglected. So even though we are receiving more, what about those areas that are going to be neglected and not be taken care of by the county? Who is going to be responsible for those areas of road constructions? Like one example that I mentioned earlier to Tony was Manning for Parlier. One side of Manning is city limits. The other side of Manning is county. So when we do our repairs, one side is always nice, and then the other one takes a little longer to come out to repair it. So if funds are being cut from the county, who is going to be ultimately responsible to take care of those areas? Yes, we will be receiving some of those funds, but I do get calls when it's that close to our city limits. Some of the residents don't understand that it's not part of the city, it's part of the county. So who will be responsible for that?
And with respect to county roads, county obviously is still responsible on those. The funding level is significantly higher than today. We all recognize challenges and shortfalls in dollars for road repairs such as Manning Avenue, very important corridor. So the county would still have the $1 billion program. That is, again, a 79% higher share than their current, by percentage, their current allocation. So the resources would still be significantly increased. And these are the trade-offs.
Where are they getting these increase from if we're taking from them? How would we see that? What's the numbers? That's what I would like to know. How is it going to be? How are they receiving other funds to, cover the difference? That's what we don't know.
Correct. The slide before you does show, just with respect to Measure C, for those two categories, how that would affect each city and Fresno County. Once again, without these dollars, at least the city of Fresno, we'd be the local flexible program. That's just simply not sustainable. That is representing a really 40% cut in services, and together with the loss of a program at COG for any of the senior ADA, taxi script, any of the rural farm worker van pools, with all of that going away, that's a pretty significant hit, and there would be routes lost. A significant number, as I understand from my colleagues in that expertise.
I understand that Mayor Fast of Reedley would like to speak. Have a question?
Yes, this is Mayor Mary from Reedley, and this is the first time that I've seen this. I've seen the COG presentation many times already. So was this presentation, the City of Fresno presentation, given to all the different groups that have been meeting and discussing this over the last 2 years? Have you been working on this? And my last question is, why is this coming the night that we're proposing to approve this, the other plan?
I can address that. There's been a number of alternatives that we've looked at over the last few weeks that we have had conversations with both the county and Clovis, as well as Tony Bourne and Mike Leonardo. None of those were acceptable. And so we were continuing to try to come up with alternatives to include through yesterday. And so yes, you're right, we did not have an opportunity to present it to the entire COG, but that is the purpose of tonight's meeting, is to present it in detail as an alternative.
But wasn't Fresno a part of, wasn't your staff a part of these meetings over the last 2 years? And why is it
No.
now just at the end?
The answer's no. And when you say 2 years, I think that's very misleading, because this process started perhaps 17, 18 months ago, but it was a
Okay, year and a
process.
half, Sorry.
Yeah, so this process, as you recall, in many of the meetings, it was about who's going to be a part of the Measure C3 renewal, which community groups, and so that dominated much of our discussions. In terms of the looking at dollars and how those dollars were going to be split, that wasn't until the last few months. And the percentages by category do not change in this plan. What was not discussed, at least to my recollection, was the split between cities and counties on the revenue based on population and road miles. That is what's different in this plan.
So the technical group, your city did not have a part in that technical group that came up with all these suggestions?
They did, and Scott Mosier was part of that, and as I recall, voted against that particular measure, or at least voiced concerns about the allocation.
I'm just having, I feel like we've been broadsided here tonight. Sorry.
And I will personally apologize for that. This is a 30-year measure, and we want to get it right. And if it means we took a little bit of extra time here, and unfortunately, we did not intend to broadside anyone. We've been having communications with Mike and Tony in hopes of coming up with a reasonable alternative in lieu of going to 2024. So we've presented, and it's up to the COG board to make that decision tonight after the public comment.
Thank you.
Chair Roman, I'd like to hear from the county, if possible.
Okay. Supervisor Quintero, would you like to speak?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for everybody that made comments, as well as the folks that have shown up for this meeting. Our position, and Mary, to you, I guess it's been a work in progress with the city of Fresno in terms of them trying to find something that'll work. Wasn't really presented to me until yesterday. It was a proposal, and so my comments were, I believe you need to notify about the proposal to our chairman, and because he is the chair, and then also to meet with Mike and Tony with this proposal. I said it's my understanding is that everybody was at the table and came up with a plan. Everybody approved it, and then as I mentioned to the mayor, it just seems like it's kind of a last minute type of deal, and it's I don't know how it's going to fly with the other cities, but if you think it's better, that's your thoughts, but it's up to the COG board to make a decision. So that's where it's at, and I wanted to wait and see about what proposal was coming on, and I did feel too that I said it's kind of a little late in the game, but let's see if there's a better plan that we can all accept.
And also for the record, this is the first time that I've seen this plan as well being presented, just like all of you. I was not given it beforehand.
Madam Chair, Clovis?
Yes.
Then Fowler.
I have a question, maybe for Mr. Mosier, regarding the transit-oriented development as proposed by Fresno. What cities would benefit from your alternative?
And Mayor, that could be any city. That could
Any
be-
city? You're telling me any city can have this type of criteria to be located in an urban area on a site that has either been previously developed or adjoined existing major urban uses on at least 75% of the site's perimeter? That's not in every city. I know the cities that are represented here, and not even Clovis qualifies for most of the criteria here.
And again, urban area is not to say the urban area, really just urban uses around it.
So who would qualify?
So most definitely, City of Fresno would qualify for that. It's been our hope to see, for example, in City of Clovis, it's been our hope to see high quality transit service continuing down Shaw Avenue, serving Clovis Old Town. I believe there was a project in Clovis received TOD funding, and that would still qualify under those provisions.
Which one?
I spoke with, I don't recall the name, that was a high-density multifamily development in the existing core of Clovis. But I do not recall the name of the project. The planning director, Renee Mathis, could speak. I know she's remote, but I do recall there was a project awarded TOD funding in Clovis, and that would still qualify today.
Okay, because I don't see any of your guidelines. I don't think Clovis can meet some of them. So, and we won't meet them for a while. Even Clovis, we're the second largest city in this county. And so I know for a fact that other cities will not be eligible for this money whatsoever. The only city that will be eligible because of the different corridors will be Fresno, and that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members?
Well, I'll take his word for it, saying he said any first, right? But he didn't mention anything else. Maybe he mentioned Clovis a little, but back to small communities, nothing. So any means to me any city. And then you're asked again. Interesting. Thank you.
If I may.
City of Fowler.
When it comes to benefits to other cities of Fresno alternative, City of Fowler, we're very low. We get 1.5 million. And I understand why, after having a little bit of discussions on the side, it's because we've annexed more streets. And as a result, I have more liability. The more county roads, the more money they get. I have some cities that are 2,000 people less than I do, and they get double. But as a whole, on the impact on the alternative, I still wind up going from 29 to 32 million. And I do benefit my city. So I know it was last minute, but even though I'm on the short end of the stick on the alternative route here, as a whole, my city does benefit. So I know we didn't have as much time to vet it, but I'm okay with it.
Any other members, any other comments on this item?
Yes, Chair,
Yes.
Sal Quintero again for Mary Fast, Mayor. My point was getting with that in my conversation with Mayor Dyer, and I said if it's a proposal that's going to help all the cities to bring in more revenue to help them out and getting their projects done for their communities, then that's something that needs that would be good in proposing it, because if it means more money, that means more jobs, as well as improvements to each of the communities. So then my comment was, go ahead and present your proposal. The questions are going to come, but also it's like the mayor just stated, it benefits their community in one way. So that's the thing that we have to look at is the big picture, as a region. So that's the other part I wanted to add.
And I understand that. This is Mary from Reedley, but it would benefit us small amount. But then I look at right outside our city limits, our city is fairly small. There are the county roads, and those are the ones, many of them, that need to be repaired. So then we're cutting back on the county funding. So who's going to take up that slack?
Right. That's the other part that we're going to have to work on and work on with our board, our supervisors board and public works to work hand in hand with each city that has that.
Mayor Leone for the city of Huron.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. I would say good evening, but the sun's nice and bright outside. Mayor Leon here, Huron, and it just seems that I got more questions. I got a lot more questions. I don't think we have enough time to vent all the questions and look into all the figures. But last night I had a meeting with a small coalition of parents here in Huron, and their issue was transit. And this is, it's kind of like just hearing the same, issue that I was hearing in the early 2000s, in terms of not enough public transit available for parents. A lot of parents still got to go to Fresno, and that's, I think, from all of our cities. And with the program that I got in the nonprofit, we take parents to medical appointments, but that's what we focus on alone. But there's many other items, many other essential appointments that parents, families need to attend. But the public transit, not because of a lacking on our rural agency, but more so because of the lack of resources. I remember a long time ago when I shared the story to the COG, long before I was mayor, of my experience as a child going with my mom to Fresno in one of the buses, and we took 3 hours to get there, and it was just grueling. And the response was that we just don't have the resources, But I think what we will, or what is intended to be Christmas once again, is I think a similar budget. That once again puts us in a situation where it will undermine the robust public transit system or strategy that could, not make us say the same thing we did 20 years ago, right? That we don't have enough resources. I think, it seems like a lot of we're being provided the resources, not to 100%. And I think that's for everyone. And the assumption is that the county should get 100%, but then, the cities will not, and put us in the situation of the struggle for the need of more public transit or bike lanes or inner city bike trails or what have you. So it's kind of like, all right, well, there's obviously a negotiation that's been happening. I think with the information, the data that I've been provided today, kind of makes me raise a brow, makes me raise both brows. And it seems like we just need to have more conversation. I keep hearing that if we don't pass it this year, we're not going to pass it. But from what I've been observing is that the public has is awake, is listening, and is watching, and the supposed percentage of being able to pass this measure this year is really high. But will it be that high if the opposition is at the level that was not taken into account? So I just think we have time. We could discuss this further. We need to figure this out because I don't want to. It's 30 years. Most of us aren't going to be around in 30 years. 30 years. Yeah, it's going to be millions of dollars this way, but it's more money the other way. But we want to lock in a system that is more ideal for our rural families that work really hard and travel to the county seat to put money into Fresno, but we got to get there, and many times there's not a way to do it. So I don't know. I just think we do need more time. I think if we do it together, we'll be successful still, even when it's a presidential election. Because if we do it together, then it's going to be way stronger. For all of us.
Thank you, Mayor.
Chair.
Is there anyone else on the board members that have any other comments before I open up to public comment?
Yes, Chair. We have Mayor Hernandez.
Okay, Mayor Hernandez.
Yes, thank you, Chair. The only comment I have is specifically for the public. I know we're going to open it up to them and give them all an opportunity to speak. I'm interested in hearing specifically why there is opposition with approving the measure tonight. The last few meetings, we've heard people say, what's the rush? There needs to be, does there need to be more community engagement? Is that the ask? Is the ask to engage the young adults more? What is the ask? And I think, that's the question to the community members that are present tonight. I'm eager to hear some specifics as to why they're opposing or asking for delay of this vote tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other board member comments?
Madam Chair, I'd like
yes,
to
go ahead.
say something.
Senator Singer.
Yeah. First, I'd like to commend Scott Mosier for this plan and Mayor Dyer. I do feel it's the first time I'm seeing this, but it sounds fair and prudent. I know for my city, for any municipality, that you must allocate 51% to street repair. I like that. I like lowering the MC3 to 15%, which would help my municipality. We're gaining about 10% on this, which equates to about 10.3 million. And that can help out my city a lot. And with that extra 10.3, I'd love to partner with the county on those roads that are on our border. And I think that could be achievable with this plan. But I'd like to hear from the public.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Any other board members? Okay. So at this time, I'm going to open it up for public comment. I will call on speakers in the room first, and then in the order listed on Zoom. We do ask that you keep your comments brief, to the point, and to not be repetitive. If your point has already been made by another speaker, please simply tell us your name, city or town, organization you represent, and whether you support or oppose the action tonight. If the conversation becomes unduly repetitive, we may ask that you refrain from reinstating earlier points and simply indicate your support or opposition of the measure. So I have a stack here. Oh, you got more here. Thank you very much. Of the comment cards. So when I call up your name, you will come up to the front. There is, let me just make sure I'm doing this right here. There will be one bell, correct? You'll hear a bell for 1 minute remaining, and then you'll hear 2 bells when your time is up. Does everybody got that one? Okay. And when I call out your name to come up, I promise I will do my best to pronounce your name correctly. And so hang in there with me as I do my best. And please feel free to correct me too if I haven't said your name correctly. So, okay, we will start again in the room first, and just come up when I call your name. So first I have Mary Ann Cast. I feel like the price is right. Come on down. Oh, 1 second. Your microphone's not on.
So sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Mary Ann Cast. I'm with the League of Women Voters of Fresno. And I'm here today to tell you why we oppose the Measure C Renewal Expenditure Plan. And in fact, I'm going to add both plans. Over the years, the League of Women Voters has developed positions or policies, if you will, on local transportation issues. In 1986, following a year-long study of local transportation needs, and with the consensus of our membership, we adopted our first local transportation position. That position has been revised and revisited multiple times over the past 34 years, but it remains the foundation for our League's advocacy on local transportation to this day. First, our position demands public involvement in transportation planning. The planning for this renewal of the county transportation tax has not been a good example of public process. The two committees have been heavily populated by government staff and elected officials. The expenditure plan outlines were written by staff and presented to the committees. Attempts to discuss transportation policy, equity, and environmental impacts were shut down in the interest of time. Questions and suggestions raised in the committee meetings were omitted from minutes, so there's no record of public attempts to participate. Information garnered in public open houses and surveys were not made available to the working group, technical working group, until the meetings were almost concluded. This has not been a genuine public process. Next, our position calls for incentives to promote the use of public transportation and local funding to assure that good transportation. By this, we mean systems that provide realistic alternatives to single-car travel. This does not, neither plan adequately funds public transit, nor does it address serious concerns for climate resiliency and the need to improve the valley's air quality. It's clear to me that many issues are unresolved, both on the city plan and from the county plan, and that neither proposal addresses some critical issues. What's the rush? Invite the public to give their opinion, and let's develop a plan that works for all.
Thank you. I'm going to call the first name, and then I'm call two more names. That way we have people lined up, so we're ready to go. We can get this moving a little faster. So Anthony Molina, Destiny Sandoval, and then Stan Santo. And those are the order we'll take those. So Anthony, go ahead. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. I'm Anthony Molina. As a physician concerned with the public health impacts of our transportation system, I'm concerned that the Measure C 3 renewal plan is drafted, and I prepared these comments before the alternative was proposed, but I'm concerned that it does not measure up to the hopes and expectations of Fresno voters. The rush to finalize the draft raised some questions about the language preventing anything besides using the pavement, sacrificing the transit, the sidewalks, the curbs and gutters. So I think it's a noble aspiration to maintain the pavement condition index at a minimum satisfactory standard. As an advocate for active transportation, it's disappointing to consider squandering this once-in-a-generation opportunity to boost active and transit spending. As currently proposed, it seems to assume that single occupancy vehicle use will not substantially change over the next 30 years. This will undoubtedly limit us to the current mode of share in the future. So with all due respect to my good friends at the COG and at Caltrans, the Tier 1 project list contains numerous examples of very expensive freeway congestion mitigating and road widening projects. I was glad to see that Temperance and Grantland are now Tier 2. They would lead to increased induced demand and sprawl. Could not some of these dollars be spent to mitigate congestion by increasing other alternative modes capacity instead? Freeways and single occupancy vehicles are certainly wonderful inventions, but contrary to the term freeway, they are not free. They come in at the price. With looming climate catastrophe, wildfires, air quality threats, even electrification of vehicles doesn't solve all our problems. From the pollution standpoint, even with tailpipe emission reductions, research done in the United Kingdom shows that tires are rapidly eclipsing tailpipe emissions 2,000 times worse than current tailpipe. So also the heavier vehicles also are the worst offenders, and battery vehicles tend to be even heavier. So we can't electrify our way out. Single occupancy vehicles are also a significant economic burden. As we've mentioned, a large proportion of residents our region cannot afford them, especially with skyrocketing housing costs and gas prices, not to mention the high price of electric vehicles, unless you consider adding e-bikes to the mix, which would demand safer infrastructure for a widespread adoption. So I think voters are concerned about sprawl impacts, climate, air pollution will be skeptical about this proposal in November. So I urge the board to reconsider and tweak this proposal to get it up to an acceptable level for the election. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, Destiny Stan Santo.
Sandoval.
Sandoval. I'm sorry, did I mix the two?
It's Sandoval. It's okay.
Okay, thank you. Destiny, and then Stan, and then is it Cato Prado? Okay, great. Thank you. Go ahead, Destiny.
Hi, everyone. My name is Destiny Sandoval. I am 17 years old, and I am soon to be a senior at Edison High School. Between where I go to school and where I live, I exist between the southeast and southwest side of Fresno. I am a high schooler, a young person, and a bus rider. And I am here today because I would possibly be having to deal with this for the next 30 years of my life. I take 2 buses to go to school every day and still have to walk some. I'm late a lot, and I've learned that the Measure C proposal was cutting a significant amount of money from the public transportation. I was really surprised. How could you not see a need to spend more money on the environment? With all the kids who have asthma and all the health issues in our valley, what you choose to do to our streets and our buses, I know it all affects our air, our water. You're locking our generation in for the next 30 years. In those years, young people will feel it. They're going to be racking up absences from school, from work, and racking up bills from the hospital. Meanwhile, this money will be getting spent down on how you choose it. Because you didn't take our options and our considerations and put them into your proposal and asking us to just see how we deal with it. That's it.
Thank you. Next up, we have Stan Santo, Cato, and then Ashens Limon.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm speaking on behalf of Communications Workers of America and also as a technology advisor for the Central Valley Leadership Roundtable. And the reason I'm here is because I've gone through the proposal, all 48 pages, and I didn't see any mention of broadband. And I'm surprised and disappointed of the fact that that's not taken into account as a technology fix or mitigator for vehicle miles traveled, CO2. There's been all kinds of studies done that have determined, one was done, for example, by the California Emerging Technologies Fund several years ago, that found that working offline can reduce literally by 65 megatons a year the amount of CO2 that's produced, and can add up to savings upwards of $25 billion by 2020 if it had been actually activated and actually been a more vigorous application for the last 5 or 6 years. And looking forward into the future, that can still be a large contributing factor However, what we see in Fresno County is we don't see access to internet. We don't see broadband. We don't see adequate levels. I've been to those communities, Mendota, good to see you, Rolando, and also the city of Fireball, Mr. Jenkins. And I've been to Huron, Raisin City. You can name all of the cities in the west side, and I tested literally dozens of Wi-Fi hotspots, and they were, you know, the online learning for those communities and for those children was a tragic failure. That could have been alleviated or addressed if we had begun this many, many years ago, but we have to include broadband and internet access in all of these infrastructure projects with the billions of dollars that are going to be spent in public funds. And I would urge you to maybe consider adding to your slogan, "No community left behind, no child left offline," because this is the opportunity when you're going to be tearing up streets, you're going to be adding infrastructure, you're going to be building along the same thoroughfares that Caltrans will be adding to. You could apply, you know, this dig once, joint trench, put in dark fiber, fiber ducts, everything that could be the fiber future for these communities, and they could all be online. And that would also have the effect that you want, the desired effect of bringing down pollution in the Central Valley, which would be a double win for those communities. Thank you very much.
Next is Cato, then Ashens, and then Sylvia Zamora.
Good evening, Council of Governments, and especially to my community. My name is Cato, and I'm a Senior Program Coordinator with Youth Leadership Institute. I work with young people day in and day out across Fresno County, and when it comes to decades worth of transportation funding, we're here to say Fresno County can do better. Please wait on this renewal. I am compelled to remind you all that community asks for meaningful engagement aren't new, and when we ask for more community engagement, we are asking for the time that we are due. We're talking about open community workshops and forums, canvassing that happens on the ground and in accessible spaces, not just links buried on websites. Everything about tonight's meeting, ranging from the fact that this was supposed to be discussed last week to the 11th hour proposal that we're seeing just now, that let alone community members, but even COG hasn't even been able to see. It's all a system of misplaced urgency. I've seen young people, in an absence of resources and time, engage their communities on a grassroots level around issues of climate and transportation before, with heart and integrity and creativity, and it is your job to do the same, to take seriously the idea of doing what we can. The current proposal is too comfortable in letting the future generation pay the price for status quo priorities, and I speak to both proposals. In the case of this renewal, we've heard of a 2-year process, 18-month process, but what we've had is limited opportunities over 1 month of time, one opportunity of which was in the middle of the day and interfered with school and working people's ability to engage in this process. As an organizer and a person myself, a community member, I've been speaking about this with my peers, with my people, with other organizers, and so many of us have never seen the surveys or polls referenced here today, and that signals something very unwell to me. The youth are those who stand to lose the most in a proposal created without their input. We are not interested in proposals made behind closed doors by folks who understand how to signal the virtues of community through their language, but not through their implementation plans. Where is the accountability? In the very limited community engagement spaces we have been able to be present in, folks from across the county, young and old, students to labor unions, veterans to climate activists, have all had the same underlying message, the same ditto, the same Me Too, around the need to engage community in a process to see how Measure C can align better with funding to build our future, not just to fund more of the same. In the very last hour, we are hearing of how Fresno City and the county might have come together to work to shift some of the priorities and implementations of this proposal. And as more voices continue to be added to the conversation, again, I am asking, what is the rush and why not include us? Thank you.
One second.
Just left right. Trying to get my speaker. Mr. Santos just left right now, but I believe that one of the categories that we did talk about in the executive committee was including broadband as one of the categories, so that it was addressed because it handles the vehicle miles traveled. So do you guys want to talk about that, or do we just acknowledge that it was there and then we can go on with the...
Just one, before you answer that, is there anybody else here from the Communication Workers of America? You'll raise your hand. Okay. I just want to make sure if anyone else could hear what was just being said. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Mike.
Page 25, is my microphone on?
No.
You're on, you're good.
There you go.
Okay. Page 25 of the implementation guidelines specifically lists broadband infrastructure for telecommuting and education facility purposes as an eligible expense within the travel choice category. But more importantly, I think we're in total agreement that if you're tearing up a road, the conduits for internet should be there. I mean, assuming you actually have some place to run it to, but that would also be an eligible expense under any of the programs where there's road construction going on.
Thank you for the
Excuse me.
clarification.
We couldn't hear what he said. You need to speak right into that microphone, please.
He was saying that it was on page 25.
Is this, okay, yeah.
Yeah, speak
okay.
nice and loud, Mike.
Right. Okay. Page 25 of the implementing guidelines specifically lists broadband infrastructure for telecommuting and educational facility purposes as an eligible category within the program. More importantly, it's been a long-standing practice and would continue under Measure C that if you are tearing up a road, that's the time to put the conduits in. And conduits for broadband would also be eligible expenses, whether it's in the rehabilitation program, the regional program. Now, we can't provide internet service itself, but certainly the underground infrastructure necessary to provide it is eligible under this plan.
Okay, thank you. So next up we have Ashens. Thank you for your patience, standing right there. And then is Sylvia Zamora, and then Juan Sandoval. Okay, Ashens, thank you.
My name is Ashens Limon. My pronouns are he, him, and I'm 17 years old. I'm here speaking on behalf of my community, of all bus riders, of all people who rely on public transportation. Being a young person who relies solely on Fresno's public transit system, I can see the ways in which this expenditure plan is not catering to our community's needs. With buses coming from 45 to 60-minute intervals, our fax system is far from ideal. The 12% for this fax system in this plan is not enough. Not enough for what the community is asking for, not enough to implement rapid transit on every bus, not enough to put free Wi-Fi on all buses, and not enough to make sure there's a bench at every bus stop. On top of that, not enough to continue improving the fax bus system for the next 30 years. You know, in what world are the active transportation needs 96% met? I don't have a bus, I don't have a bench at my bus stop. This would be comical if it wasn't affecting the lives of real people. You all have been taking this Measure C plan into your own hands instead of seeking out community input. The community is here today. The community was here last week. I'm here right now, and I'm asking you to put a hold on the renewal until 2024, until we know that this money will be spent meaningfully and equitably. Lastly, in regards to last week's meeting, knowing that I, a 17-year-old, can run a Zoom meeting better than my elected officials is pathetic. Is pathetic and unnerving. I hope you all find the time to reevaluate yourselves and relearn how to run a meeting, because that was unacceptable. Me and all the young people here today are the future of Fresno. Listen to our voices. Thank you.
So next, Sylvia Zamora, and then Juan Sandoval, and then Lilia, is it Lila? Lily? Lila? Lilia, okay, Becerril? I told you guys had to help me here. Thank you. Is she still here? She left, okay. And then Ashley, is it Werner? Okay, thank you. Juan?
Good evening, Juan Sandoval. I'm here representing the small, rural, unincorporated communities, in this case, Raisin City. I've been involved with Raisin City since 2010 when I took the superintendency. And in those 12 years, I haven't seen any assistance. The only service that Raisin City has had there in the 12 years that I've been involved with Raisin City is the public transit. And that's one pickup and one drop-off. And so in the presentation, there was an indication of no neighborhoods left behind. Cities like Raisin City, in fact, is a neighborhood because it's so small, but often very forgotten. We have a park there that's not maintained by the city of Fresno, nor the county of Fresno. No restrooms available. It's a little park, maybe 150 by 150 feet. The only park that citizens have, but yet no restrooms. So, I'm wondering, where has all this assistance gone to that's supposed to be going to rural communities, especially that are incorporated? I see representation here from all the cities, but I don't see any representation of somebody specifically that would represent unincorporated communities so that we could have some say-so. And who would be my contact person here to look into what funding may be available to Raisin City? Because up to now, in the 12 years that I've been involved, no assistance.
Buddy.
Sir, on this board, it's Sal Quintero. It's
Supervisor.
Here, Mayor
It's
Clovis.
Sal Quintero?
Would
Yeah,
be-
because I know at the county it's Buddy Mendez.
Yes.
No, your district representative is Buddy Mendez, but on this board, it's
Sal Quintero?
Yes.
Another supervisor.
Okay. So, I just want to bring that to your attention because Raisin City is being neglected, and I'm pretty sure other unincorporated communities are also being neglected because there's no communication going on between those entities. So I ask that you really take that into consideration. Am I in favor of Measure C? Of course, I'm in favor of Measure C because the cities cannot do without that funding. That there's details to be worked out. Of course, there's details to be worked out, as you have heard here before. It's something that needs to happen, but like everybody else saying, maybe we need to be patient to make sure that everybody has their say-so. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ashley, then Guerra. Oh, I'm sorry. Pronounce it correctly.
Oh, Mérida? C, no tiene apellido. Daphne, Mérida?
That's
No,
Measure
no,
C.
it's Mérida, right? No? Mérida? No?
They put Measure C in Spanish.
Oh, Guillermina, perdón, León. You were saying Mérida. Because I was like, how do you say Mérida? Well, Mérida. Guillermina, perdón. León. Te cambié el nombre. Era latinos. Guillermina, ¿sí está? León. Ah, perdón, señora. Por eso fui por otro café, para despertar.
I did have the name right, so
Disculpa.
that's good.
Should I go ahead?
And then Isabel Vargas after that. Isabel. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead, Ashley.
Okay. Hello. My name is Ashley Werner. I'm an attorney with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. And I'm here to speak to request that you not move forward with these plans tonight. I want to raise significant legal concerns with the process for the development and the content of Measure C Renewal Expenditure Plan and the legal viability of a vote to place the measure on the ballot at this time. First, last year, the City of Fresno entered into a settlement agreement with South Fresno Community Alliance in relation to the development of an Amazon warehouse, another Amazon warehouse, in a disadvantaged neighborhood and next to the Orange Center Elementary School. Paragraph 10 of that agreement requires the city to take actions to reroute truck traffic off of East Central Avenue to reduce negative impacts of trucks traveling to distribution centers on homes. Nevertheless, the expenditure plan includes more than $164 million for State Route 99 interchange enhancements on East Central Avenue and Chestnut Avenue, an additional $143 million for State Route 41 interchange enhancements on East Central and American Avenues. These projects are respectively assigned project IDs 25 and 124 in version 3 of the draft expenditure plan. Caltrans' draft environmental impact report for its South Fresno State Route 99 corridor project indicates that interchange expansions in this area, including Central Avenue, are intended to support industrial build-out and associated truck traffic. We are aware that the City of Fresno officials specifically requested funding for these improvements to be included in the renewal plan. The City of Fresno's actions to seek incorporation of this funding into the plan violates its covenant of good faith and fair dealing and performance of its obligations under its agreement with SFCA by acting in a way that undermines the agreement's purpose to ensure that the city acts to reroute trucks off of East Central Avenue. We ask that this body vote to remove the funding commitments for projects 25 and 124 from the plan, and that the city initiate that motion. Finally, and I won't go into detail about it because I see that I have limited time, I do want to raise concerns about FCTA's inaccurate determination that the expenditure plan is not a project subject to the California Environmental Quality Act. The plan provides no reasoning to support this conclusion, and in fact, the plan falls within the criteria to qualify as a project under Public Resource Code Section 21065, and the principles established by the California Supreme Court in Save Tara versus City of Hollywood, because it specifically identifies the projects that it commits to, and it unequivocally commits to those projects, specifically the projects in the major roads and highways programs for years 1 through 15. It does not provide an avenue specifically to amend those projects and make a definite commitment to move forward with them. So as a result, this plan is a project. It is subject to CEQA, which is critically important to protecting our environment and public health, and we ask that you respect that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi
Hola.
nombre es Guillermina León y soy de aquí de Fresno, del Distrito 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Guillermina León, and I am here from Fresno, District 3.
Could you talk a little closer to the microphone
¿Puedes hablar un
for those on Zoom?
para los que
Sí.
están por Zoom?
Estoy pidiendo al Consejo del Gobierno de Fresno y a todos los presentes que paren la medida C de ir a la boleta porque tenemos tiempo para que tenemos 2 años más para planear todo y que salga el plan bien.
I'm asking COG and those who are present to put a stop to Measure C going to the ballot because we have 2 more years to make sure that this measure is acted on correctly.
La renovación de la medida C tiene que asegurarse que las calles de las comunidades que ya existen sean reparadas y que la transportación pública sea mejorada.
The renewal of Measure C has to make sure that all the streets are in good conditions and also, ¿puede repetir esta última parte?
La transportación pública sea mejorada.
And for public transportation to be improved.
Y como les había dicho antes, yo vengo del Distrito 3, es uno de los distritos más pobres de aquí de la ciudad de Fresno.
And as I've mentioned, I come from District 3, and it's one of the poorest districts here in the city of Fresno.
Y el distrito tiene muchas necesidades, como por ejemplo, necesitamos semáforos en las calles.
And the district has a lot of needs. For example, we need some lights or some of the lights that are in the intersections of the streets.
Carriles de bicicletas, banquetas.
Bicycle lanes and sidewalks.
Alumbrado en las calles y que sea equitativa la repartición de los fondos en cada distrito en la ciudad de Fresno y en todo el condado.
Lights in the streets and also for the funds to be equitably distributed not only in the city of Fresno but throughout the whole county of Fresno.
Todo, gracias.
That's everything. Thank you.
Gracias. Isabel Vargas, Timothy Ledford, Guadalupe Beltran. I'm sorry, who did? Isabel. Okay, thank you. Timothy? Okay, Guadalupe, then Gloria Hernandez, and Olivia Seidman. Thank you. Guadalupe?
Yes.
Buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Guadalupe Beltrán, soy de aquí de Fresno.
Good
Y,
afternoon, everyone. My name is Guadalupe Beltrán. I'm here from Fresno.
y hoy estoy escuchando todo el plan. Parecía que podía convencer a todas las personas que están aquí por lo bien explicado, pero de alguna manera no han contemplado la participación de la comunidad.
And today I'm here to speak on this plan that by some way or another you thought that you could convince the whole public here by explaining it correctly, but I am here to say that there was no community participation.
Esto es un claro ejemplo que tenemos que tener más tiempo, puesto que la comunidad la han involucrado apenas unas cuantas semanas o meses.
This demonstrates that we need a lot more time for this plan because you barely started involving the community the last 2 to 3 weeks.
Esta medida es una gran oportunidad para que la comunidad pueda estar involucrada y decir lo que realmente necesita.
This measure is a great opportunity for the community to really be involved and tell you what we need.
Y de repente resulta un poco preocupante que un plan de 30 años no incluya lo que es la calidad del aire.
And it's a little bit worrisome that a plan that's going to go through for 30 years doesn't include the air quality in it.
Porque nosotros consideramos que nuestra población de Fresno tiene muchos problemas de salud y esto no tiene que contribuir de alguna manera a esta medida C como una oportunidad para que realmente se hagan mejoras para la calidad del aire, que haya más porcentaje para las vías de bicicleta.
Quiero completar todo. I want to make sure I get everything, so I just want to make sure she's pausing. Si puede repetir esta primera parte.
Yo creo que la medida C es una buena oportunidad primero para que la comunidad realmente participe y les diga las necesidades que tienen.
I really think that Measure C is an opportunity for the community to really participate and tell you what they need.
Y también es una oportunidad para que piensen en la calidad del aire y hagan más programas, sobre todo para áreas o caminos para bicicletas.
And it's really an opportunity for you really to think about the air quality and also to be able to provide more green spaces or places to walk through.
Tienen que tener en cuenta la salud de la población de Fresno. Hay muchas cosas que perjudican la salud de Fresno y la medida C puede ser una buena oportunidad para colaborar a que la salud de Fresno sea mejor.
You need to really take into account the health of Fresno, and Measure C provides that opportunity in order for you guys to really take care of the problems that Fresno is experiencing.
Y finalmente les pediría que realmente pusieran una pausa, hicieran un mejor plan en donde la comunidad realmente esté avisada y contribuya para que sepan realmente lo que necesitamos.
And I really want to ask that you put a pause to this plan so that community can really be involved and let you know exactly what it is that we need.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Gracias. Next is Gloria, then Olivia, and then Isabel Solorio.
Gloria Hernandez. I represent Mothers Helping Mothers. We're an organization of mothers, grandmothers that go out and donate and help people, victims of the drought. I went and I spoke to my great-grandchild today. He's only 18 months, but he will be paying taxes. And I just want you all to know that I'm very concerned about that because I don't know how his asthma is going to be then. If it's bad now, how is it going to be in the future? I like what the doctor said. I'll jump to that. I'm concerned about the drought because the jobs are going out. What's going to happen to the essential workers that work through the COVID? There's no transportation for them to come into town or to come work in the big cities unless you all start creating jobs out there, which I doubt. Small communities are left behind. I'm thinking of the Jungle, I'm thinking of Tombstone, I'm thinking of La Chancla. Different little towns that don't have any representation. And if you're worried about the county's budget being cut, those little towns never got anything in the first place, so I'm not too worried about that. I'm worried about the sprawl. I'm worried about the developers not paying their fair share. I'm worried about the bus stops not having water or shelter, especially out in the rural areas. I'm worried about the fact that you all aren't even taking into account all the matching funds that you're going to be getting. That's not even being discussed. So I am asking you to postpone it. And there's very seldom that I agree with the mayor, but I do agree that infilling is important. I agree that transportation is important, especially for my great-grandchild and maybe your future generations. This is my 4th generation. I voted for Measure C to stop pollution, but I don't see it happening, and I won't vote for it. And I will tell my whole family not to vote for it. The other thing I want to mention is that when someone's speaking a different language, you should give them a little bit more time because a translator takes up a little of their time. Thank you.
We do. Next is Olivia, and then Isabel, and then Jim Grant.
Hello, my name is Olivia Seidman, and I'm a resident of Fresno and a member of the executive committee of the Sierra Club Tehipite chapter, which has over 1,900 due-paying Sierra Club members, most of whom are in Fresno County. The Sierra Club Tehipite chapter is in strong opposition to FCOG putting Measure C on the November 2022 ballot, either the FCOG proposal or the Fresno City alternative brought up today. As an environmental organization, we believe that our transportation investments should support climate goals and reduce greenhouse gas emissions and vehicle miles traveled. The current Measure C renewal proposal, either of them, will create more sprawl and will cause more smog. The plan reduces public transit spending in a time where we should be increasing it, especially throughout the county. It's impossible to get anywhere in the county on public transportation when there's only 1 bus per day. And it does not adequately address air quality or climate change. There's no rush to pass Measure C. The current measure does not expire until 2027. To quote Mayor Dyer earlier today, it's a 30-year tax and we need to get it right. The way to get it right is through robust, meaningful community engagement, and this has not happened. Before any proposition is put before voters, that does need to happen. We urge FCOG to pause this process, implement meaningful community engagement, and prioritize policies that will mitigate our climate catastrophe, not exacerbate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Isabel, and then Lourdes Medina.
Buenas tardes, Consejo de Gobierno de Fresno. Mi nombre es Isabel Solorio y vengo de la comunidad de Lanier.
Good afternoon, COG. My name is Isabel Solorio, and I come from the community of Lanier.
Yo estoy en contra de la medida C y que no se ponga este año en la balota.
I am against Measure C and for it not to be on the ballot.
Este plan no funciona para nuestra comunidad de Lanier,
This plan does not work for our community in Lanier
debido a que no incluye proyectos como banquetas, luces, drenaje y transporte.
because it does not include projects such as sidewalks, sewage, and also transportation.
No se debe, recalco, no se debe poner en la balota por este año hasta no actualizarla.
It should not be put on the ballot until we update it.
Y trabajar con la comunidad para desarrollar un plan para el año 2024.
And work with the community to create a plan for 2024.
Tenemos 10 años pidiendo por ayuda para nuestra comunidad y no hemos sido escuchados.
We've been asking for help for our community for 10 years and we have not been heard.
Es triste que en este país con tanto poderío, con tanta grandeza y vivamos en unas condiciones precarias en estas comunidades no incorporadas.
It's sad that in this rich country where we live in such precarious situations in our unincorporated communities.
Yo participé en varios de los talleres que hubo acerca de esta medida.
I participated in a lot of the workshops that were held about this measure.
Es triste porque de un lado nos envían a otro.
It's sad because from one side they send it to another side.
De esta manera no funciona el sistema, creo, en este país.
I don't think that the system in this country works that way.
Todos pagamos impuestos, todos tenemos derecho.
We all pay taxes, we all have a right.
Y nosotros también queremos recibir esa parte del pastel. El pastel es grande y hay que repartirlo con equidad.
And we also want to receive a piece of that pie. That pie is big, and we want it to be split up with equity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias. Next, we have Jim, then Lourdes, and then Hina Fatima.
Good evening. My name is Jim Grant. I today represent the Diocese of Fresno and the St. Paul Catholic Newman Center, which both signed a 6-page report explaining the multiple reasons why Measure C could not move forward with any good conscience. There are so many reasons, but you've heard them all from other speakers. I want to support everyone who has spoken already tonight, because if you needed to get what is the community engagement, there it is. Everyone here has spoken. Young people, English speakers, Spanish speakers, the message is clear. Whatever that was proposed, not enough, not well done, take a break. And it's very clear. There was an excellent article written 2 days ago in the Bee. Mary Ann Cast began the conversation tonight from the League of Women Voters, explaining the passion and the commitment that that group has given to environmental issues for decades. They wrote a letter only 2 days ago making it super clear that there are so many reasons that they see this as fraudulent, wrong, badly conceived, and inexcusable. One sentence alone: we are concerned that the current proposal fails to directly address climate change. The growing uncertainty and lack of progress in reducing greenhouse gas emissions means all discussions of transportation infrastructure and investment must center on this crisis and the need to build climate-resistant communities. Nothing that is in the proposal deals with the realities that we are dealing with in this country, in this state, and in this county. Was that my buzzer to leave? 1 minute. Another sentence from the League, because it makes it very clear. A broad coalition of advocates from every sector of our community has repeatedly called on Measure C Renewal Committee, slow down the process and bring the community into discussion, but without success until tonight. Because tonight you are seeing the community from all over the county expressing their hopes for a future that the young ones who spoke tonight the most eloquently, Cater and someone I didn't catch his name, was making it so clear. In 30 years, we will be living with what you do now. Please think of the community.
Thank you. Lourdes, and then Hina, and then Lisbeth Alvarez.
Good evening, board and staff from the COG. I'm here on behalf of my granddaughter. She's going to be 1 year in August. My son's 28, he just got married, and this is all that I'm going to leave him. I've been in the city of Fresno for now 20 years. I resided in the city of Perlier prior to that when I first arrived to the Central Valley. I congratulate the COG because I'm proud to see that I look like you on this board. But I do say, and I do call to your attention, that each one of you should have comments just like Mayor Dyer does. This is a majority of minority represented on this COG. You should be prepared with a last-minute report, just like the city of Fresno had a new proposal. You can't because you're rural communities, because you have a lot more issues to deal with and to be trained in when you hit your position as mayor or city council. We need you to tell us how we can help you. It's obvious that we haven't heard from you, if you're on the COG, of how we can help you on this topic. If it's data you need to understand better, of why we can't take one little transit bus from Parlier to Fresno and sacrifice the rest of my day to be able to go back home or to be here for an appointment. Now, the proposal that was brought last minute, it's interesting from the proposal being presented by the EC and the working group. I do give credit for all those man-hours put together in those committees. But obviously, our community didn't know that they could also apply to be on those committees. You, members on the COG, have not told us, can I appoint you there? The local control flexibility is a big issue for you guys to look at the plan that Fresno just presented and the one that the working group presented to you. The money is important, but I need you each to look at the 2020 annual report on Measure C. Has anyone here ever gotten the $5 ride? What's it called? The all-electric car? Has any of you, community members, ever used the senior citizen program that supposedly gives you up to 75% off on a rideshare program? Has your cities implemented that? Have you learned from the last 20 years what Measure C did for your city or missed? You haven't. You don't have the time. You don't have the staff. This is why we need to invest in something we all don't like. It's in reading or having volunteers, get interns, and find out who can help you to better understand this wonderful measure that voters voted because we wanted clean air, because we wanted a system of transit so that more people would say, I could take the bus. I don't need to take my car. That it be options. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have Hina, Lisbeth, and then Lydia, is it Bazan? Okay. Am I pronouncing your name right?
Yes.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hina Fatma, and I'm a representative of CARE, which is the Council of American Islamic Relations, Central California. We provide civil rights engagement and advocacy services, immigration services, and support to asylees and refugees, in addition to many other community service projects. I here oppose the renewal of Measure C in its current form for the upcoming 2022 elections. I believe it does not reflect the current needs of the community, especially the Muslim community. We serve a community of 20,000 Muslims here in Fresno County. And I actually travel outside of the Fresno County as well. I travel to Visalia, to Hanford, to Merced, Madera, Turlock, even up to Bakersfield to serve the Muslim community. So, what I demand is easy access to public transportation. I have been in Fresno for over 10 years, and I have seen the city grow. Where I live, I cannot go anywhere if I need to. My husband, there was a time we didn't have 2 cars, and my husband, he works in the Navy at the base in Lemoore, and so when he's at work, I do not have transportation. I have 2 kids, and I cannot take them anywhere if I need to. I can't even go grocery shopping if I need to, leave alone going out for any appointments. So we need to consider that it's not, and I feel sorry for the, the rural communities, for the communities that are disadvantaged, that cannot afford, but like even people like me, middle-class families who do have cars, there are days, there are times when we're not able to go out, and we do not have access to public transit. So, and I know many other families who cannot afford cars, and they rely on their family members to take them out. So my ask today would be for the Fresno County Council of Government and the FCTA to engage and involve the Fresno County residents to assess their needs. I would like to invite them to visit the 3 mosques and the 3 Islamic community centers that we have in Fresno City only, and leave alone other cities. and to come and talk to us, and assess the transportation needs of the Muslim refugees relocated in the city. We need a clear accountability, transparency, and a public process to be included in the renewal draft, and a transparent performance and clear, measurable, and time-bound evaluation metrics for Measure C to be included in the renewal draft, and to put on hold the inclusion of Measure C in the ballot this year and put it out for vote in 2024 when all necessary amendments have been clearly included in the draft. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lisbeth is next, then Lydia, and then Juan Nunez.
We have Lisbeth. Did you call her earlier?
I'm sorry.
Oh, I have a mic. We have Lisbeth. Did you call her earlier?
Yeah, she's next.
Okay, great.
I'm sorry. No, Lisbeth is next. I have her card
So
next.
you have Lydia first, or who do you have?
No, I have Lisbeth Alvarez next, then Lydia.
Hola, mi nombre es Lisbeth Álvarez y vivo aquí en Fresno.
Hello, my name is Lisbeth Alvarez, and I live here in Fresno.
Y apoyaría yo la medida C si fuera que tuvieran más apoyo para el transporte y también para métodos de cómo poder tener un aire más limpio para la comunidad.
And I would support Measure C if it had some more measures when it comes to transportation and also how to better the air quality in the community.
Pero como no es así el caso,
However, since that is not the case,
pido que paren la medida C para ir a la boleta de noviembre.
I ask that you stop Measure C to go to the ballot in November.
Y tengamos tiempo para que nuestra comunidad sea escuchada.
And to have time so that our community can be heard.
Pido también que en los transportes, y voy a contar una historia para que podamos ser más empáticos. Mi hermano y sus amigos para ir a la escuela se deberían de llevar en transporte privado 10 minutos, pero no tienen esa posibilidad porque sus madres están trabajando. Entonces se tienen que tener solamente el recurso de irse en bicicleta y de ahí agarrar sus bicicletas y subirse al transporte público. Para este proceso tienen que llegar a sus escuelas a las 8, pero no es así. Se lleva más del tiempo para que se tengan que levantar temprano, arreglarse e ir a la escuela y llegar a tiempo. Se llevan más de 1 hora en llegar a sus escuelas. Y contando que para ser más empáticos es en tiempo de frío y en tiempo de calor cuando tienen que usar estos medios de transporte porque no hay más. Sus madres quisieran llevarlos a las escuelas, pero no es así. Por eso también pido que se le puedan dar más apoyo al transporte público, tomando en cuenta este tipo de historias para que podamos ser más empáticos con nuestra comunidad. Gracias.
Deje traducirlo para que así no se preocupe. So I'm going to go ahead and give a brief summary of what she has just said and trying to stay as consistent. So I'm going to tell you about a story in transportation so that way you can be more empathetic towards the situation. My brother and his friends, they when they go to school in regular private transportation, it would take them about 10 minutes. However, their mothers are working and so they don't have that resource, and so they have to go either on bike, they go on bike and then they have to take public transportation. School starts at 8, which means that they should get there during that time, but that means that they have to get up early and it takes them more than an hour to be able to go and get to school. And so I tell you this story so that you can be a little more empathetic. And to add on to that, when they have to take their bike and then take public transportation, it's during hot and cold times. I'm sure their mothers would love to take them to school, but that's just not their case. And so I tell you these stories so that you can be more empathetic towards the transportation that is needed with Measure C. Thank you.
Gracias. So next is Lydia, then Juan Nunez, and then I have Rosa. Is it Debut? Great, thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Lidia
One
Bazán.
second, can you move down the microphone? Gracias.
Sorry, soy short. Hola, mi nombre es Lidia Bazán.
Hello, my name is Lydia Bazán.
Y hoy estoy aquí pidiendo el Consejo de Gobierno de Fresno
And here I am, today I'm here asking Fresno COG
que paren la medida C de ir a la boleta en noviembre 2022.
to stop Measure C from going to the ballot in November 2022.
Creo firmemente que miembros de la comunidad como yo
I believe firmly that members of the community, such as myself,
Tenemos derecho a ser parte del proceso de renovación.
have the right to be in the process of the renewal.
Al igual que merecemos tener comunidades más seguras,
We also deserve to have more secure communities,
calles más limpias e iluminadas,
streets that are cleaner and also that have sufficient lighting,
en donde podemos caminar sin tener miedo a tener un accidente por el mal estado en el que se encuentran.
in which we can walk in without having fear of getting into an accident because of the bad state that they are in.
Por último,
Lastly,
me gustaría pedir que la transportación pública
I would like to ask for public transportation
sea mejorada.
to be improved.
En el 2010 estuve viviendo en Sanger
In 2010, I was living in Sanger
mientras asistía a la Universidad de Fresno State.
while I was going to Fresno State University.
En este momento no tenía los recursos para tener un auto nuevo,
During this time, I didn't have the resources to have a new vehicle.
así que cuando se me descomponía mi auto,
So when my car would break down,
no tenía transporte ni la posibilidad de asistir a clases,
I didn't have transportation or the possibility to assist classes,
ya que no había un bus o medio de transporte que pudiera traerme a Fresno.
since there was no bus or any other type of measure or transportation that could bring me to Fresno.
Hasta el día de hoy, muchos miembros de la comunidad
Even now, a lot of members in the community
siguen batallando con este tipo de situaciones.
still struggle with these types of situations.
Por lo tanto,
So
necesitamos que hoy nuestra voz sea escuchada.
today, we need our voices to be heard. Thank you.
Gracias. Next is Juan, then Rosa, and then Rafael Flores.
Hello, my name is Juan Nunez, and I'm also a resident from a long-forgotten city. It's Delray, similar to the Raisin City as mentioned earlier. Not much since I've lived there in the past 16 years has ever changed since I've lived there. The roads, the streets, they all look the same. There's no sidewalks there. But yeah, so I'm here today calling on Fresno Council of Government to stop Measure C from going on the November 22 ballot until much of the public comment is addressed today, and also just a brief small story. I remember back when I was going to school here, and it would take me 90 minutes to get on the bus and travel to school, and then the same deal when I got out of school, I had to stay on the bus another 90 minutes, and that was 3 hours out of my day, 5 times a week, and I to this day, that hasn't changed for members of the community, and it's really unacceptable for students to be having to spend that much time just on transit. On with the sidewalks, like I mentioned earlier, it's unacceptable for there not to be sidewalks. I mean, you have people walking in the street to get to place, and there's no street lights. In a lot of rural cities like Delray, like Raisin City, Orange Cove, they're all similar. They're forgotten, and they need a lot of improvement. And another point with that is just, I'm not sure if it's possible to include something with animal control in that Measure C, just because it's not safe to walk when you have dogs loose, and it's not easy to get access to like animal control and have them come out. Just a few weeks ago, we tried calling them, and I think they had to come out of Fresno, and we never saw them come. And let's see. Yeah, so yeah, I asked that you address this in 20 the next election cycle. And then as I was sitting there, I also noticed that it was 10,000 people that were in the public that were they went and got their opinion. And just a quick math, that's like 1% of Fresno County population. And I think that's really unacceptable. A lot more outreach and input from the community has to happen. And that's why it shouldn't be on the November ballot.
Thank you. Rosa, Rafael, and then Guadalupe Santos.
Hello, my name is Rosa DePew. I am a resident of Fresno County. However, I'm a quarter of a mile from the Fresno city limits. I live in front of the Ulta Distribution Center, not far from the Amazon Distribution Center. And I live on a street that the county refuses to even consider maintaining. So it is full of potholes and speaking of the environment, the climate change, when it rains, it's full of puddles. Services refuse to go out there. Also, when it's hot, the dirt turns into a fine dust. We need better streets. We need sidewalks in that area. We also need public transportation. That's an area where if people have issues with vehicles, they are either walking, they're either hitching rides, they are doing whatever they have to do. So instead of reducing transportation, you need to send it out further. So I'm opposing this measure be put on the ballot at this time, and I'm requesting that you have more community engagement. Thank you.
Thank you. Rafael, then Guadalupe, and then Ron Martin.
Okay. ¿Quieres que le diga eso? ¿Que lo va a decir en su idioma? Sí, está bien. ¿Su nombre, perdón?
Rafael.
Okay. Rafael is going to say what he needs to say in his language, or his dialecto?
Idioma.
In his language. And so he's going to say it first, and then he'll go ahead and say in Spanish, and then I'll go ahead and translate.
Wonderful.
Can we know what language he's using?
¿El lenguaje?
Mixteco. Mixteco.
Alto, bajo?
Bajo.
Gracias.
Cónica da in doña ando yo allí nani Rafael Flores tenía y Fresno tenía cónica en hago caja botar doña cuentas medidas se y qua onya caja na caja botando cocini vari conindo biti caja botando sa se caimani hago caja botando. Buenas tardes al Consejo de Gobierno de Fresno. Mi nombre es Rafael Flores, soy residente de Fresno, llevo más de 30 años viviendo aquí en Fresno, originario de Oaxaca. Mi idioma es el mixteco bajo. Por favor, paren la medida C de ir a la boleta de 2022. La medida está activa hasta para el 2027. No sé cuál es la prisa, ¿verdad?, de que se quiera ir a la boleta. Entonces, pido, ¿verdad?, de que se detenga. Hasta la fecha de hoy solamente ha habido 2 reuniones donde ha sido bien difícil para nosotros como la comunidad de ser parte, en participar. Todos somos Fresno. Pienso yo, no dejemos el problema a nuestros hijos. Como ya mencionaron varios de los jóvenes, no dejemos eso a los jóvenes. Yo sé que ustedes tienen una responsabilidad grande. Por favor, hagan las cosas bien, involucren a la comunidad, involucren a nosotros, igual para ser parte. Fresno puede ser mejor. Muchas gracias.
So, good afternoon to Fresno COG. My name is Rafael Flores, and I am a resident of Fresno. I have been living here for more than 30 years. I come from Oaxaca, and my language is Mixteco Bajo. Please put a pause on Measure C from going to the ballot on November 2022. I don't know what the rush is. The measure is active up until 2027, so I don't understand what the rush is. I asked for it to be paused. Until now, there has only been 2 meetings for the community, and which it has been very difficult for the community to participate. We are all Fresno. Let's not leave this problem to our children or to the young ones, as so many of them have mentioned tonight. I understand that you have a big responsibility, but I ask that you do things right and involve us. Thank you.
Gracias. Next, we have Guadalupe, Ron Martin, and then Lorna Rausch.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Guadalupe Santos. Soy residente de Fresno. Por favor, paren la medida C de ir a la boleta en noviembre de 2022. La medida está activa. En el momento se vence hasta el 2027, así que ¿cuál es la prisa de ir a la boleta? Miembros de la comunidad como yo debemos ser parte del proceso.
Si lo está leyendo, lo puedo leer.
Ok. Parte del proceso de renovación hasta la fecha de hoy. Solamente ha habido 2 reuniones para la comunidad, a la cual no han sido tan fácil la parte. Y también la parte de que estamos hablando de la parte C, por favor, les pido, soy mamá soltera de 3 niños y mi hijo siempre le tocó ir en el bus en la escuela porque trabajo, no tengo tiempo de llevarlos. Siempre mi hijo llegaba un poco tarde en la escuela, y eso hay que hacer un cambio porque vienen generaciones y tras generaciones de los muchachos, y los niños también es que caminan, las calles están mal, las banquetas. También soy del Distrito 3, hay unas calles que hay muchos hoyos, calles que tampoco no hay luces en las noches, está muy oscuro, y también las banquetas no están bien. Mi hijo camina de mi casa a la escuela y los 3 niños, y por favor, hay que trabajar como comunidad, tenemos también la opinión, ese derecho para hablar lo que nos falta de esa comunidad, que soy también de la comunidad Low, los semáforos a veces no están bien. Y es todo, gracias.
Gracias.
Okay. Good afternoon, Fresno COG. My name is Lupe, and I am a resident of Fresno. Please put a pause to Measure C from going to the ballot in November of 2022. This measure is active up until this moment. It doesn't expire until 2027. So what is the rush of taking this to the ballot? Members of the community, such as myself, would like to be a part of the renewal, and up until now, there has only been 2 meetings for the community in which it has been incredibly difficult to participate. And now that we're talking about Measure C, I'm going to talk to you as a single mother with 3 kids. My child, he always had to use the bus because I wasn't able to take him, and he would always get there late. So there needs to be a change. And sometimes the kids, they have to walk on the sidewalk, and the sidewalk is bad. I'm also from District 3, where the streets there, they have potholes and there's no lighting. Again, the sidewalks are not in good condition, so please, let's work as a community because we also have the right to let you know what our needs are. And I'm also from the community of, ¿dijo la comunidad de dónde?
Low.
Low? From the community of Low.
Gracias.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Gracias. Next is Ron Martin, then Lorna, and then Jesus Chavez.
My name is Ron Martin, and I'm representing Fresno's against fracking. And we're against fracking because it causes air and water pollution and also brings up the fossil fuel that puts carbon in the atmosphere and creates the climate crisis. The climate crisis is the major issue that all government activities should address. I don't see a lot of emphasis on the climate crisis in Measure C. Who knows what we'll be doing after we've truly addressed the climate crisis 30 years from now? Will we want lots of roads? Measure C seems to be building fossil fuel infrastructure. This is the wrong direction to go. We may want mass transit, maybe even light rail, lots of automobile charging stations. So we need to have more of an emphasis on climate change in Measure C. And it shouldn't be on the ballot now so that there will be lots more public input. And all the people who approved of Measure C may not have had an adequate consideration of the climate crisis. So the community needs to take a second look at it in light of putting carbon in the atmosphere.
Okay, next is Lorna Jesus Chavez, and then Esther Ramirez.
Thank you for this time. I did have my notes completely organized until I needed to kind of adjust them. My name is Lorna Rausch. I am a farmer out in Burrell, which is near Riverdale, Carruthers, Lanier, 5 Points, Raisin City. I am also founder of the White and 41 public group, which was the expansion from 2 lanes to 4 lanes between Elkhorn and Excelsior on 41. A couple of things. Mayor Dyer, I was a little disappointed. I did serve on the executive committee, and to get dropped with this at the last minute, that surprised me because I am not in your world. I am just a farmer. I was just surprised to get that dropped on me. There was multiple public inputs. I know many people here have said that they did not know that there was no public input or there's only 1 or 2. There was multiple. I went to a few of them. Not only that, but across my Facebook page for White and 41, I publicly advised 6,000 people to come. And I had 3 show up. So the interest at that time was just not there. But now that there's lots of things, they want the exact details of what is going to happen in your communities and on these rural roads, and that is not what this is for. That is going to come back after it passes. That comes back to you. And I want the public to know that they need to work with you directly and their own communities. Who's involved with them? Who's in charge of them? I have to say this. I do know Lanier was said that nothing has happened. Lanier does have a sidewalk. Lanier has Wi-Fi. I did speak publicly or personally with the president of the water board, and she personally got that involved and got that done. I have seen that. So I am in full support. I know that there's things that we can do to move forward, and there's things that we can relook at once we pass this measure. But I think we need to pass it now, and then that gives us a little bit of time for you guys to do your job and find out where it needs to go in your community. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesus Chavez, is Jesus here? Okay. Esther Ramirez. Then Angelica Perez Flores. And Pedro Hernandez. Okay.
Hello.
Esther?
Hi. Hello.
Hi.
My name is Esther Ramirez. Jesus Chavez is with me, but he's tired.
Oh, I understand.
I didn't want to bring him up to the podium.
But I will put down, we still have his card and will be put in the record.
Okay, thank you.
And for the record, if anyone else doesn't want to speak, we are keeping your cards for the record, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm from Cantua Creek, a rural community in Fresno County. My friend Jesus Chavez is from El Porvenir, and he's with me tonight. I ask that you vote no tonight on the plan to put Measure C on the November ballot. There are no provisions for Cantua Creek nor El Porvenir. Please wait 2 more years so Cantua Creek and El Porvenir may be added for road repairs, improvements, sidewalks, and public transportation. Mr. Chavez's driveway pools with water whenever somebody washes their car or it rains. He has to manually, well, not manual, but he has to pump out the water, and he's on his 3rd pump already, and it's been happening for years, and there's no help there. So we'd like you to keep us in mind and not approve it and include us in any future plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Angelica? Pedro Hernandez? And then Rolando Sandoval?
Am I good to go?
Yes.
Well, good afternoon. Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
My name is Angelica Perez Flores, and today I'm here on a personal and professional standpoint. I was born and raised in Kerman. I have been I'm part of an immigrant family who worked in the surrounding fields in Kerman. I know firsthand what the challenges are in regards to transportation. I faced them as I was growing up. As a professional, I work in the capacity of director of a center in Kerman as well. I get to hear firsthand the challenges that our families face just to get to our center. Back in 1995 when I graduated, there were still struggles about transportation. I haven't seen major growth in that aspect. I was able to be part of one of the Measure C meetings that the mayor from Kerman hosted in Kerman. I hear Tony's presentation talking about 14 community meetings and 1,070 Spanish responses through surveys. It would be interested to know how many people attended those meetings. I only encountered one, and I participated in one because I didn't know about the others. It would be interesting to see how does that represent Fresno County. I could see just by the surveys, 1,070. I don't think it really represents our community. I oppose this on both ends, and I ask for the community to be involved. They are the ones that are impacted directly, our communities. I hear, and I'm thankful that all the city of Mendota, I've worked in the community, in the capacity, been working for 25 years in the rural communities, working in Mendota, Cantua Creek, San Joaquin, Tranquility, Huron, Calinga, very focused in the rural west side of Fresno County. I'm just thinking about the unincorporated communities. Today, 3 ladies were gonna drive from Cantua Creek to be here. They couldn't because guess what? Transportation barriers. Very last minute, I wasn't able to help so that they will come. They are waiting they connected via Zoom. They're waiting to give their testimonial. Just really, the unincorporated communities also need a lot of help in facing transportation issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Pedro, then Rolando, and then Kevin Sanchez.
Is this thing on? Hey everyone, my name is Pedro Hernandez. I'm the Deputy Director for the Central Valley Air Quality Coalition. I'd at least want to start off my comments with a compliment to these 2 folks for doing such a good job in facilitating this public process. And I want to say, give them a raise, but as good as they're doing, it's not enough to compensate for this poor public process. So, so in particular here, I'll just start off with my main ask, which is to reject both Measure C proposals. The first one, which has been considered in front of you all for the inadequate public process, and to be fair, the obvious bulldozing through public process and just a lack of consultation as well, too. The second proposal should be a disappointment to everyone because this is obviously an 11th hour play, and if you all are not even fully understanding what's in the proposal, when the proposal was being discussed, staff were still passing out the presentations to the first proposal. So just like that in itself should just stop this. And if you want to talk about like 30-year plans and that being a long time, we can't even get like 30 extra days to review this proposal. So, I mean, like that should just highlight the hypocrisy and just the contradictions even currently happening in this meeting. So I want to close this main thought with one comment and transition to another thought is where I understand that staff and you all have your own interest in getting this through across the finish line, but I guarantee you that your political careers are not worth our lives. Secondly, I'd like to say that while this discussion here has been revolving around transportation and roads, the impact of this program is going to have vast consequences for climate change, which we're already seeing in the region, but also for air pollution. And PM 2.5, which is a microscopic contaminant, can get through most face masks. It gets into your brain and your lungs. So even if you all go back to your cities to have your pet projects funded, you will still be breathing the same toxic contaminants that we are. So ultimately, we need to incorporate public health and climate change, because at the end of the day, you will have roads but have nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Rolando, and then Kevin.
Hi, everyone. My name is Rolando Sandoval. I am 28 years old, and I grew up in Fresno. I live in Fresno all my life, and I am a proud member of Fresno. But I am not a proud member of the fact that we live in the city that we live in for the way that it looks. Our streets, our sidewalks, or lack thereof. I've had a community member tell me that they live on a street with the pothole that has caused severe complications to their car. And when they reported it, nobody did anything about it. So now that pothole just continues to be unchecked and continues to cause damage to other cars on the street. I live in a neighborhood where there are no sidewalks, so this causes unsafe environments for children walking to school, for people trying to walk to work, or just anyone just trying to walk in our neighborhood. But why is that, you know? Community residents like myself should be involved in deciding how our tax dollars are spent. We need safer roads and access to sidewalks so that we can thrive in Fresno for the years and generations to come. It's not just us, but it's for our children and their children and everyone else to come after that. So that is why I'm calling on Fresno Council of Governments to stop Measure C from going on the November 2022 ballot. Measure C renewal should wait until 2024, and I think we can do better, and I know we can do better. And thank you guys for your time.
Kevin?
Hello everyone, I'm Kevin Sanchez, a community resident of Fresno, and today I'm calling on the Fresno Council of Governments to stop Measure C from going on the November 2022 ballot. Here it is just one reason why I don't support the current plan. Public transportation matters to me and my community. Only 1% of students, workers, and seniors who need public transportation have access to it. More than 700,000 of people, including low-income families, students, seniors, and people with disabilities, cannot get to their doctor appointments or wherever they need to go because they don't have a reliable transportation. When it is your responsibility to offer everyone public transportation, we can do much better about this. There is no plan for Wi-Fi on all existing and new buses. Why are we ignoring our students and new generations? I myself, working with the community, have heard that they don't know anything about Measure C when everyone should be involved in deciding how our tax dollars are spent, regardless immigration status, social status, skin color, gender, etc. Everyone living in this county is contributing to the economy of Fresno. During the pandemic, I heard from the community, especially in the rural areas such as Selma, Parlier, Orange County, expressing that they couldn't get the COVID vaccine on time due to not having a reliable transportation. Some of them had died from COVID because they were not vaccinated for COVID, and one of those reasons is because they didn't have access to public transportation to get vaccinated. So please, let's reconsider the approval of the plan. It is now the time to let our people's voice be heard. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this point, we've been going for almost an hour and a half in person for the in-person comments. And so I'd like to pause in person and go to online to start some Zoom comments. So we're going to take some Zoom comments and then we'll come back to in person. So at this time, I would like to take the first raised hand online.
Yes, that's Sadia Khan. You are unmute.
Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. This is Sadia Khan. I'm the Policy and Advocacy Coordinator for Council on American Islamic Relations for the Sacramento Valley and Central California chapter, calling in strong opposition to the current measure as it's being presented. This measure does not take our communities into account. As mentioned by one of my colleagues, we serve over 20,000 Muslims in the Central California region, and not one of our mosques has been engaged with any information about this measure. On top of which, I've personally been to multiple of these meetings where these surveys were being done, and when you look at what survey questions we were being asked versus what is being shared with the general public of how our communities are responding, these questions are worded in such a way that it skews the public perception of how folks actually feel about Measure C. Those of us that know, kind of the inner workings that are going on behind the scenes, we know how these questions are worded and how they're being used to just kind of shift the perception of what the community actually wants and what we're actually feeling. So it's very unfortunate that data is being used inaccurately to represent our views for those of us that have been able to participate in the surveys. On top of that, I want to emphasize the fact that we serve, thousands of asylees and refugees in Fresno County, and time and time again we hear from our community how the only thing that they can rely on is public transit. For obvious reasons, they don't have driver licenses, they cannot afford to even purchase cars, let alone like barely get stabilized into this new country that they are entering into, and the fact that they are being just excluded from everything because they cannot access hospitals, they cannot access their schools, they cannot access grocery stores and so forth. And the fact that this is a 30-year plan that has significantly reduced what the budget allocation was for public transportation is alarming, especially when we should be focusing so much more on that. In the next 30 years, we should be looking at how more lines that we can include, how we can connect our urban communities, everything like that is what should be on the table right now, and yet we're not seeing any of that. So I, again, want to just say I strongly oppose this, our community strongly oppose this, and what we would like to see is, more access for our communities to actually give input on this issue. Come to our mosques, talk to our community, and see what we want. Because right now we are not being represented in this at all. And we ask that this measure be, looked at in 2024 when we've actually had time to look at everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Susan McCall. You're on mute.
Thank you. My name is Susan McCall Carrasco. I'm a resident of the city of Fresno. Where's the vision for a master transportation plan for the entire county? Fresno County and our politicians should only be judged by their support to lift up and help our most underserved communities. I speak in support to delay the Measure C extension vote until 2024. For the following reasons. And if done properly, I would actually support a recommendation for an additional half-cent increase if that increase went strictly to a master transportation plan to connect all of our cities to one another and to Fresno and Clovis, as well as to develop a master bus and light rail plans because high-speed rail is coming in. Our rural communities need your attention. It appears to me that our small town mayors are really getting shortchanged in this, and we are not meeting the needs of our working families, our students, our seniors, our veterans, our disabled, our non-drivers, our visiting immigrant workers, to help them get to where the jobs are, the food shopping, the drugstores, the medical facilities, the support services. And we need consistent bus and light rail connecting all of our communities, all of them, not just Fresno, but to allow our rural and small town students to participate in after-school clubs, to go to school events, or our citizens to attend education, seminars, sporting, and other cultural events. Please, we need to postpone this vote. We need poor input. And I think that we also need to consider an additional half-cent increase for a master transportation plan for the entire county of Fresno. Obviously, I feel that the current proposal fails far short. And I've not seen the data of surveys sent out to engage our residents. And obviously, this particular plan is not addressing our need to reduce the pollution. And I wanted to know, were our mayors involved in putting together these particular questionnaires? Did you help develop them? Did you use native language, appropriate questions and information and messaging? How were the methods used to contact or engage the rural and small town communities? Postcards, text, emails, was funding provided to all of our mayors to present to their
Thank
town?
you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pampelo.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, my name is Pamphilo Cerrillo. I'm a resident of the South Central community. I live just outside the city limits, and we are in one of the areas that has the worst air in the state, if not the country. Every day we have problems with my wife's asthma, with my grandchildren. One of them has asthma. And this is just overwhelming us out here. I think that these improvements are geared towards one thing, and that is to bring more industrial sites to our area. And they're not doing enough to monitor everything that they're doing to the residents, including all these wells that the city put in. The more businesses they bring in, the more that my well water dries up. And I think that needs to be addressed under CEQA, that they have not done anything to monitor how much water they're putting out. I am happy to see that for the first time in the last 3 or 4 years, some of these ponding basins actually have a little bit of water so that they can hopefully try to replace some of our groundwater. But I think that everything else has been talked about. So I'm going to make it real short and sweet, is that the one thing that this Council of Governments needs to do is do the right thing and do not hurry up and put this on the ballot. I know that during a presidential election, you will have more voter turnout because it's a presidential election. But the bigger the number, the better you're representing all of the population. And that should be your ultimate goal, is not to try to squeeze it in when you have approval ratings and you know that there's going to be a small turnout. Let's wait till we get the bigger turnout. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Sarah Harris.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Sarah Harris, and I, just like Lorna, also served on the executive committee. Tonight, I'm here speaking as a citizen of the city of Fresno, as a person with a disability. I'm blind. And I have to say, I'm a little bit broad-sided. I had some comments put together, but was very surprised to see an extra proposition here tonight. What I've really seen tonight is beautiful, right? We have a lot of community engagement going on. But during this process, there was not community engagement, meaning that the community wasn't shown up. They were invited. I know I sent out lots of personal invitations to folks. They didn't come. It just didn't happen. And so what I really urge all of the community here, that you guys are all talking about important issues, things that mean a lot to you. Those are local issues. Measure C is not the solution to all of those issues. Measure C is only part of it. There's other funding that goes into all of those things, and what Measure C is there for is to be a crutch, to be a matching fund, and I just really, really urge everyone to take a minute and go back and read draft 3. There are many things here talked about tonight that, were said that aren't in the measure. I sat here and reread it. They're in there. I'm very confused about what's happening here. But again, keep up your community engagement, folks, but bring it back to your community, to your local elected officials, and tell them what you need. Don't wait until you see something on social media or on the news. Get involved and get informed. Don't take misinformation. Thank you.
Next, we have Mark Kepler.
Thank you very much for having me, have given me the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to state at the beginning that I come before you not as the executive director of the Maddie Institute, but rather as a citizen of Fresno County, who's a member of the Measure C Executive Committee, and here to represent the interests of active transportation generally and trails specifically. And we're really looking for a balanced multimodal transportation system. Let me start by saying that I respect the work of Tony Boren, Mike Leonardo, Fresno Mayor Jerry Dyer, and Scott Mosier, all of those who really have the best interests of Fresno County at heart. That being said, I cannot support either the current Measure C proposal, either from Fresno, City of Fresno, or FCTA and COG. As has already been noted, the current proposal would dramatically cut funding for trails and active transportation, with the alleged justification that federal or state dollars can be used to backfill any lost dollars. In short, when it comes to active transportation and trails, what we're being asked to do is to rob Peter to pay Paul. First, robbing, or in this case, relying on a federal or state handout to backfill lost Measure C dollars for active transportation and trails is rarely a good idea. What is essentially being advocated is the status quo, no improvement in making Fresno County more pedestrian or bike friendly. Second, even if robbing Peter to pay Paul would be a good idea, the proposal is fatally flawed when it comes to active transportation and trails. First, you have to apply for those federal and state grants. And because there's no dollars here to maintain trails, the reality is that these cities will not apply for those dollars. Just look at the current situation. Since the last Measure C was passed, it basically built on average, about a half mile of trails per year. If we're trying to build out a 100-mile master urban parkway plan in the Fresno Clovis area, at this pace, it's going to take us 200 years. Second, even if the cities do apply, you still have to be successful. A key factor in success is leveraging. Having matching dollars, local dollars, is often a key to success. If you've cut funding, in this case, you're cutting funding by 75%, there are fewer dollars to do that match. Third, the model is based on current thinking. No thought of using these dollars to positively transform the community with, for example, this 100-mile plus linear park and trail system along the canal banks in the Fresno Clovis metro area. There is much to like about the city's proposal, but let's be clear. Both the FCTA, COG, and the City of Fresno proposal were generated without public input. And that, unfortunately, is a serious problem. Finally,
Thank you.
Okay.
Trying to keep the meeting going here. I just want to make sure we keep inside the chamber here, if we can keep it down, except for Amelia, so we can hear. It's kind of hard to hear the speakers for us. Thank you. Okay, next.
Next, we have Lisa Flores.
Good evening, all. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, first off, I want to thank Mayor Dyer for allowing this meeting to occur at City Hall. You are a good example of how a meeting should be ran. It is proficient, it is The last one was a fecal matter of a show. I stand in opposition of this. First off, you guys are dispensing money for 30 years for a generation that isn't even born. What the heck are you people thinking? Second, I watched the presentation and I saw some fallacies and just outright lies that are in the plan. As a retired environmental and transportation planner who worked for Mike Leonardo, there's some major issues and flaws in your plan. And had I been given adequate time to go through the pages, I could tell you exactly what. But I haven't been given the opportunity to participate in the public process as well. You have a couple of more years to actually get it together. There should be a cohesive and coherent transit system in the county and in the cities, where it doesn't take you 3 hours to get from one place to another. It shouldn't take you an hour to 3 hours to even get across town in Fresno. That to me is just, we're at the point in our growth where it needs to be more proficient versus deficient. There's also not enough public outreach. I know Mike's MO, it's bare minimum, get it done, get the money, build. You need to, you have all these people here telling you what they need, what they want. Your two committee members that have come up here and said, well, you should have participated, and why are you here complaining? Go back and become part of the later process is not only disingenuous, but discourteous to the community. Finally, and this is very important, you're not dealing with air quality. Most of Fresno is in the AB 617 area, which has the worst air quality in all of Fresno, in all of the state, if not the nation. This Measure C does not address any sort of climate change. It does not address air quality, and it doesn't address nor has any foresight with the upcoming recession. For that, I ask you to pull this and go back to your drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Rosario Rodriguez.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es María Rodríguez del Porvenir en el área de Cantuacri. Y yo estoy pidiendo que paren esta propuesta porque no se me hace justo que nuestra comunidad de Cantuacri y nuestras áreas no estemos incluidas en este presupuesto. Nosotros también pagamos impuestos y de verdad es triste que seamos una área totalmente marginada. No tenemos transporte público, no tenemos parques, realmente no tenemos nada y no es justo que si pagamos impuestos no nos incluyan en esta medida. Entonces, ustedes dicen que quieren hacerlo ya en este 2022 y tenemos que esperar 30 años para que nos incluyan. Se me hace demasiado tiempo. Entonces, sí quisiera pedirles que reconsideren, que esperen 2 años más para que puedan incluirnos en esta decisión que ustedes están tomando, porque es muy importante para nuestra comunidad y para todos nuestros hijos, que son los que van a sufrir también las consecuencias. Nosotros estábamos a punto de ir a esta reunión, un grupo de personas de esta área. Tristemente, hablando de transporte, pues se canceló y no pudimos ir. Pero estamos aquí por este medio haciendo que escuchen nuestra voz para que sepan que estamos aquí, que no nos olviden. Y me gustaría que vinieran a nuestra área para que se den cuenta y no cierren los ojos y realmente se pongan a pensar y vean que estamos aquí y tenemos muchas necesidades. Gracias. También quiero agradecerle al señor alcalde de Huron, porque, bueno, él dentro de sus posibilidades nos ha estado proveyendo un poco de servicio de transporte y pues quiero agradecérselo y reconocer el esfuerzo que hace él cuando el condado de Fresno no lo hace por nosotros. Gracias.
Gracias.
Good afternoon. My name is Maria from Porvenir in Cantua Creek, and I am asking that you stop this proposition because I don't believe that it includes Cantua Creek in our areas. We also pay taxes, and it's sad that we are in a marginalized area and we are not included. We don't have parks, or we don't have anything, and I don't think it's right that we pay taxes and we're not included in this measure. You want to pass it in 2022, and then we have to wait 30 years in order to include us? That's a long time. So I would just like to ask for you to take at least 2 more years to include us, because it's important for us and also for our children. We were going to go, a couple of people here from the community, but because of transportation, we weren't able to. However, we are here by this medium, and we would like for you to see. I'd like to invite you to come to this area so that you can't just close your eyes to it. But I would also like to say thank you to the mayor of Huron, because within his capacity, he has also provided us transportation, and I want to recognize the effort that he has done when the city or the county of Fresno has failed us.
Thank you.
Next speaker, his last name is Martinez.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good evening. My name is Nayamin Martinez. I am the Executive Director with the Central California Environmental Justice Network, and for a short period of time, I was also part of the Executive Committee. I will start by answering the question that Mayor Hernandez posed to Mr. Boren regarding if there was opposition within the committee. Yes, there was opposition, and not only of myself and other EJ advocates, but also of Mr. Kapler, who you just heard recently. Our opposition was expressed in writing, verbally, and it was only welcomed by rolling of eyes and condescending comments. That's why I resigned, along with others. But my main point today is explain to you why I believe this plan is not okay. Just a few reasons. It does nothing to improve air quality. By investing more than 50% of the funds in fixing roads without even paying for sidewalks, in 30 years, we will not have the worst air quality in the United States, but in the world. The plan does close to nothing to address the climate change crisis. Only 2% is designated for environmental sustainability. And reducing the funds for public transportation will make no things better. On the contrary, it just illustrates that this plan is not really about equity. How could it be about equity if we're not supporting low-income residents that need public transportation, not only in urban areas, but also in rural areas, that without that transportation, they cannot go to school, to work, to seek medical care? The proposed plan has equity just on paper and on the title, but is not reflected in the spending plan. As an environmental advocate, these are the top reasons why I'm asking you to reject this plan and be true heroes, be leaders, not for all of us. As Mayor of Huron said, Rey Leon, we can do something much better together, and I'm hoping that you agree with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Ophelia Ochoa. Ophelia, you're on mute.
Sí, buenas noches. Buenas noches para todos. Mi nombre es Ofelia Ochoa. Vivo en la comunidad de Mendota y pertenezco a la mesa directiva de Desayu 2015. Estoy en organizaciones buscando las ayudas, los servicios para los niños con necesidades especiales, que son los menos mencionados e incluidos, personas de la tercera edad que necesitan ayuda en transporte, en salud pública, en sus terapias, un aire limpio. Pido por favor que pongan atención en las necesidades de estas personas, que son las más, digamos, olvidadas. Y podemos pasar toda la noche hablando y mencionando lo mismo, pero mi pregunta es si nos van a tomar en cuenta nuestras preocupaciones, si nos van a incluir. Es todo lo que quería hablar y muchísimas gracias por permitirme hablar. No estoy de acuerdo con que pasen ahorita la medida C. Necesitamos más tiempo. Como todos mis compañeros lo han pedido, yo también les pido, por favor, que consideren nuestras preocupaciones. Gracias.
Ofelia, ¿si puede repetir en qué junta directiva sirve? I'm just asking what board she serves on. I know she said 2015, but I didn't hear the complete one. ¿Cómo? Roundtable? Oh, okay, thank you so much. Okay, good afternoon. My name is Ofelia Ochoa, and I live in Mendota. I am part of the 2015 board for Roundtable, looking for help and services for those with special needs and people who are elderly. And these are the ones who need most help in transportation in order to access public health and also just for a cleaner air. I'd ask that you please pay attention to the needs of these people who are almost always the most forgotten. We can spend all night saying the same thing and repeating the same comments, but the real question is, are you going to include us in the process? Thank you so much for allowing me to speak, and I want to mention that I am not in agreement for you to pass Measure C, just like everyone else has asked, and I ask that you consider our asks as a community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Reina Leon. Reina? Reina, you're unmute.
Bueno,
Yes.
Siga adelante.
hola, buenas tardes.
Se escucha, siga adelante.
Please. Oh, buenas tardes, es que estoy escuchando mi papel. Soy Reina León. Es que, ¿dónde está mi papel? Espérame, por favor.
I'm looking for my paper, please
Sí, ahora
wait
sí.
for me. Okay, I'm ready.
Buenas tardes, soy Reina León. Soy residente de Fresno y desde hace 10 años vivo en el Distrito 3. Y no he mirado cambios en este área y en las calles no tienen banqueta para que los niños caminen para ir a la escuela. No tienen alumbramiento, no tienen carriles de bicicleta. Las calles están muy feas y hay muchos baches. Necesitamos transporte público porque hay personas que no tienen carros para ir a las citas y algunos muchachos que están estudiando no pueden tomar buses públicos porque no es cerca de su área. Pedimos transporte público para ir a la escuela porque los buses de escuela a veces llegan tarde o se llenan y no caben todos los niños o muchachos en los buses. Y llegan tarde y todos los niños o muchachos pierden sus clases. Y no es justo porque muchos niños por perder una clase ya pierden lo importante de las clases que dan los maestros. Y pido que paren la medida C, como dicen los demás, para que piensen los concejales que los proyectos que están hablando la comunidad para que se tome bien para la comunidad. Muchas gracias.
Hello, my name is Reina Leon. I'm a resident of Fresno and have lived in District 3 for over 10 years. I haven't seen any improvements since then. Students don't have sidewalks, lighting, or bicycle lanes. The streets are really bad and have very bad potholes. We need public transportation in order for people to go to their medical appointments. And also some students who have to go to school, they can't take the buses because there are none that go into their area. We ask for transportation because sometimes for the students, the buses get full and not everyone fits. And then they get to class late and they miss out on their classes. And it's not right because they lose the class and then they lose all the information provided. I ask that you put a pause on Measure C and for the council members to hear the community and their asks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Luisa Medina.
Good evening. My name is Luisa Medina. I am a resident of the city of Fowler. I want to say that I agree with all that has been said before by the dozens and dozens of speakers who've had the opportunity to speak this evening. I am asking that you not put this on the ballot for this year. I think that we should take the time to fully review the COG plan, which I understand was not fully released to the public until a few hours before the meeting last week, of which I had also attended and was prepared to speak. This city's plan, while it may be a sound plan, we really don't know. I appreciate the fact that there are at least two plans for us to take a look at, and I think the city's proposal gives credence to the fact that the COG plan is inadequate. In my opinion, your staff has misled you this evening with the statement that the opposition to the plan wants to take away the decision-making from elected officials. That is an arrogant statement and reflects an attitude that minimizes public dialogue. There are no threats here, quite the opposite. We want to create a plan that will help you to put something solid together that will work for all of our communities. You are hearing from rural residents this evening, the League of Women Voters, of which I am a proud member of, from the Diocese of Fresno, from many others as well, and most importantly, from our youth. Let's plan for our future. Let's make certain we have adequate public transportation. Let's develop a plan that addresses climate change and air quality, and a plan that secures the health and well-being of our youth, who are the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next we have Kevin Hall.
Good evening, Madam Chair. Thank you. I wanted to make a few quick points. Thank you very much to Luisa Medina for those comments and everybody else who's spoken before. I also say you should wait till 2024. Tony Bourne skipped 2002 when he introduced the history of Measure C. And that's ironic because that's what's being repeated here. And your blind spot is amazing on this problem. And it's being compounded by this survey and its wishful thinking. Measure Z is the most popular county sales tax. It's been on the ballot 3 times in less than 20 years. And the hard opposition to it was at 18%. So your survey is off by a good 8 points. And you should have that survey taker come back in and answer some questions. Their negative questions were laughable. You're vulnerable in a way that you have no idea, and none of you has worked on a countywide sales tax facing opposition, ever, except for 1 or 2 of us who happened to have been there 20 years ago. You're walking into a buzzsaw. The pavement condition survey is my last point. It's not equitable. Clovis is already at the 70 points. But look at the many communities that are below 50. They need to be brought up to 70 before Clovis gets to spend its excess cash as it chooses. And that's the history and the problem with this here. It's all slanted to the north, and you continue to extract from the south side of Fresno and the rural communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next we have last name Zambrano.
Hello,
Yes.
my name is Eulalio Zambrano. I live in the Lowell neighborhood, right here downtown area. And my concerns are the potholes, mainly potholes. The streets are all messed up. You got roots popping through the sidewalks here. My children and we like to take evening strolls after dinner. And it's like you got cement just popping up, and you got holes in the sidewalks where we stumble and fall a lot, especially my children, constantly getting hurt, and Band-Aids, a couple trips to the hospital, whatnot. Got potholes that are messing up the suspension on our vehicles here. I mean, those are costly repairs. You know, not to mention that, oh my God, just what the gentleman before me, what he just mentioned about the Clovis getting all that money that you guys are taking from our communities and from the rural communities. I mean, I am totally against this measure. See, I voted for it when it first came in, but now I see that these last minute patchwork that you guys are doing, well, the city is doing, and these contractors that they're hiring that aren't even from the Fresno area. I mean, it's like our money should go back into the community, not to outsiders. And another thing, you guys just dropped this on us like a bombshell is not fair, not fair at all. And another thing is the public transportation. That's a major issue, and the EPA's, the weather, not the weather, but the air quality, the pollutants. You know, we need to take that into consideration also. That's a major issue. I'm a widowed father of 3 little girls, and all 3 have asthma, and that's a concern. And with that, I ask for you to not put this on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have iPhone.
That's it.
Hi, my name is Edward Flores, and I'm an associate professor at UC Merced. Earlier this year, along with some of the leading community-based organizations in Fresno, probably the only sample representative study of Fresno voters. We asked registered voters how they would like to see the Measure C transportation tax funds invested in the city in a multiple choice question. The question asked, the County of Fresno has a half-cent sales tax to help fund transportation projects, parentheses, Measure C. How might funds from this tax best be spent to improve the lives of members of your household? Respondents were asked to choose one priority. Nearly half of all respondents, 49%, prefer the Measure C funds are invested in streets and roads in low-income communities. The second most common response was to distribute the transportation funds in projects that mitigate air pollution and do not contribute to climate change. The results, prioritizing low-income communities and investing in climate and air quality solutions held up across council districts. So I want to point out that this was the largest random sample survey of its kind in the entire Central Valley, and it was sampled from city council districts. 5 out of 7 city council districts. There were there were over 1,000 respondents. So the margin of error was very narrow. It was only about 3%. If due diligence and accountability to Fresno voters means extending the process for proper engagement and planning, it would be our recommendation to reinforce that recommendation.
Thank you. Okay, that was the last one on Zoom, so I am going to now bring it back into council chambers here. So at this time, for looking at time, it's now 9:30. I do want to make sure we try to get to everybody. We're going to drop it down to 2 minutes per speaker. And if you gave a card, again, we're keeping these for the record with your name and the check if you are either in opposition or in favor, that is on here. If you feel the need that you still would like to come up, again, we're going to drop it down to 2 minutes. And if you can keep your comments as short as possible. And if someone has already said what you would like to say and it's not repetitive, when I call your name, please do come up. If not, if you do come up, if you just want to say I'm in favor or I'm in opposition, so we can get this moving along as quick as possible, and then we can get to a vote tonight, that would be wonderful. Because we want to make sure everybody gets home that's in the room as safely as possible as well. Okay, so coming back in the room, is Marisol here? Madrigal? then Rocio, and Giovanna.
Good evening. My name is Marisol Madrigal. I am a recent graduate of Clovis High, and I just turned 18 years old. The November election will be my first time voting. If this proposed plan is put on the November ballot, I will vote no, and I will ask my friends and family members to vote no. Why? It's not because I don't care about having funds for transportation or that I don't want funds for the roads. It's that old politicians who will not be here in the next 30 years will not live the consequences of the plan that you guys are making. My sister will be 48. 48. I don't want to repeat myself, but I am a child that has asthma, and I've had asthma since I was 5 years old. It doesn't get better, it's get worse. My mom has to take me to the hospital, and I have to miss classes, and I have to miss fun activities because I'm at home not being able to breathe. My grandma lives in Biola. It's a small rural town, and she doesn't drive. She just recently had a heart surgery. How is she supposed to get to her doctor's appointments? Lastly, Mayor Dyer, you say that you care about the youth and you're proud of us being leaders. As a leader, I'm asking you to not have this proposed position. I'm asking you to half the time, and I'm asking you to wait. I'm asking all of you to wait. Not to have a last-minute plan. I deserve better than a last-minute plan. Take the time to make the best plan, serving many more of the needs of all Fresno County. Today, I am calling the Fresno Council of Governments to wait until 2024 to create a plan that engages youth like me and many others that come after me. This must be heard and incorporated into the plan. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Rocio, Giovanna, and then Ivanka.
Yes, she's my daughter. My name is Rocio Madrigal. I am an outreach coordinator with CCEJN. We work mostly with environmental justice. Bear with me. Thousands of people, like my daughter, take steroids every day. Every day that, as we know, medications causes other complications in their life. We visit emergency rooms, and some even die. Here in your county, one of the highest priorities should be cleaning our air. Do what is right. Don't slip this plan under the door. Our communities don't want and don't need a wrong plan. We want to wait for your better plan. While listening to all those that have spoken today, many of us are advocating for future generations. You and I may not be here. What's the rush? They voted for you to be where you are, your constituents, because they trust you as leaders. As a respect to the people that had given up their evening today to not be with their families and not be resting, I ask you to listen to them. We said we had wonderful consultants, yet the numbers tell us that 2/3 of the people qualified our roads as very poor to only fair. Yet we called Mr. Mosier a guru. We said that we looked at this plan with different lens. We need to use the lens of health. This is not a joke about no communities left behind. Our communities, 34 of them that we mentioned unincorporated, they need to first be brought up to the starting line. They're not even at the starting line. I ask you, as a legislator did recently, he went to work with farm workers for 4 hours. Some of you are from little cities. I ask you to take half a day of your life, even 6 hours of your life, to live in their shoes and do what they have done. Bear with me, I have 3 examples. Mr. Gabriel from San Joaquin has lived in San Joaquin 22 years and has never seen the potholes fixed. The lady that presented today, Isabel from Lanier, on the Manning, I called Mr. Moses from Rural Transit because I witnessed a man on Grantland running, chasing, carrying his cane, wobbling to a rural transit that is supposed to be, from what we see, 96% great. That's not great. And lastly, in the meeting we had with Mayor and Kerman, thank you, the facility was wonderful, we had a wife tell us that her husband is bedridden, and many months at a time, the rural transit that goes to Mendota is not ADA compliant. She had to call an ambulance, the only ambulance in Mendota, to take him to a medical appointment. Those are the realities that I, as a community worker, visit these small cities, and this is what they tell me. Please, I ask you from the bottom of my heart, take a few hours of your life to experience what they experience, and lastly, imagine. Sometimes they pay 10 to 15% of their monthly income just to make it to Fresno for their appointments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Giovanna, Ivanka, and is it Days Delgado?
Hello, my name is Giovanna Morales, and I am a resident in the city of Fresno. You speak of roads being number one priority for residents, that you fail to mention that the plan prohibits the cities and county from using funds allocated to community streets and roads, funds that will constitute over half of revenue raised through Measure C for sidewalks, crosswalks, bike lanes, vegetation such as trees to address urban heat island or curb and gutters. Cities and counties can only use these local street funds for asphalt and pavement. The plan reduces spending on public transit, which means no additional services to get to a job, school, the doctor, and other essential services. This means we cannot get to where we need to go between and within cities. The current measure dedicates funding for paratransit, taxi script, and ag van pools. This dedicated funding goes away in what is being proposed. In fact, the public transit agencies would now have to figure out how to pay for these and their reduced funding allocation of only 12%. Despite repeated calls for Wi-Fi on buses, this plan does not include or require this in any way. This plan does nothing to improve, increase, or make more frequent transit services within small cities, between small cities, and incorporated areas. I urge you to not adopt this plan and instead engage the community. Even though the city of Fresno has developed its own plan, it was still done without community input. I strongly oppose both plans for Measure C. The FCOG must work with residents through community-driven process to develop a plan that will actually invest in safe roads, walkable neighborhoods, and reliable transit. Thank you.
Thank you. Ivanka? Is Days here? Dees? Dies? D-E-I-G-H-S? No? Okay. Carla Martinez? Andy Levian? Huh? Levine? Andy Levine? Veva Islas? Okay. Sorry, Ivanka.
Okay.
Ivanka, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Ivanka Saunders. I'm a policy advocate with Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I am a West Fresno resident. I oppose and ask that you please do not pass this Measure C expenditure plan in its current form. Have you actually read the details of this document? The plan will not cover the necessary repairs of the current infrastructure of community streets and roads, sidewalks, and crosswalks. Public transportation allocated funds are reduced, which is necessary for community members, as you have heard, who can't afford their own cars. Let us not forget that this money comes from the taxpayers, yet you want to pass on a plan that uses our hard-earned money on urban sprawl infrastructure projects for new communities that we may never even be able to afford to live in. Only 2% of this plan over the next 30 years will go to issues in infrastructure that are impacted by climate change. So again, our tax dollars won't even be spent in the older communities that were never given proper infrastructure to begin with. You have an opportunity to correct the wrongs of the past, so please take the time to truly create an equitable and fair expenditure plan. While the first presentation tonight that you watched sounds positive, it does not actually align with the itemized allocations in the actual expenditure plan. Please do not pass this plan if you have not taken the time to actually read it. If you are considering Mayor Dyer's alternative plan, you all, as well as the public, have not been able to fully review and make comments and actually think it through. Do not rush this tonight. Take the time to review it. No, it does not have to go to the ballots for the upcoming voting cycle. We have until 2027, and we have the time to send to the ballot at a later date. Please do not rush this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Carla. Is Carla, are you Carla? No?
Mi nombre.
So Carla had to leave?
She's going to take her place.
Okay, I'm sorry, what's your name?
To leave. ¿Su nombre?
Ok, mi nombre es Yolanda Valente.
Yolanda Valente.
Okay. We just want to make sure you're on record with your name.
Ok. Yo doy gracias a Dios porque Él me dio licencia a venir y llegar ante todos ustedes, y también yo le pido a Dios que Él venga a obrar en su mente, en cada uno de todos ustedes, para que tomen en cuenta todos esos comentarios que han hecho nuestros compañeros y todos los que han estado en los otros lugares alrededor de aquí de Fresno, que necesitan esa ayuda y que nos tomen en cuenta. Yo tengo desde el 88 aquí y he estado usando el bus, entonces pues que mejoren todo eso, porque yo tengo mi niña especial y siempre anduve en el bus, a citas y a todos lugares para llevarla, y la tenía que cargar porque ella duró mucho tiempo que no caminaba, y gracias a Dios ella está bien ahorita, pero siempre a veces los esposos están trabajando o uno pues no sabe manejar y uno necesita ese transporte, y pues que ustedes consideren todo y que se pongan en nuestros zapatos, o como muchos de ustedes a veces no han pasado por esas necesidades que todos los demás estamos hablando, que ustedes nos tomen en cuenta, y pues yo les pido que no pasen esa medida C, y que pues que Dios los bendiga y que ustedes les dé la sabiduría y para que ustedes tomen esas decisiones correctas. Y ahí en la Kearney Boulevard, ahí yo vivo, y hay esa entrada y esa salida y no ponen un señal, y allí han pasado accidentes mero enfrente de mi casa, porque no tiene una señal también, para que vayan a mirar y vean eso, porque han estado casi a punto de matarse la gente ahí donde hace como una V, y han casi topado en la palma. Eso es lo que yo les hago saber, y es todo, porque ya me tengo que ir, ya me iba a ir, pero quería dar mi comentario. Que Dios los bendiga a todos. Yolanda Valente.
Yolanda Valente. I'm thankful to God because He let me come before all of you. And I ask God that He comes to act within all of your minds so you can take into account all the comments that everyone here has made and that everyone all around Fresno has said, and for you to take us into account. I've been here since '88 and I've used the bus, so please improve all of that. My little girl has special needs and I had to carry her because for a time she couldn't walk and we had to take the bus. She's good now, thank God, but sometimes our husbands work or we don't know how to drive and we need that transportation. So please put yourself in our shoes. You haven't gone through what we've all said, but please take us into account. And I ask that you don't pass Measure C and for God to bless you and to give you the knowledge to make the right decision. Also on Kearney Boulevard, it's an entrance and also an exit, but there's no signal there, so there's been almost an accident. I've seen accidents happen, some people that are about to crash and kill themselves where it makes a V, so I ask that you also look into that. And that's it because I have to leave. I was going to leave, but I wanted to give my comment. Thank you. May God bless you.
Gracias. Okay, next we have Andy.
Good evening. My name is Andy Levine. I'm a resident in the city of Fresno. Speaking to you tonight as a resident, but also as a newly elected trustee for the Fresno Unified School Board. And I'd be remiss if I didn't name that to say that I think it is, I could not support a plan that does not address the needs of our students that do not have adequate access to both walking and transportation to schools and to their basic needs. And so 1% of this plan currently planning on going to active trails, which includes safe routes to schools, but also 12% going to public transit is, I think, is grossly inadequate. And just wanted to name that specifically. But more broadly, I spoke to y'all last week and just shared my opinion that the whatever we want to call what happened last week, the mess of the situation was the latest example, and I think evidence that this is a process that is not ready for prime time and is not yet ready to go to voters. I think tonight, while I appreciate bringing new ideas forward, the City of Fresno's alternative plan that many of you expressed that you have just seen for the first time tonight is yet another example that this is not yet ready to go to voters. And I believe that we have an opportunity here. If we had to vote on something to go for this November, then that's one thing, but we have the time, we have a chance to do something right, and we have a chance to bring our community together in a really powerful way. I think you hear our community begging for that opportunity tonight. And so I would just ask you to reject both proposals and to take the time we need to go to the voters in 2024. I'll close by quoting the, I think, powerful Fresno Bee editorial that was online, probably in print this morning, that closed with, "Fresno County needs Measure C, but not in this form. Skip the November election and do it right." Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Beva Islas. I am a resident of Fresno, and I also am a Fresno Unified School District Board member. I happen to also be the executive director of a nonprofit organization, Cultiva la Salud. We focus on public health. And so there's a few comments that I really want to stress in terms of not being in support, and also just to highlight for you some of the things that haven't been mentioned yet tonight. So one of my principal concerns is that cities and counties can only use these local street funds for asphalt and pavement. In Fresno County, we have lost close to 3,000 of our neighbors, family members, and friends due to COVID. And when we think about why that was, we have to be cognizant of the amount of chronic illnesses that residents in our communities experience. 70% of our adult population is overweight or obese. 1 out of every 3 children is overweight or obese. 80% of our hospitalizations are due to COVID. And when we think about why that is, it is not just the fact that we have an overabundance of unhealthy food, but we have very limited opportunities for people to engage in daily, regular physical activity. That is contributing to the chronic diseases. So if we're thinking about the future and trying to prevent this awful pandemic or any other catastrophe that might befall us, it really is important that we invest in the health and well-being of our community. So things like sidewalks, streetlights, bike lanes, all of these things really facilitate our communities to be out and to be active. And I'm very concerned about vulnerable populations such as our children. You heard several comments tonight about the impediments to getting to higher education. There's impediments to our children just to be able to walk or bike to school safely. This requires that we invest in infrastructure. One of my schools, children have to run across 4 lanes across Fresno Street. And so things like that are things that we can address if these dollars were better invested. I'm asking you tonight not to move forward with approving this. I want to appeal to greater public engagement so that we can get this right, and please prioritize public health and help our students get to school safely. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go for another about 15 more minutes till 10 o'clock. That'll be 2 hours and 40 minutes of public comment on this item. I will keep going down the names, and if you want to keep it short, and if someone has already said what you wanted to say, you can skip over, and we'll hold on to these. But if you do come up, if it's something new, then please come up for public comment. And if not, we'll still limit it down to 2 minutes so we can keep going. So we'll go for another about 15 more minutes. It's next, I have, is it Jamie or Jamesy? Cecilia Alvarado. Marlon Miranda? Gone? Both are? Okay. And then Yolanda Valente? Huh? Oh, she spoke. Okay. Oh, thank you. Maria Guzman? And then Araceli Sanabria? How do you pronounce your name?
Jamise.
Jamise, thank you. I was looking at that a couple of times. Thank you.
I like to say my mother named me after her boyfriend James, and it wasn't until she tried to name the dog Donald that Dad figured out he was in the doghouse.
That's a good one. It's actually very unique and beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
All right, so I've got to say I'm all in favor of repairing roads, but there are so many things that are involved in this community. We have one of the highest poverty rates in the country. We have one of the highest rates of asthma in the country. I have had jobs that I could not take or that I lost because I couldn't get there, because there was not adequate public transportation. The public transportation is also a hinge pin in decreasing our pollution and helping in climate change. We are seeing record temperatures. Temperatures are going up every single year. We're seeing more and more days where the temperatures are record-breaking earlier in the year. And all of that cannot be addressed with the current proposal. We need to stop and make sure that we are addressing the matters that are most urgent for the community and not just keep throwing money at single-car roadways. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Maria, and then Araceli.
Okay. Buenas noches, mi nombre es María Guzmán. Sonará increíble, pero yo represento la escuela Adams. Está en Fresno, pero la escuela no tiene banqueta, no tiene alumbrado. Estamos hablando de Fresno, que estamos olvidados por el West. Mi niño, yo he estado luchando por el alumbrado, por las banquetas, desde que mi niño estaba en el kinder. Mi niño ahorita ya está en la universidad. Ya llevo más de 10 años luchando por esa escuela. Gracias, le doy muchas gracias al señor Oliver, que trabajó aquí. Él me ayudó para que la escuela tuviera semáforos. Estamos hablando más de 25 años, la familia, para que lográramos un semáforo en esa escuela. Mi hijo va a la universidad, él usa el transporte público, lleva más de 2 horas para llegar a la universidad. Las escuelas, las calles McKelly, Olivo y Belmont de la West están totalmente destruidas por más de 5 años. Yo vivo en el condado de Fresno. La ciudad de Fresno nos puso drenaje en mi calle, pero dice la ciudad que debemos de pagar los gastos de construcción. Por los gastos nos están cobrando $5,000 por casa. Eso hace más de 10 años que pusieron el drenaje. Mis vecinos y yo no nos hemos conectado al drenaje por falta del dinero. Ahora nos preguntamos el condado, ¿por qué no tenemos derecho a lo básico? Estuve escuchando muchos comentarios de drenajes, pero en ningún momento he escuchado que el condado de Fresno va a ser gratis. ¿Por qué el condado de Fresno tenemos que pagar más de $5,000 por conectarnos si pagamos impuestos?
Gracias.
Muchas gracias.
Good night. My name is Maria Guzman, and I represent Adams School in Fresno, but it doesn't have sidewalk or lighting. We're talking about in Fresno, on the forgotten side of the West. I've been fighting for lighting and sidewalk since my little boy was in kinder. He's in college now. I have been fighting for more than 10 years, and I want to say thank you to Mr. Oliver. He helped me so that the school can at least have a stoplight, one, at the school. My child goes to college and he uses public transportation, but it takes him more than 2 hours. And I want to mention that the streets McKinley, Olive, and West have been in terrible conditions for more than 5 years. The city of Fresno put in drainage into our homes or around our homes, and they charged us $5,000 per home. This has been for more than 10 years that they have installed it, and me and my neighbors, we haven't been able to connect because of the lack of funds. So I ask you, why don't we have the right to access the basic needs? And I have heard all these comments that have been made, but I haven't heard that the county of Fresno has said that all of this, or that drainage will be free. So that's my comment, thank you.
Araceli, and then I have Dan Nuncio.
Hi, Araceli had to leave, but I will be reading her comment. Bear with me because I have to translate it. Good afternoon, or good evening. My name is Araceli. I live in District 5 between Butler and Ventura. My street is really nice, but unfortunately, it's in really bad conditions. I have lived here for around 15 years in the same zone, and in these 15 years, I've never seen anything get better in my community. My streets are in poor conditions. Our sidewalks are in poor conditions because our neighborhood is very old and our streets are even older. But that is why I am asking for you to stop Measure C until you can identify all the needs in our communities. Look at our streets, look at our sidewalks, and in Southeast Fresno, because they're in awful conditions. We have a right to see our communities look just like the ones in North Fresno. We pay taxes, and we want to see our taxes be reflected in our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. After Dan, we have Des, and then Veronica.
Good evening, Chair. Good evening, Board. Thank you for hearing me out. My name is Daniel Nuncio. I'm the Senior Field Representative for Carpenters Local 701 here in Fresno. Represent approximately 1,200 members that live in the county of Fresno itself. You're probably thinking, you know, we do construction, we're all about building, throw us the money, let us get after it. But there's a difference between building smart and just kind of going at something that's not quite figured out. It's my understanding, and I believe that, Measure C is not going to be the fix for all the problems that we have in our communities. But let's take a look at anything that we build as far as a carpenter. It all starts with the foundation. If your foundation isn't strong, it's not going to last. And that's what we're looking at here as Measure C tonight. When we go to vote on it, and you're voting on it, and you're hearing from the public. The one thing we do look at is, when this thing kicked off in January of 2020, 3 months later, the pandemic hit. So as far as the outreach for people to come out, look around the room. There's still masks that are being worn because the pandemic is still alive and well. A lot of people that we know have lost their lives. I've had members in their early 20s lose their lives to the COVID pandemic. Mm-hmm. So when we sit here and we ask that we want full transparency of just being able to talk to you about the needs and the wants that we have in our own communities so that you can take that into consideration. The last thing we want to see is a lot of you here, you'll have staff members that sit there and we work on projects that are coming up. And what do we see is if something's rushed through, chances are there's going to be change orders and there's going to be issues with that because it's forced and it's quick and it's coming fast. We have time. We have plenty of time. I bet you if you look in the room right here and everybody that was here earlier and asked, does anybody oppose Measure C? Not one hand would go up. All we're asking is to postpone it for 2 years. That's it. I mean, is anybody here, is anybody against it? No, nobody's against it. We just ask that you listen to the wants and needs of your constituents to see what's needed in your communities. That's all. That's all we ask for. So please take that into consideration tonight when you sit there and vote on it. And we really push and hope that you vote no and postpone it to 2024. Thank you.
Dan, are these guys with you too, over here in the corner? Okay. Okay, this one for the record. Des?
Thank you. Girl, thank you. Hello, good evening. My name is Des Martinez. I am the founder of We Are Not Invisible, a nonprofit here in Fresno, California that works with the unhoused community. So I'm going to be speaking on the unhoused community tonight. I'd like to know who was notified. How was the information put out? I sat here tonight and listened that the information was put out, but because I work in the unhoused community and in the unhoused shelters, advocate out there, we've never heard about it until about 2 weeks ago. So just before coming in last week to speak with the unhoused community, I asked them if they knew if they would like to come out. They didn't even know what it was. They'd never heard of it. Nobody's ever mentioned any of this to the unhoused community, and they should be involved because they are taxpayers also. Today I asked my neighbors. I asked the store owner on the corner if he would like to come and join about Measure C, and he didn't even know what it was about. So I'm just asking, what is Measure C? I asked myself, what is Measure C, and what would we, the unhoused community, want to go? My point is who knew about these community meetings, because my street family members and my neighbors did not know nothing about this. I heard you say 30 years. How many of you up there right now, or the ones who even proposed this, will even be here in the same position in 30 years? You're making choices for my children, and you won't even be around to answer to them. Regarding transportation, Fresno moved Social Security Department close to Clovis, California. Anyone who knows Fresno knows where the majority of the street family members live, and that's in District 3. The bus ride to the social service offices is a very long ride, and many unhoused do not even have the funds to ride the bus all the way out there. This hinders them from getting resources needed and able to stay at a shelter. Many jobs the unhoused can get are usually a graveyard, at the chicken chop shop, and there's no transportation at night. Regarding the streets, sidewalks, and bike lanes, the unhoused ride bikes majority of the time, and with a lack of safe bike lanes all over Fresno and rural areas, it becomes very dangerous and unsafe from the moving cars, trucks, and semis. Many neighborhoods that are low income have no sidewalks, or the sidewalks are cracked, or they're lifted up from the ground lifting. We have no ADA curbs, no lighting in many areas, make walking or riding at night extremely unsafe and dangerous. I can go on, but I want to echo everything the community said just before me. We have a family shelter here in Fresno, California. It was placed on Motel Drive. There are no crosswalks. We have 80 children that have to dash across a highway, next to a highway, a road where you can drive 50 miles an hour, where hundreds of people have been killed on, and we have no safe sidewalks. We've been promised sidewalks. We've been promised safety, but we're not getting that. So I'm just asking you guys tonight, if you guys can please just wait, because the safety of our children, the ones that are gonna be our leaders, is who we need to survive and be here to speak in 30 years. Thanks.
Thank you. Veronica?
Hi, good evening, Veronica Garibay. I'm here to speak as a resident of the city of Selma today, but I grew up in the city of Parlier. Thank you to Mayor Beltran for taking the time to talk to me yesterday about some of the issues. I'm also the co-executive director of Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability, and I have been following this process since January of 2020, when we first saw a staff report put out, and this is in response to Mayor Hernandez's questions about why there was opposition. The executive committee and the committees were hand-selected by staff based on the following desired characteristics: not a public process, not an opportunity for you to appoint someone, not a process inclusive of youth, of our street family, of our neighborhoods, of our communities, but based on the following characteristics. You are a community leader, well respected, you have a positive attitude, you are hardworking, you are a consensus builder, and you were involved in past measures. I guess none of us who are here are considered or have any of those characteristics, and therefore we're not invited to a seat at the table. I had to fight for nearly a year and a half to get on the executive committee, only to be ignored every step of the way. We submitted several written comments. We tried to make questions during meetings. At every step of the way, we were told, we will discuss it later, we will discuss it later. The renewal plan in its entirety, the first draft, the expenditure plan, was released on May 26th of this year. The implementing guidelines in full draft were released June 7th. On May 26th, we came to this exact board, if you all remember, virtually, asking you not to move forward this year. We came to your meeting last week. We are here again. As I was also a former executive committee member, I was also opposed to the process. So Mayor Hernandez, while staff did not answer your question, yes, there was opposition on the executive committee to not go this year, to not approve this plan. Year after year after year, we have been asking for investments across small cities, in the unincorporated area, in the city of Fresno. Year after year, we are having to beg to be worthy of investment. With from our own taxpayers, our own hard-earned money. You have the opportunity tonight to do something different and be a part of something that creates real community with everybody who spoke here tonight, everybody who spoke through Zoom. Do the right thing. There is no rush. You have an opportunity. This will not help your cities. What's written in this plan is not the same thing as was written to you, and there is no way, with all due respect, that a last-minute deal should go before voters this November. Mayor Dyer, you talked about a series of meetings that have happened over the last couple of days. Those meetings were closed door meetings and negotiations that did not include the public. None of us have seen the alternative until we saw it this afternoon. Neither plan deserves your support today. Please do the right thing. Don't make your communities and Fresno County taxpayers have to beg you for investment for yet another year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to bring it back to the board. And I want to thank everybody. I know it's late, and I just want to thank everybody for speaking up, and I truly appreciate hearing everybody, both on Zoom and in person. So I will close the public comment at this time. And is there any other comments from board members? Either in person or online?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
Mayor Leon here.
Yes.
And I'd like to make a motion.
Well, one second. I'm asking for questions first. Are there any other comments or questions? And then I will entertain a motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So I hear no other comments.
Oh, I'll make a few comments before.
Okay, wait. I have a comment here from Mayor Mendota.
Before my decision. Thank you, first of all, for all of you that attended on Zoom and attended here publicly and were here for hours and are here missed dinner and here after work, just like many of us are as well. You know, many of us, as well as you guys, you know, didn't tuck at our kids tonight and they even sleep, so it's a lot of effort. Kudos to the gentleman keeping those mics clean. I thought you were going to run out of those things. I don't know how many you have.
Worked hard tonight.
Kudos to you, man. I didn't mean this late. You have a lot of energy. I gotta have what you're having because this coffee's not. Mayor, you gotta change this coffee. It's not giving me enough energy. Anyway, I'm just trying to end it on a positive note. I can relate to a lot of the comments that all you made. I come from a rural community. I come from a farming community. I come from a very hardworking community, as well as I am. I'm not here to make this a political career. I make this to make Mendota a better community and the West Side cities and get what we deserve, as well as everybody else. Our communities, deserve the same thing as the bigger cities. I'm tired of always going based on population. Well, guess what? We have a lot of undocumented people that pay taxes as well, can't claim them, and they still pay for them. And they work hard every day, to feed. I just want to say the country, not the world anymore, because unfortunately we don't have enough water to farm enough to feed the world anymore. Well, we are the breadbasket of the world, the San Joaquin Valley. We still continue to work. During COVID, we didn't stop working. Myself, I went out to the farms, thanks to our county supervisors who gave us some monies, gave us some PPEs, and I, myself, with my kids, put masks, sanitizers in plastic Ziploc bags, went out to the farming, handed them out because they were being neglected or forgotten. I did not forget our people. And I was exposing myself, risking myself, because I also have family. Thank God I didn't, catch it, but I was trying to protect myself as like you were protecting everybody today. Thank you for that again. I have very mixed emotions tonight on my decision. I came in with an idea, and when I got handed this paper, just like you all did, it's a little frustrating because my father raised me making decisions by analyzing things first, thinking it out, then you make your decision because it's on you. I don't make my decisions for 30 minutes before a meeting. I really appreciate, I'm flattered, whoever was behind closed doors thinking of the small rural communities. I'm really thankful that you guys are offering a little more monies for our roads, because my biggest complaint in Mendota is the roads. But if you guys were able to make this proposal, couple extra or 100,000 or so on in a couple of days without any involvement of mine or my constituents, I believe we can get more. I'm gonna be greedy because we deserve just like everybody else. When you guys do projects, we pay the same thing. We have to pay prevailing wage. We don't get it any cheaper because we're a smaller community. It costs a lot. So that being said, I can also relate to people with asthma. My daughter has asthma and it struggled with sports. All my other kids have a lot of bad allergies, so I can relate to a lot of that. As far as your kids having to pay for this tax in the future, not be able to vote on it, well, guess what? This tax that we're proposing today, I wasn't able to vote on it. I was too young, but I did pay for the last 15 years plus. So I can relate to a lot of your guys' comments. Thank you again for that. That's just before, and again, I go back to, I have very mixed emotions. I don't want to let down my community with this opportunity we have, but I also don't want to devalue my community or the surrounding communities from where I come from. So thank you again for your comments and efforts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for those comments. Is there anybody else?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Madam Chair?
Mayor Lopez?
Mayor Victor Lopez, Orange Grove.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to congratulate Tony and the staff for doing an outstanding job. And, I've been involved 42 years as a mayor of Orange Grove, and I've never, ever heard so many comments made at a public meeting like tonight. I'm very impressed, and I congratulate all those people that made their comments, either pro or against. But I'm really proud that they're speaking out, and this is what it's all about. The people are the bosses. They're the ones that put us in office. They're the ones that take us out. I just want to thank them for speaking out, whether in favor or against, that they did a fabulous job. And I'm really proud of all those citizens that spoke out tonight. And I want to thank Tony and all the staff for a beautiful job that they're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from board members?
Madam Chair?
Yes, I've got some comments. Or who's it?
I'll go ahead and go. Just to echo my colleagues, I just want to.
One second, we have the mayor, just so you know, we have the mayor of Sanger is going to speak.
I just want to thank everybody in the community for coming out and giving their opinion, because because it's very important. We're here because of you. And like my fellow colleague, this funding is going to go do a lot for my town. And Measure C is not the answer, but it is a hand up to address street repair, transportation, air pollution, broadband, and et cetera. And you know what? When it gets on the ballot, if it gets on the ballot, you can go up or down. That's your decision. The power's yours. But thank you so much for your attendance and speaking out tonight. I applaud you.
Thank you. Supervisor Quintero?
Yes, I've got a few comments. First of all, I wanted to thank all the community that showed up and for their also sending to us their emails, their letters, their comments, concerns, and suggestions. We got quite a few of those, and as well as the speakers that we had today. I also want to thank. There was enough information out there as far as public comment, but also I wanted to thank the community-based 17 organizations that send us their detailed concerns on the expenditure plan, the draft, and the draft allocation comments. It was very thorough and detailed, and I appreciate that. It was 17 organizations. We all see that. Then also, I wanted to thank the Fresno Bee Opinion Board. Had their comments that was mentioned earlier, and then also the Measure C tax vote comment by the bee reporter Merrick Warzowski. And I wanted to thank one of the speakers this evening because they wrote a letter to the Fresno Bee that was published, and that was the Ashens Limon. Thank you very much for showing up. Appreciate it. Wanted to also clarify a couple of facts about Measure C. And, you know, I know, having been on City Council and the Board of Supervisors, that there's never, ever a perfect plan. It's not perfect, but because there's never enough money. And that causes, you know, community input to put, help us prioritize what we're dealing with today. And wanted to mention a couple things about the facts as far as the Measure C, because some of the comments I heard just kind of went from A to Z, and I just wanted to clarify that. One was the approved plan repairs and the maintenance of neighborhood streets and roads. 80% of the voters in Fresno County, including the city of Fresno, rated this the most important issue of Measure C funds. And you heard a lot of that tonight from the community. And also, you know, we're saying it's going to be for 30 years. Well, you know, families plan ahead to provide futures for their children. And, you know, that's kind of how we're looking at this too. We're planning ahead to provide a better community. And then the other comments that were made, which were very good, all the comments were good, was regarding transit and the disadvantaged community. And the funding under this plan is increased, $15 million per year on Measure C2, and then this $27 million for Measure C3. The other concern was that of air quality, and you know, some people may not see this as air quality, but it's what it addresses is fixing the worst roads and paving dirt roads and shoulders that reduce dust and particulate matters. The other is improving roads and intersections with smart traffic technology will help reduce congestion and exhaust from idling vehicles stuck in traffic. And a lot of these things are things that we don't think about, you know, but you think about it and yeah, it makes sense. And, you know, there was also the report that there was an 18-month process with public meetings, both Zoom and in person, and folks have filled out the renewal services. And consistently, a large majority of Fresno County residents urge for a plan that fixes potholes and maintain local roads. That's what we heard tonight in a lot of the comments. This is what Measure C addresses. Does it take care of everything, as I mentioned earlier? No, it doesn't. And to me, it's about working for the betterment of Fresno County. And you know, the City of Fresno proposal, yes, it was kind of a late notice, but it enhances, to me, the Measure C proposal to assist all of Fresno County and the opportunity to provide residents with a better quality of life. So, and as also, I believe one of my colleagues mentioned earlier, it's a hand up for the community. And I wanted to ask Mayor Dyer, if you could read again what the proposal is with the monies for each city.
Yes. So get it out of my folder here. That's this one right here. So for the city, I'm just going to read to you what's been added to each city through this alternative proposal, above and beyond the dollars that were in the first proposal presented tonight. City of Clovis, an additional $20.9 million. Coalinga, $7.4 million. Fireball, $4.3 million. Fowler, $1.5 million. Fresno, $86.9. Huron, $4.5. Kerman, $7.6 million. Kingsburg, $4.7. Mendota, $6.7 million. Orange Cove, $5.4 million. And Parlier, $6.7 million. Reedley, 7.9, San Joaquin, 2.9 million, Sanger, 10.3 million, and then Selma, 8.4 million. Again, that's the difference between the initial proposal presented tonight by the COG and the alternative proposal.
Okay, so this would be additional money.
Yes, sir.
For each community. And the different bullet points that I mentioned earlier just was the Measure C renewal fact sheet. That's where I got my information from that was part of handouts at meetings. And, you know, I'd ask that maybe the cities, you know, work or look and see if their communities can use this additional dollars and place it on the ballot for 2022. You have your communities to look after, and you know, I'm just stating the facts out there and asking you to you're making an informed decision. I'm just adding on that. So that's what I wanted to ask is think about that before the motion is, whatever motion is made, and I just wanted to share that with you. Thank you, Chair.
Yes. Did you want to continue, Mayor Dyer?
Yeah, I just want to make a few comments. I too want to thank everyone for coming out this evening. I know this is a work week. People have to get up in the morning. You've sacrificed greatly to be here, and the people that are on Zoom. I know many of the folks had to leave tonight, but I want to say thank you for your participation, and that's what this process was for tonight. And I have to say that I agree with so many of the things that were mentioned tonight in terms of the importance of transportation, the importance of bike lanes, the importance of sidewalks, and so many other things that were mentioned. And that was the very reason why we sat down over the last couple of weeks and tried to come up with an alternative that gave each city more flexibility in how they use those dollars in their individual jurisdictions. And the reason I say that is because transportation, although it's important to the city of Fresno, and it's important to some of our rural areas, may not be as important in various cities, to include perhaps Clovis. And so when we lock in a formula like 18 or 19% for transportation for every city and throughout the county, it may not be the right formula for each one, which is why we tried to do everything we could to increase the local control dollars so that there'd be more flexibility for each of the jurisdictions to meet the individual needs of their community. For us in Fresno, about half of those local dollars we anticipate utilizing for FACS transit to make us whole. So we can increase routes, so that we can increase frequency. Also to be able to provide more trails, more protected bike lanes, to fix more sidewalks. That was the reason why the neighborhood street repair, 51%, we wanted all of that to be available for more than just pavement, but complete streets, because we know that's important to communities. So I hope you understand, and I apologize again for what was described as a last-minute plan, and it was a last-minute plan, but we've been working on it for the last 2 weeks, coming up with various alternatives, and we really felt that this was something that would meet the needs of every community. And so with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Next up is Mayor Beltran of Parlier.
Just wanted to, I actually got a lot of questions answered when Sal Quintero spoke on those comments that he had, and it was about the communities, like unincorporated communities for the county. Because again, my question would be is that who will be taking care of the roads in those areas that are, of course, close to Parlier and other cities, I'm sure. So with that, what he said, that helped me understand better that it's really not going to affect, it's still going to stand the way it is, and that it's still going to be able to fix those roads that are in need. I just didn't want to have to deal with having to explain to people around in my community that are in county areas that we can't fix their roads, or that they can't go to their county because there's not enough funding. So since he actually cleared that for me, so that's okay. I mean, just the questions that I had. So thank you. Thank you all for being here too. It really makes a difference to hear from you. I wish that we would have had more participate in workshops that were actually out there. We didn't get that kind of response that we did today, which that would have made a bigger difference if you would have more participated at those workshops. I know that in Parlier, we don't really get too many funding, like a lot of funding to cover our roads, and this time around we'll cover a lot for Parlier. So a lot of people in my community are in favor of this to move forward, because it will cover those areas that were in desperate need, because I look at the numbers from the existing measure and what's proposed, and it's a huge difference. So that's what I look at. I listen to my community. I'm not saying that you guys are not important. You're part of, this measure. But I wish that we would have kind of worked more on being more engaged in the, the workshops, and if we would have heard more from you instead of just today. If I would have heard more about what the concerns were. I did meet with Veronica Garabay. Veronica, I appreciate that you reached out to me, and you really did, get to me to think about a lot of other areas that were not being looked into. So I thank you for taking your time to be part of taking the time to meeting with me and discussing those issues, because they're very important. They're not, at the back burner, and we're not trying to ignore it. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Mayor Flores of Clovis.
Thank you. It too saddens me to hear some of the testimony I heard tonight, hearing that there was lack of engagement, or that was the perception many in the room, many that gave testimony felt. I'm satisfied that staff and the exec committee trying to put this on the ballot did sufficient outreach, 14 different meetings. It also concerns me that people think that Clovis doesn't have transportation needs. Well, I'm not kidding, because there's a myth. There's a myth that Clovis is this affluent city, and the rainbow is always up in the sky and everything is beautiful. Every challenge you spoke of today, all of you who contributed tonight, we face too. The latest census shows that Clovis is majority people of color, and people don't understand that. There's this myth that Clovis is a very white, affluent community, but every single challenge, social challenge that you described today happens in Clovis, and I represent those people. And I represent the people that need every bit of what you're asking for. I think it is timely that we bring this to the voters. Let them decide. People talk, well, you're making a decision that's going to last 30 years. No, we're putting this on the ballot, and yes, this measure will go on for 30 years, but every single project this measure will ever fund will have a public component to it, a public engagement component to every single one. The law requires it, either at your cities, at the county, everywhere that this money will be used. There will be some public accountability for those that are here 20, 30 years in the future. So this is not being done in the dark back rooms, smoke-filled rooms. It's not what's happening in public, and I'm grateful that you came so I could hear what you had to say. I'm satisfied that there has been robust public engagement. And coming to this meeting, I was prepared to consider the proposals that were being brought before us by staff. But tonight, the city of Fresno is asking us to modify some of what staff's recommending. That is how government is done. That's how government policy is done. There's 15 cities in one county here. We all can bring, a lady said, why aren't you, she was disappointed that we're not bringing proposals. Says who? This is not a done deal until after the motion and someone seconds it, and then we have a vote. So it's not done until all 15 cities have an opportunity to say something, and the county, and then we negotiate. We negotiate up here. Sometimes we're precluded from doing this in public and smoke-filled rooms because of the Brown Act. So it would be illegal not to do some of the things that people might perceive as happening. So it is Fresno's right to bring modifications to the proposal that COG staff is presenting to us tonight. And it's within their right. So there's no malfeasance going on here. We're doing this in public. This is how policy is created. This is the way sausage is made in local government. And we have to be out here till midnight to do it. But that's our job. That's your job. That's all our job. So there's only a few differences between the COG proposal that staff brought us and the city's proposal. They don't like they wanted to eliminate 2 of their urban tier projects. They want modifications on the issue of local hire and urban transit orient. I have an issue with that because they're the only city that has money, that will have money that comes to them because of that. Clovis will take years, maybe 20 years or longer for us to be in a situation where that money will ever come to Clovis. The other cities, they will never get it, and even in 30 years. So I think that's a little disingenuous of Fresno to just ask for that, because those funds will only go to them. They disagree with Measure C's revenue growth. They think that that, well, at least what's been proposed, that it's not true. They want to restore the 100,000 baseline allocation for all cities, and they think it brings equity to the smaller cities. They also want the city to be the cities to be able to repair curbs, sidewalks, and perform complete street projects. That's what they're proposing tonight as an alternative to what our staff is proposing. It's what they're supposed to do. Fresno wants to modify the allegations from 80% population and 20% roads. So, you know, I'm glad that the city of Fresno and their staff has met with the COG, other cities, and the Transportation Authority, and tried to bring it before us. So now we have, you know, we can modify whatever plan we had and then bring it to the public. So I kept hearing tonight that this is being done in dark, smoke-filled rooms. Now we're here in the light of these great lights in public, and we heard public comments, and I'm ready to decide this issue.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor Yep, City of Kerman.
I had a basic question on the expenditure plan. Can we use Measure C money to pay for a Zoom upgrade for our next meeting? Is that possible? Is that what the funds are for? Or it's needed, so I was just curious if we could use that for new technologies, but I kid. I want to thank you all for showing up. Part of this whole thing is part of the process. For 2 years, I've heard about the process. Okay, and I look back and how my parents would be proud 50 years ago when I was 10 or 15, showing up to a meeting like this and voicing my opinion. And that's what community engagement is all about. That's why when we had the thing in Kerman, and we had the most amount of people of all the different groups, because we had community engagement, and that's what this is all about. And you know, we can point fingers at everybody, but when all is said and done, we had a pandemic, we had COVID, and a lot of things got pushed back, and a lot of things got rushed, okay? And it's by nobody's fault, right? You can blame it on the Chinese if you want, you can blame it on the Russians if you want, but we're here today to talk about this issue. And to say that I was blindsided today, I was. Okay, I looked at this proposal for 20 minutes. I heard it was coming down the pipeline yesterday. I didn't know what it was about. Okay, and my gut feeling was that you, without even looking at it, you just have to say no because you don't have the time to vet out the process. As you look at the process, even though it was rushed, right? And, you know, we didn't have enough people on the committee. When I first got on the committee, I believe there was 14 people. And they said there was too many electeds. Okay, but when you take off the FCTA chairman, Sanger, Fowler, Mendota, Kerman, City of Fresno, Fresno County, and the sheriff, and Margaret Mims doesn't represent anybody. She represents the accused but not convicted, right? And that was on the group. Then later on, you know, we added on to 37 people until Mayor Cardenas passed away. And the list of people on that thing, if I can get my technology working, you know, education, community-based organization, labor, ADA and seniors, construction, public safety, agriculture, labor, you know, community-based organization, business, elected official, business, elected official, let's see. But you get the general idea, 37 people got together, right? And until Mayor Cardenas passed away, we had a representation. Was it the best representation? We couldn't figure out what we were gonna have for lunch sometimes, okay? But that was part of the process. Okay, and the process today has filtered out to the point where we're looking at a proposal, and my gut feeling is if the county gets screwed, we get screwed. This is a regional plan for all of Fresno County. But if Fresno County is okay with it. Okay, so if Fresno County is okay with it, I'm okay with it, because when push comes to shove, we need Fresno like Fresno needs us. Because if Fresno's not a part of this and they're not part of the process, they're 53% of the population. And that's why it's important to bring everybody in. We're all in this together. We're all in this community together. So with that, you know, I have no trouble looking at the proposal that Fresno, and I don't know if we refer to it as the Dyer Plan or the Arias Maxwell Plan. No. But just look at it, the city plan, the city of Fresno plan, as something that we can all agree on and move forward. But the one thing that I want to make sure that we have in here is we've heard consistently that from the community-based organizations that the cities, of Cantua Creek, Lennar, Biola are underrepresented. They're never going to get a fair shot. And so us as electeds only have until the city limit to make a decision. But right now, we have 5 years to work on an oversight so that they can help us spend this money. They can help us be a part of the process. And I would implore that somehow the staff and the city of Fresno, and when this thing goes to the Board of Supervisors, has a chance, right, to make sure that the underrepresented have a voice. And the only person that can do that from the start is elected officials, because if you don't like what they're doing, you vote them out. Okay? And if we can do that and then get fair representation without COVID restrictions, without everything else, and let everybody have a voice. And then if you want to have it in Kermit or have it here at City Hall, and you did the best job tonight. You're like a pit crew guy. It was just awesome, right? And so that's what we need here. And so if we can have this kind of engagement, but on a longer term basis and bring everybody in, then I think we're fine. But the question for us is, do we want to move this along? Does the 15 mayors and the Fresno County want to move this along? And then the next step is FCTA, and if they don't like it, or if they like it, then it goes to the Board of Supervisors, and then they can say yes or no to it at that point. But my thing is, I'm ready to call the question. I would make a motion. Do we approve this, the City of Fresno plan? And sir.
I know we've got a couple more people that wants to speak. I know that Ray Leon wants to speak as well. Ray, let's get to Mayor Leon of Huron, and then after we'll do Councilman Parra of Fowler.
Yeah, and I think I called for the motion first, Gary. Don't jump the gun.
We know you were trying to make a motion, Ray.
Yeah.
Mayor Ramsey had his hand up too.
Okay.
All right. So Fresno County is the largest county in the region. It's the very long. It goes from the hills on the west side to the mountains on the east side. Huron's at the far end on the west side, as is Coalinga. And along the west, going north, we have other communities. 4 of the poorest cities in the state of California happen to be in Fresno County, and they're all farming communities. In my experience from growing up, not just as a mayor, but as a kid, seeing the huge gap in public transit has always been a problem. Later as an environmental justice activist, organizer, leader, I brought this issue up to the COG, and the answer was we don't have enough funding for public transportation. And today, when 50 parents came to my office to engage me about public transportation, not about the medical rides that our Green Raiteros, the nonprofit, provide, but public transportation to get to Fresno, to so many other essential appointments, what could I say? I just think that if we keep working with the same formula to bridge the gaps that we try to call, we call it equity when we base it on population. We use that term around. I think we use that term so much we're abusing it, because many times it's just they're just words. They're not really actions. They're not resulting into effectively providing better quality of life for the hardest working people in this region. And that kills me, especially Fresno County having the highest ag revenue in the state. And I would say because of that, in the nation. Mayor Castro, I think, lined it out exactly right. We are the homes of extremely hardworking people that many times can't afford a vehicle. Many times they're using 40 to 60% of their monthly wages to own a vehicle. And due to that fact, they can't get to where they need to go, which impacts health, wealth creation, educational advancement, skills development, a new career. So I just feel that, and I was part of the Measure C. What was it? Almost 20 years ago. and I'm still 30 something. But, and then, and the, what I, you know, and the reason why I was a part of it is because they created a Measure C Citizens Oversight Committee. Why did they create a Measure C Citizens Oversight Committee? It's because the proposal that was posed by the COG at the time failed at the ballot box. And so the strategy to try to bring about more stakeholders to have negotiations, discussions on what was needed in for the county, you know, they created the Citizens Oversight Committee. You know, that committee did not have an environmental justice seat. It had an environmental seat, but not an environmental justice seat. There was only one Latino on that committee. I fought with colleagues of mine to create the environmental justice seat, and that's how I was able to get on the Measure C Citizens Oversight Committee. My focus, my fight was for the Huron 269 bridge, which we successfully got it on the first round of the 20-year cycle of that Measure C, providing 13 million, or maybe a little less. I think it grew into 13 million. And also the VAMPO, $20 million, which ultimately helped create CalVans, which has been a jewel for farm workers and even COs and other industries in the region, not just Fresno County, but Fresno County was a part of that. And I like to pat us on the back and say, wow, we were innovative to initiating something that had an impact on lives throughout the state of California. I go to Coachella Valley, I see CalVans. I go to Imperial Valley, I see CalVans. I go to Monterey County. It's huge. We did that. A forward-thinking Fresno County leadership, policymakers did that. Of course, I was not a policymaker at the time, but I was an advocate that was entremetido, involved, and always speaking out, right? And so I think to myself, and you know, doing some of the work that I'm doing through my nonprofit and seeing the resources that are out there and the exemplary programs that are out there, one of which is Green Reteros, I think, wow, if I could do this, imagine what Fresno County can do. The largest county in the San Joaquin Valley that represents, I think, almost a quarter of the population, if not more. Huge, huge. I think Moses has been a leader in this space in greening up the fleets, but I think we need to make it possible to not have our families be in a bus for 3 hours to get to Fresno, rush to get another bus to get to the doctor's appointment, albeit late, and then rush to try to get the other bus back home. I really like that idea of the public transit master plan. Why have we not had a brainstorming session of what that could look like? With smaller buses, it's going to take more drivers and therefore more money, and therefore the need of, I think, probably tripling the budget of that piece in itself. But that's for us as policymakers representing the people, what we need to take into account and champion. You know, my community isn't next door to Fresno. My community is extremely low income, extremely Latino, one of the most Latino cities in the country. And there's others here in this region. So from my perspective, being from a farm working community, a hardworking city, as Mayor Castro again mentioned, we didn't stop working during the fires. You can see the people working in the fields with smoke, dealing with that PM pollution. We're always dealing with that PM pollution or the pollution. We're always dealing when they used to spray on our people, on us, with pesticides. We were dealing with that. And I think if we're going to be talking about equity, we should be talking about, all right, how do we ensure that we catch up the communities that have been ignored, undermined, and overlooked for decades, if not longer, with their infrastructure needs, so that we could have the first world problems, right? Because I don't think we're there yet. I think we need to be more ambitious to be the servants of the people in most need, the seniors, the low-income, hardworking families, the children. I can't believe we don't offer free bus rides to 18 and lower. Unless it's happening now. I don't think so. But that was something that we discussed in 2005. All high school students should get a free ride in the bus, acculturate them to riding a bus, make it cooler. That didn't happen. You know, Mark Kepper was a part of it. I remember him fighting for bike lanes. What happened in the period of where the Measure C, you know, was existent, but all the investments for bike lanes were north of Shaw. When I was still living in Fresno, we started the Gear Up movement.
Okay, Ray.
So I'm just saying it's kind of what's frustrating is always having to go to the same thing, bang our heads, and yet, you know, the 30 years is scary. Because what happens if you know, my community is still not gonna get that public transit that they need to get where they got to go, right? So anyhow, I think we got you know, seeing the data from the city of Fresno. I wish they could have been engaged more so, and I'm not saying that they were not, but seeing those numbers, $4 million is a lot for Huron. I'm thinking a number of other things and other projects, but I think there's a possibility to make this better.
Thank you.
I think there's a possibility of making this better. And I initiated a call for a motion early on, and I'm ready to provide it whenever everybody has shared their comments. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay.
And
Councilman Para of Fowler.
I will make it quick.
Thank you.
Growing up, I mean, I may be from Fowler now, but growing up, I grew up in Parlor, worked in the fields all my life. I mean, I joined the military so I could get out of there, and I just wound up coming back because I missed it. I did hear you tonight, and I do appreciate you being here. Lost my mother at 52 to leukemia. I've already lost one sister to breast cancer and another one in remission, and that's just from being out in the fields and all the pesticides we had to work with. It's not a gene, it was our environment. So I get where you're coming from. And yes, a lot has to be done. A lot of changes have to be made. But as far as what's in front of me right now, you know, I have to do what's best for my city. And coming in, I was for the project. With the extra funding that we get, I'm even more so. My mayor, Cardenas, passed away. He led this organization, both Measure C here and you know, it was, we did get updates, so I know you guys were working, and I did appreciate that. You know, so I do appreciate what you said, and I do appreciate all the work that went into it. I'm going to go ahead and second Gary's motion. I know there's some more discussion that can go on, but I just want to put it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we can vote and everything, I know that Mike Leonardo is going to need to speak. Mayor Ramsey, did you want to say something from Coalinga?
I just wanted to say I agree with most of the other mayors here. We did give time for people to come to the meetings, and I hope that this proves to them that their voices do count, and they need to come to more of these kind of meetings to be talked to. I'm ready to vote too, and so that's all. I just want to make it short. I just wanted to say something, but I do agree. But they said that, like they said, Fresno brought this proposal at the last minute. But okay, all these people came at the last minute too. I mean, let's start working together and as a group, like we always have, and we will. And that money that's going to come to the city of Coalinga, we'll put it to good use. I mean, we're fixing our roads, we're putting in new sidewalks, everything, right? Even today, we're still doing that. So we appreciate, we're a small town, but we appreciate what the bigger cities help us do too. So that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you so much. Mike? 1 second, get your mic on.
Am
There
I
you
on
go.
now? Okay, very brief. And I think the mayor, Mayor Dyer knows this, but there's a little difference in the way that the mayor's staff calculates population and the way we do it at FCTA. And so what I wanted to point out was that the numbers on the city proposal is what I believe that you would be voting on. The percentage needs to change a little bit. It would actually go, instead of 80-20, it would go 78-22. But the intent is not to change the numbers. It's to make the numbers consistent with the way we do population, because ultimately we use those population numbers to distribute the money to the local agencies. So I hope if you make a motion that it recognizes that slight change. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so now let's go back. We've had, Mayor Dyer.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, and I did want to reiterate that both plans, the COG plan and our plan, both had a minimum 30% for disadvantaged neighborhoods. So a minimum of 30% of the dollars under the street repair have to be used for disadvantaged neighborhoods. And if those disadvantaged neighborhoods happen to be in some of these unincorporated areas, then I'm anticipating that's where the dollars are going to be used.
Thank you. Okay, so from what I've heard, we have a motion, correct? The motion was
On the Fresno plan, yes.
on the Fresno plan, was from
With the stipulation that the numbers that Mike Leonardo just clarified are in
the 7822?
Correct.
And I'll second that one.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second.
I would
Yes,
ask that
City
the
of
motion
Columbus.
maker just remove one thing from the Fresno plan, because I can support the Fresno plan, but their transit-oriented development portion of it, that's, only Fresno gets that under their plan. And I just think that that part is not fair. So I would say, if that's transit-oriented development portion of the proposal is reduced, I can support this.
Who's going to speak to that? Mayor Dyer or?
I think I should have maybe Scott Mosier come up and speak on it, because
Scott want to speak?
I'd be speaking out of in the dark here. What that means,
While he's coming up, can I make a quick comment?
Yes, is this Mary?
Yes, this is Mary
Okay,
from the
fast,
city of
from Reedley.
Reedley. And I haven't actually seen any document. I'm going to be voting on something I've never seen. I don't feel like I can do that with a good conscience.
Tony, did all board members receive what we received?
Well, the handouts came out today.
So it was not
it has
emailed?
not, so Tony, has that been emailed out, other than the numbers I read?
I don't know that it's been emailed, we just got it together, we'll certainly get it.
Okay.
together, Yeah,
But this has not been emailed to all staff, all board members?
no, it just came together right before 5, so again.
So,
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
yes.
Yes, Supervisor Quintero.
Yes.
Just for clarification to the motion maker, and also to include on there that it goes on the ballot for 2022.
Okay.
Just clarification purposes of the motion. And for Mayor Fast, the process, I know caught everybody off guard pretty much and all that. You're not comfortable, but maybe you're looking at the dollar amount figures, and maybe you're not sure. You can also abstain until instead of voting no, or however you want to
however you feel about that. So just a thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know that Director Mosier was gonna, you were gonna comment to what TOD is. From my understanding, it is those areas that are high density. So, for example, if you have high density housing on Shaw, and that would qualify, but I want to have Scott Mosier clarify that.
All right. Good evening, members of the board. So on the TOD, when the program first started under the current Measure C, it did have both the density requirements and it had the transit frequency requirements. In later, more recent years, the COG, through the committee process, voted to adopt essentially a lower set of standards for transit-oriented development. Currently, in the last call for projects, it's only 15 units per acre, and it's required to be in proximity to a transit stop, but not necessarily with a given frequency level. So the reason that is in the proposal is that true transit-oriented development would be able to be served by more frequent transit rather than just being a higher density housing project that's not necessarily tied to transit. However, that is a policy call of the board.
Scott, if I can just ask one question, was the original definition that was used for what the TOD was, is that defined by the state, or where did we get that definition?
Yes, and the definition, what we have included in the presentation before you is the state definition of transit-oriented development.
Got it, thank you.
But by his own admission, COG has taken action and modified the policy, and which would allow Clovis to use some of that money, because we can do, with the modified program, we can do it, but with what you're proposing, then it'll take us 20, 30 years before we're ever in that situation.
So under the current definition that we're proposing for the alternative, would Clovis be eligible for applying for those dollars?
Clovis would be eligible provided that the transit frequency was there. My understanding is that that may not be the case on current routes.
So,
okay.
Can I ask Tony what the COGS proposal, will we still be using the current standards or the standards that Fresno is proposing?
Well, right now, so if you adopt Fresno's proposal with their suggestion, then that would be the guidelines. Now, right now, kind of the history of the plan of the TOD program is that we had it built in that there would be a review, right, as the years rolled forward, and you're aware of this, most of the people. There was a point when the rural communities felt like they really weren't getting any benefit from the TOD program, right? And so I think it was after maybe 7, 8 years, I forget what, but there was a recognition that the small cities really weren't getting any taste of that, shall we say. And so the COG board made a motion to amend the guidelines to allow the rurals to be able to participate. And I think Christine's there. We've funded a number of small city projects. So yeah, so it's.
So the question is the standard in the COG version different than the City of Fresno's version? And would the City of Fresno allow us to make that alteration to go back to the original COG version, which is what Clovis is asking?
I'm going to have Christine Kai, who runs our TOD program, and she can give you all the details and the background on it. So.
Good evening. So at the beginning of the TOD program, the first 5 years, the pot of money was set aside specifically for City of Fresno because they have the BRT, they have the density, So after 5 years, COG Policy Board decided to review the program and to decide, and then the board decided to open it up to the rest of the region, including the city of Clovis and the rest of the small cities and the county. And we have two separate sets of threshold. One set is for the urban area, including city of Fresno and city of Clovis. The other set is for the small cities and the county. For the small cities and the county, the threshold of density and requirement of transit service frequency is lowered than the urban areas. So that's where we stand right now.
So I would support the motion if we go to the COG standards versus what Fresno's proposing tonight.
Okay, so my motion would be to agree to the COG standards, but take the city of Fresno's version of it, excluding the TOD program, and specify that this is, and the allocation numbers that Mike Leonardo specified as far as the population, and that this is a 2022 ballot measure. Okay, but I had one clarifying question. It's come to my attention that Fresno County is considered a disadvantaged community altogether. So while we can hardwire stuff that 30% goes towards disadvantaged communities, if all of Fresno County is considered a disadvantaged community, how does that affect Lennar? How does that affect Cantua Creek? How does that affect all these Biola and these smaller communities that are disadvantaged, specifically disadvantaged with no roads, no running water, and bus stops, so to speak? But at the same time, if we do that and hardwire too much, the county of Fresno can actually say, we don't want to put it onto the Board of Supervisors can say, we don't want to put it on there. So how do we make sure that we take care of the disadvantaged communities? Because that's who we represent. After the city limits are over, it's Fresno County. So how do we make sure that the people that are here that showed up and participated get taken care of? Yeah, Tony or Mike?
You're absolutely right. I think the vast majority of unincorporated Fresno County would fit the disadvantaged criteria. I can't really speak for the county, but I think that I believe what I have heard from the county staff. It's not a desire to not improve every area. It's simply a lack of funds, and I think that's how we get at the disadvantaged areas within Fresno County, is by the level of investment that we're proposing to make, both in the rehab category directly, but also in the local choice. And so, I mean, just at a gross level, it's like 10 times the amount of money going to rehab in the current measure. And so, again, I can't speak for the county, but I'm confident, given that level of resources, that the county will be able to address those areas. And I know in conversations with their Public Works Director, Steve White, he's committed to that now. I mean, you know, obviously they don't have as much funds under this measure as they would in the next. But Steve's put together a paving crew of his own staff, and they're able to do a lot of pavement really at a very economical price. So I feel that giving the county the resources that have been identified really in either of these plans will allow them to address those disadvantaged communities regardless of the set aside.
But my main issue and my concerns are, when I came on 12 years ago, I mean, the Measure C has been gone on for close to 30 years now. And we just barely got Excelsior to Ecorn taken care of in Wyden 41, and it took us almost 30 years. I mean, Mayor Leon didn't get a bridge for almost 25 years. So how do we make sure that these communities that we're talking about, right, don't have to go out here for the next 20 years to make sure that, oh yeah, we just want a sidewalk, or we weren't running water, we want things that, the basic necessities, right? And how do we take care of that without basically killing the entire program, but at least making people, honor their commitments, because we've always said promises made, promises kept. Let's make sure that that's taken care of. So how do we go about doing that so that, I mean, how do I get an assurance from Fresno County and not get double-crossed? How do I get an assurance from the city of Fresno and not get double-crossed? That's my main concern as an elected official, so. I don't know how you would write that in, but whether it's oversight or we have 5 years to figure that out. But.
A very wise man on the podium said that if they don't do what they say they're going to do, vote them out. I'm not sure which one of you that was, but I did hear that earlier
I
this
don't know,
evening.
the guy that grew up with one flashing red light in Kerman and now has 6 multicolored lights and a bad roundabout from Caltrans, that's me. So,
I'm trying to still get to write down here the motion that is being, because I know it keeps changing here.
well, it's as clear as mud, but.
Yeah, it's clear as
motion-
mud. Very, very true.
The motion is to accept the Fresno proposal with clarification from Mike Leonardo as to the numbers. Okay, and as clarification from the city of Clovis to designate and go to the original Fresno plan that didn't have the TOD program as it was stated in the Fresno plan, but go back to the Fresno plan, but go back to the COG plan of the TOD program. Is that correct, Mayor?
Yeah, COG standards for
The
for
COG
that
standards
program.
for the TOD
And then
program.
also including that Sal said on the 2022.
And on the 2022 ballot.
Clear as mud. Gotcha. Okay.
It requires a second, or for me to go ahead and second that, but I have a question. Mayor Dyer, how do you feel about that? I mean, aside from this vote, we have FCTA, and that's a different kind of vote that's going to happen there. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to hear from you.
Well, I think based on the current language that we have today, as I understand it, Scott, if I can ask you one question about what percentage of that does Fresno get? And I guess what I'm trying to say is we're trying to use a definition that the state created because the state of California is trying to increase density in housing. That's the goal, right? We all have our arena numbers, affordable housing, all those things. So we're trying to create density in housing along Blackstone, on Shaw, on Ventura, and we created a bus rapid transit in order to accommodate that density for public transportation so we can get more vehicles off the streets and utilize public transportation. That's the goal of the TOD. So the question I have, Scott, is based on the current formula today that COG uses, what is the distribution? How does that work between the city and the urban and the rural areas, or if maybe Mike or Tony know? Somebody can give me that answer. Maybe you can, better yet, somebody
I
from.
would defer Christine
Thank you.
Kai, Deputy Director. She's really the expert overseeing the program.
If I remember correctly, I think City of Fresno, aside from the first 5 years, City of Fresno has been getting more than half of the TOD pot. So City of Fresno has been doing really well. But I want to point out that small cities such as Selma, Kingsburg, Fowler, many small cities have been also getting money to improve their downtowns, to improve their pedestrian and bicycle network, to have better access to transit facilities. So this program has also done the great job for our small cities too.
And Christine, do we today comply with state regulation?
Well, there's not really a state defined TOD. It's just what a lot of practitioners will refer to. We are a rural region, and at the national level, TOD really, refer to those transit stations that are more like BART, light rail, ferry. Our community, the highest level of transit is BRT, but in the bigger urban areas, BRT is even not considered a very great TOD community. So it's really how we choose to define it.
And in your opinion, do you believe that the way COG does it today has incentivized to higher densities and creating these corridors? Whereas if only one city gets it, those incentives go away, especially for the smaller cities.
I believe it's our policy board intention to also incentivize small cities to grow also sustainably and closer to the transportation corridors too. And the grant that the small cities have received, I believe that serve that purposes.
If I could make a suggestion, the way the TOD program works really is there have been guidelines that have been developed. They weren't in the actual expenditure plan. And would it be possible maybe for Fresno and Clovis to put their heads together and try and come up with, and obviously it can't happen in this meeting, but the existing TOD guidelines didn't happen in this environment either. So I mean, I think, well, I just would offer that Scott, Mike Harrison from Clovis, I got to think that there's some smart people in both of those cities that could put their head together that would come up with something that achieved the goals that both of you would like to see.
Okay. So it doesn't change the distribution formula in terms of the overall pot and how it's just a matter of something that would be decided on amongst our agencies and brought through the COG?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay, so
I think
we have
Fowler's
a
second.
We have a motion. We have a second. Okay. Do we have a roll call vote, please?
Can we please articulate the motion as it is currently languaged?
Can you
Thank
repeat the motion?
Oh, I'm sorry, was that Mayor Leone?
He wants to read the motion again.
Can we read the motion again?
I need to clarify some of it. I wanted to make sure you can repeat it. It's a motion to accept the present proposal using the TOD formula from the original COG staff proposal.
As clarified by the original COG.
I thought the Mike was to take it out of the motion and allow Clovis and Fresno to work it out and then bring it before the COG. Is that correct, Mike?
I was suggesting that you do, yes.
Okay.
So you're not proposing that anymore? You're removing that from your proposal?
Remove it from the, no, just remove it from the motion and then allow us to work out the details. Is that correct? And then bring it before the COG?
I think.
No, but your motion is
Right.
is
I
to include your language, and I don't want that.
That's fine. We can work out the
Remove
language.
the language, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah,
Right.
as long as Clovis and Fresno will work out the language and bring it before the COG.
Yes, we can do that.
I think
Very
we need a ruling from legal, though, because I think that the motion includes the TOD, and all you would do is clarify. So if I made the motion for Fresno, the Fresno proposal with the clarification on the TOD, which is minuscule, then it would be fine, because all you're doing is clarifying what's in the Fresno motion. If you start working the Fresno and the COG version, you're actually confusing the matter because you got two different things. So if my motion is to approve the Fresno County version while using clarifying language on the TOD and putting in the November 2022 on the ballot and having the numbers that Mike Leonardo clarified, right, that would be the entire motion.
But you said Fresno County, you mean City of Fresno alternative?
Yeah, City of Fresno, yes.
Okay.
The other one is the COG version, not Fresno County.
No,
version.
not her
Yeah.
county, that's what I said.
And so okay with that?
And the motion should also include moving from the original motion that we're modifying, moving the expenditure plan forward to the FCTA for its own consideration.
Well, isn't that obvious?
Yes, but I'm
But
just
it's in the original motion, down there in the action.
directly from the original motion.
As you said, okay, and we'll move it on to the FCTA at this point.
And for clarification,
Okay.
Yes, Mayor Leone?
so the three items that the presentation of the City of Fresno provided, striking the three items, one of them being Veterans Boulevard from the budget, is still in place. Question mark.
It's temperance and the
Veterans.
veterans. Both of those were excluded, leaving those up to the developers to fund those.
So that's part of the Fresno plan, is taking temperance out and taking
Good.
Veterans Boulevard.
All right.
If I could correct, it's not veterans, it's Grantland, which is a connection to veterans, but I just want to make sure it's clear what's being discussed.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have the motion.
You want to read it back so everybody knows where we're standing now? Yeah.
Is this not on? Yeah.
We have public comments closed.
It's closed. Clarification is all I'm asking for.
Okay, we're gonna read it back again. We're gonna read it back.
But my question is
public
is the board looking at voting on something that the board doesn't have in hand?
We have public comments closed. We're going to clarify. We're going to read it one more time, but we're going to, thank you. We're going to read it back again.
I just want to make sure that it's clear. Can you repeat it slowly, just so I can make sure I have it all? I have a motion to accept City of Fresno's plan while using clarifying language on TOD.
On the TOD portion of it, so that Fresno and Clovis can
Say that again?
clarify the wording for it.
Clarifying language on portion? Portion.
So that Fresno and Clovis can further define.
Be included on the November 2022 ballot.
Define the program.
And being included on the
And being in.
ballot.
And move it to the FCTA for their approval.
For further consideration.
So, motion to accept City of Fresno plan while using clarifying while clarifying the TOD portion. Motion to accept City of Fresno plan with an understanding that the TOD that, okay, thank you. Okay. Sorry. Okay, it's the motion to accept Fresno plan while clarifying language on TOD portion, clarifying dollar amounts including on the November ballot and forward on to FCTA for consideration.
Good? So, okay, the motion and a second? Okay. And a roll call vote, please.
City of Clovis?
Aye.
City of Coalinga?
Aye.
City of Fireball?
Aye.
City of Fowler?
Yes.
City of Fresno?
Yes.
City of Huron?
Aye.
City of Kerman?
Yes.
City of Kingsburg?
Yes.
City of Mendota?
No.
City of Orange Cove? See online. City of Parlier?
Yes.
City of Reedley?
The reason I'm voting no is I have not seen that document and I can't vote on something I haven't even had a chance to read through before the meeting. Sorry, I vote no.
You can also abstain too, Mary, if you'd like.
City of Sanger?
I vote no.
Sanger, yes.
City of San Joaquin?
No.
City of Selma?
No.
Fresno County?
Yes.
Motion passes with 11 members at 75.90%.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Next up is other items from staff. Is there anything else from staff? Tony, anything else from staff? Okay, any other items from members?
Are we going to
Yes.
continue with the other items as well? That's on the agenda.
There's nothing else on the agenda?
Okay.
Other than that?
I thought we had a lot more.
Okay.
There's no Caltrans report?
I thought there was
There's no Caltrans
more.
report?
Nothing?
No, this was a special meeting just for
Okay,
this today.
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
And next is public presentations. Any other public presentations that's presented? I'm sorry, the mic's not on.
Is this, okay. Hi, can I just get clarification? You just made a motion and voted to approve and move the recommendation forward to FCTA with the language included that says, with clarifying language on the TOD that has not been discussed publicly, that we don't know what that clarifying language means. Will that bring this vote back to this board, or does that mean it'll move forward in this way?
It doesn't.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
I don't believe it comes back because the clarifying language has to do with the legal side of it. It's not the actual, we're just clarifying the legal language that is going to get us to the next level. It's not to say we're indecisive on this. We just want to clarify that we can keep the balance that Clovis has recommended. That's how I interpret it.
Okay.
So
right.
if it's different than what the legal is saying, then we have to change the motion. But it's basically to get the legal threshold, the basic threshold, so that Clovis is included with it, and that's all the motion was about.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we will adjourn the meeting. All right, thank you. And thank you, everybody, and drive home safely.